Hi guys, please like and subscribe to the channel. And do comment in comments section. Itake looked at the spirited glory, smiles in my eyes, Huei-kun, I believe you. The two finally ended the journey of Yunokuni returned to the land of fire. The news of the defeat of the Thunder Country swept across the entire ninja world. Feng Yuwei broke into the famous mansion alone and killed the shadow guards while letting people in the ninja world talk about it. Also full of fear for Feng Yuwei, Feng Ying even threatened, as long as there is glory in Konoha, Tsunagakure will always be Konoha's ally. When I walked to Konoha, it was already night. Itake dragged his tired body and Hui into the Konoha gate. As for why you are tired, naturally caused by exhaustion. Konoha's door is closed. Umbu's figure appeared in front of the two. The person here is Yu Zian, Master Minister, you have worked hard. Hui nodded. Uzuki Yuyan looked at Hui with worshipping eyes. In the true sense, one person defeats a country. Xian thought in her heart, received two people back to the village. The three walked on the bustling street. The villagers also saw Hui. Isn't that Master Hui? Master Hui is back. It's Master Hui. The villagers surrounded Hui, more and more people. The three people blocked can only look at each other. What the figures of the three disappeared on the street, appeared in the Hokage building. It's really terrifying popularity, Hui-kun. Itake said. Well, it's okay. Hui shrugged, looking at the Hokage office, which is still lit. Uncle Minato is still there. Xian nodded. Naruto-sama is dealing with Kirigakure recently. Hui asked curiously, what happened to Kirigakure? Fourth Mizukage Citrus Yagura died. Three Tails escaped into the sea. The elder of Kirigakure sent a distress signal to Konoha. Hui frowned slightly. Ninja world is really not peaceful. Afterwards, the three stepped into the Hokage building. In the office, Minato is massaging his temples, correction documents day and night, makes his body extra tired at this time. The door of the office was pushed open. The figures of the three walked in. Minato looked at Hui, said with a smile, Zaiwai, you are back. Hui nodded. I'm back. How? I listened to the report submitted by Umbu. The shadow guard was actually killed by you too. Well, it's like this. Hui told several people what happened in Thunder Country, of course, except to subdue the daimyo. After listening to a few people, the shock in my heart may not be calm for a long time. Uzu Zian looked at Hui with flushed cheeks, muttered in my heart, Master Hui, so handsome. Itake on the side touched Zian with his arm, whispered, Xian, be bold, my best friend is a wood. Xian only blushed after hearing this, but did not refute this. Surprised Itake, it seems that this person is really emotional. After a long time, Minato said, Zaiwai, it is really great that Konoha has you. Hui waved his hand. Okay, it's all trivial things. Look at Minato. Let's talk about Kirigakure. What is going on? Minato sighed after hearing the words. Although it is a peaceful age, but Kirigakure has been closed. Do you know this? Hui nodded. I know this. Minato continued. So there is not much news about Kirigakure in the ninja world. But recently, fourth Mizukage Citrus Yagura died suddenly. If that's the case, if Three Tails doesn't come out, then with the death of Jinchuriki, the tail beast will enter the resurrection period. But before Yagura died, but unexpectedly released Three Tails. Minato helplessly continued. Yagura is the person who implemented the blood fog policy. After his death, Master Yuan lifted this policy. Hui expresses understanding. So why did you and she ask Uncle Minato for help? Minato shook his head, seeking flowers. Zero, this is also a problem, because I don't know. Huey's fingers hit the sofa. Asked, when is the last reply date? 10 days later. Kirigakure doesn't seem to be able to hold on any longer. Hui stood up, then reply, I will leave for Kirigakure in 10 days. Minato is puzzled. Zaiwai, Kirigakure seems to have no interest in dealing with us, right? This is a favor, you don't need to help. Hui looked at Minato. Uncle Minato, for the ninja world, is the tail beast a strategic weapon? Minato was surprised. Zaiwai, what do you mean? It would be best if you can bring it back. Zero, if not, let Kirigakure ally with us, it's also a good thing. Minato thought for a moment. I see. Hui said again. Besides, Kirigakure may not only send a message to Konoha this time. Will other shinobu villages also participate? Hui shrugged. This is not clear. After all, the tail beast is for the ninja that is synonymous with invincibility. After speaking, Hui and Minato said hello. The three left the Konoha building. Walking on the street, Itake kept winking at Uzuki Zi and Xian's face flushed. Finally, I mustered the courage to ask Master Hui what's wrong. Xian Zian's inner ecstasy. He actually called me Zian. Xian said falteringly, Master Hui, are you free in the last few days? Hui said suspiciously, yes. What happened? Xian dances with both hands. No. That is, I just want to invite Master Hui to dinner. Hui was silent. When the atmosphere becomes awkward, Hui said, Zian, do you want to date me? Roar, the mist on Zian's head exploded. A date? Looking at Xian, whose face was flushed and about to faint, Hui agreed. Yes, then go on a date. Xian heard the words, the joy on her face could not be restrained. Then I will go first. Master Hui. Sweeping his eyes to the ferret, I saw ferret staring at her scornfully. Xian's red face just disappeared, quickly turned red, ran away without looking back. Itake patted his best friend on the shoulder. Hui-kun, Zian is a very nice person. Hui looked at the running back, put a smile on the corner of your mouth. I know, but what? Xian likes this thing about me. You knew it from the beginning? Itaka's mouth twitched. 939. Ah, this, maybe you can't see the wood. Yes, yes. The two are walking on the way home. Itaka seemed to think of something, speaking to Hui. Oh, yes, but Zian seems to be chased by someone. After hearing this, Hui probably understands who it is, the legendary sick fishing, the true protagonist of Shippuden Moonlight Blast. But he didn't care, people who can crush to death at will. I just hope he knows a little bit by himself. Well, it seems that Hui has fallen into the second stage of adolescence. The two said goodbye on the cross street. Hui returned to Heideke's house, threw himself on the sofa, a comfortable moan in the mouth. I still feel good at home. Hearing the movement, the white hair in the backyard poked his head. Hui, you are back? Yeah, brother, Kakashi said. It just happened to be back. Didn't you eat? Not yet. Come on, I'll grill fish in the backyard to eat. Hui heard this, with joy on his face. If you ask Hui what do you like to eat most besides the 3 color balls, there is no doubt that Kakashi's grilled fish steak comes first. Hui looked at the golden fish that had been grilled. The saliva flowed down unsatisfactorily. Kakashi smiled. Pick up a grilled fish wearing a lotus. Here you are, eat. Hui took the grilled fish. Thank you, brother. I took a bite unceremoniously. Eat slowly. Hey, be careful. Hui closed his eyes, eating the grilled fish in my hand with an intoxicated expression. Brother, it's still a familiar taste. Kakashi scratched his head. As long as you like it, then continue to talk about before you come back. Zian came here. Hui nodded. Oh, what is she doing here? Kakashi's smirk. Aha, Shiyan said to tell you to have dinner the next day in the afternoon. I got it. Kakashi looked helplessly at his wooden brother. I said, Hui, don't you understand what Shiyan means? I understand, we are going on a date. Kakashi, who was eating fish, almost got stuck by a fishbone. Since you know it's a date, don't you plan to do something? Hui stopped eating fish, looking at Kakashi with an angry face. Brother, I didn't expect you to be such a ****** person. We are just dating for the first time. You actually want me? Boom. Kakashi, a head mallet. What are you thinking about? Blowing sore hands. Kakashi says, I mean, don't you need to prepare? Hui covered his head with one hand. What are you going to prepare? Kakashi helped. Clothes. Are you going to wear this one? Ink black kimono with shining fingers. Hui looked at himself. What's the problem with this? The problem is too big. Kakashi cleared his throat. This is your first date. Make a good impression on girls. So, clothes are important. Kakashi thought about it. I remember I bought you a pink kimono. You wait for me to find it. Hui pulled. Kakashi, don't. I won't wear the pink body even if I die. Kakashi sitting in the living room. Are you ready? Hui eventually became the kind of person he hated. Sakura's flower-like kimono is worn on Huey's body. The brilliance is white, but it is even more radiant. The long ponytail is braided and hung over the shoulders. Although the color is gorgeous, but there is no imaginary girly air. Instead, there is a feeling of dust. Kakashi waved his hand. This is it. The shining face is unlovable. However, I still listen to what the big brother said. In the afternoon of the next day, Shiyan stood quietly in front of Heideke's house. Kakashi, who opened the door, coincidentally looked at Yuyan. Today's Zian is faded from Umbu's dress, wearing a white dress. I painted a light makeup on my face, looks to dress up seriously. Yugan's gaze dodges Kakashi. Quite the feeling of seeing a parent for the first time. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction. Zian, come in and sit. Excuse me. Kakashi-san came to the living room and glanced, surprisingly clean, but Hui is nowhere to be found. 5.0 Kakashi's voice comes from the kitchen. If Hui is taking a shower, it's the first time after all. Shiyan's face flushed. It's the first time or something, so ashamed. After a while, Hui walked out in a bathrobe, wiping her hair with a towel. Big brother, where did you put the clothes? Later, I saw Shiyan on the sofa. Tang. Looking at Huey's naked upper body, Shiyan blushed hurriedly, covering his face. Master Hui, why? Clothes. Cover your face, just cover your face. What's a peek? In the living room, Shiyan holds a teacup in both hands. My fingers are rubbing the teacup. The flush on my face has faded, only the heart is still beating faster. Huey's figure appeared in front of Shiyan's sakura color kimono, light white belt, the waist-length hair is tied into a ponytail. Handsome appearance, the boy next door has grown up. Zian is dumbfounded, although Huey's age is younger than Zian, but the height is much higher. Zian, Hui whispered Zian's name. The girl was awakened from the S***T model. Master Hui. Chao Hui panicked. Hui looked at the unexpectedly stupid Shiyan, smiled. Zian, shall we go? Shiyan nodded blankly. Kakashi looked at the two people in front of him. Really kill the dog in person. Kakashi looks at the day 12 flower board jokingly. Have fun on the date. Hearing this, Shiyan's face is quite red. Kakashi-san, Hui said, don't pay attention to him, let's go. The two finally went out strolling on the street. Hui looked at the shy girl around him, lips light up. Today's Zian looks very beautiful. When Shiyan heard this, her cheeks were even redder. As the sky gradually darkens, the shops in the commercial street also turned on the lights. There are more vendors. The yelling kept coming into the ears of the two. Very lively. Zian seems to let go a lot of bird's eye view of Eastern Europe, a look of the West. Try the gadgets on the street from time to time. Hui is also full of local tyrants. Let's buy whatever you like. I saw Zian holding a bell. Ding dong. The sound of ding dong keeps coming. This bell and Hui match up well. Hui looked at the bell. It seems to really match myself. Shiyan picks out some gadgets from time to time. Hui stood quietly beside him, watching carefully at the girl in the white dress. Shiyan turned around, accidentally looking at Hui, who doesn't change his eyes, speaking in a low voice. Hui, what's the matter? Hui gave a chuckle. It's okay, I just think you are so beautiful. Xian let out an anger mo, praise me again. I don't know what to do. Hui laughed at this moment. A female voice came from behind them. Huh? Zayawai? The two looked back. Kushina and Mikato lead Ziyuoming leisurely shopping. The two of them kept looking over Hui and Z, and Kushina jokingly said, Zayawai, when did it happen? That's right, I haven't heard Zayawai say it before. Mikato also echoed Z and feels at a loss. I want to explain that I only dated today. For the first time I opened my mouth and didn't know how to say it at this time. Hui grabbed Xian's hand. What? Xian let out a soft cry, looking at Hui stupidly. Watch just shy. Hui smiled and looked at Mei Zine and the others. The first date today. There is a special wave in the tone. Kushina, who grew up with Hui, I got that wave of fluctuations right away. The tone contains family love. Zayawai, come on. Mikato covered her mouth with one hand and chuckled lightly. Hui looked at Xian, smiled. I will work hard. At this moment, Zhou Ming glanced at each other. Speaking loudly, my sister-in-law. Zian suddenly panicked. Aki, sister-in-law or something? No need. Kushina left, give Hui an encouraging look before leaving. The two walked aimlessly in the village. Unknowingly, he actually walked to the Hokage rock. Sit here for a while. Hui sat down and patted his side. Xian sat down next to Hui. Hold your cheeks in your hands. Look at Hui quietly. Hui is supporting the lawn next to him, looking up at the stars. Hui looked at the meteors passing by from time to time. Zian, well, what's the matter? Hui was silent for a while. Speak slowly. Be my girlfriend. The breeze blew Zian's purple hair, lips slightly open. It seems that I can't believe Hui is so straightforward when at a loss. I saw a flash of red on Hui's face. Poopy laughed out loud. Hey, this is the first time Hui confessed to someone, right? Hui pouting. Yeah. Answer or not. Hui turned his head to look at Xian. The eyes of the two looked at each other. The body is getting closer and closer. Boom pop. The fireworks in the sky bloom. The shadow of the two hugging tightly is stretched for a long time. The lips are divided. The eye contact between the two, but it moved away like an electric shock. Aki, I'll take you home. Hui said. Xian nodded and let Hui pull it. Wordless all the way. 930. I walked to the door of Zian's house. Anno X2. You speak first. X2. The two laughed. Hui said, now, are you my girlfriend? Zian's eyes rolled around. Boom kiss on Hui's cheek. Think for yourself, fool. After all, I returned home as if I had fled. Hui touched the place where Xian had kissed him. Curvature of the corners of the mouth. This feeling is pretty good. After that, he turned and left. Back to Heitake's house. I am back. The voice has not fallen. Countless people ran out of the living room. Kakashi, Kushina, Mikato, Ziyuana, Guy, Red, Shisui. Of course there is Itaki. A group of people looked at Hui curiously, chatting. Hui, how about Zayawai? Did you succeed? Wow, where are you? Is that useful? Hui's mouth twitched wildly. Damn it, it's only the first day. Where can I go? There is also said to use that H**********. Guy brother, how is it possible to ride a horse? Helpless, outnumbered, in the end it was defeated by everyone in the living room. Hui sat on the sofa alone. Opposite him it's a group of people from Ryuju. Let's talk. Zayawai, how did it turn out? As a surrogate parent, Kakashi expects to ask. Hui gently patted his clothes, speaking in no hurry. Goodbye to being single. Hearing this, everyone was excited. Yahoo! Yeah, Zayawai is awesome. Hui's mouth twitched. Isn't it? Who knows? Kushina stretched out an index finger. No, very much. Too lazy to care about the people who are caring. Hui drank tea quietly after everyone clamored, and went back to each house. Kakashi sat on the sofa, staring at Hui and smirking from time to time. The blue veins on Hui's forehead keep beating. Brother, that's enough. Just laugh. Okay, let's not quarrel with you. By the way, did you take Kirigakure's mission? Hui nodded in response. I picked it up. Hearing that, Kakashi finally returned to his usual appearance, speaking of be careful. I see, brother. After all, Kakashi is no longer in words. Okay, Hui, rest early. Okay, good night, brother. After saying good night to each other, they went back to their rooms to sleep. 10 days passed in a flash. The relationship between Hui and Zian has steadily improved. Moonlight Gale seems to have evaporated from the world. I have never appeared before, but I am also intrigued. On the 10th day early in the morning, Hui Lei was training in kendo without moving. Kakashi's voice comes into the backyard. Hui, your little girlfriend is here. /Oh, a slightly funny voice sounded. Hui turned his head and looked. Xian stood under the eaves with a lunch bag in her hand looking at Hui. With a smile, you came here so early today? Hui asked after practicing swordsmanship. Xian's mood suddenly fell a bit. Aki, isn't Hui going to Kirigakure today? I made some bento. Speaking, pointed to the bento in his hand. Hui looked at Xian. Put your hand on her head. Stroking. Speaking softly. Well, don't you still know my strength? Xian nodded vigorously. Well, I believe in Hui's strength, it's just me. I can't bear it. The last few words are whispered like mosquitoes and flies. If it weren't for Hui's ears, I wouldn't be able to hear. Pulling Zian into her arms. Okay, wait for me to come back. Obediently. Aha. 3 people, including Kakashi of course, finished their meal at home. Hui came to Minato's office alone looking at Minato who is still working hard. Hui thought in his heart never be Hokage in the future. Isn't he fragrant to throw his hand at the shopkeeper? Minato helped his glasses. Zayawai, are you going to leave? Hui nodded. Take the application from the village and leave. Minato scratched his head. Anno, Zayawai, in fact, you don't have to come and bring out the village application every time you leave for a mission. Why? because you are already very famous. Hui thinks for a moment, right hand taps left hand. Ah, I see, just brush my face. Obviously, Minato can't understand the meaning of brushing his face since there is no need to apply. Hui turned around and left talking while walking. Uncle Minato, pay attention to rest. Looking at the departed Hui, Minato smiled helplessly. I really want to, Zaiwai, grow up quickly, then you can take over sooner. After that, Minato leaned over and corrected the documents again. Hui came to Konoha Gate alone. Move the paper umbrella away. I saw a fox squatting at the gate since coming back from Daming Mansion last time. Kurama stays at home and doesn't go anywhere. Kurama, what are you doing? Kurama's tail moves. Boy Hui, how can you travel without an old man? Hui looked at Kurama with a smile. Well then let's go together. Kurama is also welcome. Jump on Huey's shoulder and lie down. Hui King I. Kurama, why don't you lie on your head? Hearing that, Kurama turned. Byakugan, your little girlfriend's request is nothing. Ahaha, Kurama is also afraid of Zeon? Boy, how could the old man be afraid of a little girl? Huey's figure drifts away, coming to the border of the country of fire, looking at the endless sea. Boy, how are you going to go there? There seems to be no boat now. Hui thought for a moment. Kurama, can you swim? You go to labor and capital. Seeing Kurama furious, Hui didn't force him anymore. Then it can only pass like this. Hui whispered, fire spirit. A huge fire spirit emerged behind him. Hold, Nyohao, Hui in the palm of your hand. Kurama looked at fire spirit in surprised. Spit, it's so big already. Since Hui received the power of Asakura Leaf King, fire spirit has also been evolving. It seems to be very close to that realm now. Hui jumped onto Huoling's shoulders, pointing forward. Let's go, Huoling, that location. Roar. Huoling let out a roar. The huge body flew up to scale. Kurama was stunned. Thought for a long time. Speak. Boy, is it okay to discuss something? Say. Kurama hesitates. How about Huoling let me play for 2 days? Don't borrow, get out. At the same time, outside Kirigakure, countless ninjas hold the kunao in their hands. Some people use ninjutsu from time to time because on the opposite side of them it's three tails. Have the reinforcements arrived yet? A royal sister's voice asked the ninja next to her. Brown cross, long curly hair flying in the wind. Right eye is covered by hair. All show her identity. Master Terumi Mei. Konoha wrote back, reinforcements are already on the way. Anxiety flashed in Terumi Mei's emerald green eyes, biting the lips tightly together. Konoha, please. At this moment, the three tails in the distance suddenly moved. It seems to be irritated by Kirigakure's ninja. The huge body stopped. The shape of the ninjas. Stop, finally stopped. Listening to the shouts of the ninjas, Terumi Mei's face is full of solemnity. Three tails, he didn't stop being beaten. What is he going to do? Seems to hear Terumi Mei's monologue. Three tails opened a huge mouth. 930 for an instant. The huge chakra gathered on the mouth. Terumi Mei's pupils shrink. Big hand wave. Not good. All retreat. Three tails is going to use tailed beast bomb. Quick retreat. The voice just fell. Boom. There is a roar. The huge tailed beast bomb hits everyone quickly. Facing the power of tailed beast bomb, many people have given up resistance. Mouth drooping. Such power, how can it be possible to win? Tailed beast bomb exudes endless power and smashes to the ground. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the terrain was changed. A huge sinkhole appeared. The sea is flooding, trying to fill the pothole. Countless Kirigakure ninjas died in tailed beast bomb. The broken ground was pushed away. Terumi Mei and other ninjas appear, looking at everything around. Terumi Mei felt a heartache, angry but more helpless. Obviously, the resistance has just succeeded. What for? Green. Terumi Mei shouted. What? Green long dress. Ching with a blindfold on his right eye came to Terumi Mei's side. Master Terumi Mei. Ching, use Byakugan to find out if Three Tails is weak. The charms on Ching's ears shook lightly. Yes. Then, I watched Three Tails, who started to act. Byakugan. The green veins beside the right eye are exposed. Lord Terumi Mei. By Three Tails say. Three Tails is full of chakra. The subordinates did not find the weakness of Three Tails. Hearing that, Terumi Mei's face is even more ugly. Finally speaking weakly. Ching, take the ninjas to retreat. Green surprised Master Terumi Mei. Are you planning to? Terumi Mei rushed towards Three Tails. At the same time, fast printing. I will help you procrastinate. Water style mist shinobi technique. Thick fog spit out from the mouth, blur things around. Ching watched Terumi Mei disappear, clenched his fist tightly. Master Terumi Mei, you must be safe. Thoughts flashed in my heart. Ching led the large army and began to retreat. Terumi Mei walked through the thick fog and came to Three Tails. Looking at the huge monster. You are not polite. Lava style solving monster technique. Very viscous and corrosive acid is sprayed onto Three Tails. Roar, roar. Three Tails hurts. Yuan's eyes revealed immense anger. Body swaying, peel off the acid. Looking at the thick fog that blurs the vision, Three Tails roared, none of you can escape. After all, the Three Tails behind Three Tails swept wildly. A strong wind is produced. In a short while, the thick fog will disperse. Three Tails look at the Kirigakure ninjas who have not yet gone far. Grow your mouth again. Tailed beast bomb in your mouth. This time, I want you to die. Puff. The huge-tailed beast bomb rushes towards Kirigakure at a faster speed. Despair fills everyone's heart. Terumi Mei is no exception. At this time, a huge crimson figure resisted in front of tailed beast bomb. It is Fire Spirit. Fire Spirit resists tailed beast bomb with one hand. An indifferent voice resounded throughout the audience. Crush it, Fire Spirit roar. Fire Spirit roared. The huge palms pressed slightly, squeezed the tailed beast bomb directly. Puff! A huge roar accompanied by shock waves blasted through the audience. Terumi Mei sat on the ground blankly. Survived. Look up at Huoling. This is? Yeah, are you okay? The voice of the boy rang from behind Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei looked back. The boy holding a paper umbrella, waist-long ponytail, bells around the waist, jet black kimono, and a pair of wooden exhibitions. You are? Hui holds up the paper umbrella. Fang Yuai, Kana has reinforcements. Hearing that, Terumi Mei's pupil shrank. It's the child of the devil. The Mist Shinobi 7 had once performed an assassination mission. The goal is Fang Yuai. For a while, Terumi Mei doesn't know what to say. Past assassination targets, turned into a savior at this moment. Hui Yuya's opening. Has the new Mizukage been selected? Terumi Mei shook her head. Now the affairs of the village are temporarily managed by Master Yuan. Hui nodded. Okay, let's solve Three Tails first. After all, Hui looked at Three Tails at this time. Three Tails is standing in place, looking at the Fire Spirit in front of me with dread. The bell on Huey's waist rang softly. Solve it, Fire Spirit, roar. Hearing the words, the Fire Spirit strode to the front of Three Tails. Although it has not yet fully evolved into the King of Elves, but some abilities can already be used. I saw Huoling make a fist with his right hand. Supernova. Some mysterious power fell from the stars in the sky. Inject the Fire Spirit's right fist. That's how the stars shine. Star power. The fist hit Three Tails' cheek fiercely. Boom! Three Tails' huge body fell to the ground. The violent vibration came from the ground. Countless ninjas are sitting on the ground. Terumi Mei hasn't been relieved from Huey's shock. I fell into a greater shock. Watching Fire Spirit hit Three Tails with one punch after another, Terumi Mei felt deep fear. Too strong. Summoning beasts are so powerful. So, what about Fang Yuai himself? 12? Terumi Mei's eyes are on Fang Yuai is coming. Hui calmly said. Bring Terumi Mei's attention to the battlefield. I saw Three Tails' anger aroused. Push the Fire Spirit hard. Arch the body, with the huge thick carapace behind. Roll forward and fast like a wheel. The Fire Spirit stands in place. A trace of anger flashed in the two square-shaped eyes. Hands folded in front of you. Boom. I saw the power of the stars exuding the whole body of the Fire Spirit. Meteorite. I saw a hot high temperature around the Fire Spirit. Watching the menacing Three Tails, Huoling did not flinch. Boom. Smashed together hard. Roar. The roar of Three Tails came. I saw that its carapace was already shattered. The huge body fell backwards. Fire Spirit seizes the opportunity, holding the body of Three Tails with both hands. Flame gun. Unparalleled high temperature through the fingers. Pass it on to Three Tails. Roar. Three Tails roared in pain. At this moment, Three Tails had an idea. Tailed beast bomb gathers again. Aim at the head of the Fire Spirit. Zero distance release. The Fire Spirit's body received an impact. Release your hand. Subconsciously, Three Tails took this opportunity to flee to the sea madly. Seeing Terumi Mei take a sigh of relief. Finally leaving. Hui closes the paper umbrella. That won't work. What? Shunpo. Huey's figure is directly in front of Three Tails. Three Tails doesn't care about tiny humans. Next second, Ryatsu broke out on Hui. Three Tails made an emergency brake and stopped in front of Hui. The eyes are full of fear. What kind of power is that? Just release, make people feel Yanli. More than Three Tails, all the ninjas on the battlefield were shocked by Ryatsu. The stronger the strength, the more obvious the feeling. Terumi Mei is not good. Kana has monster. Glory stands in the void, looking at the Three Tails in front of you. Hey, where do you want to go? Three Tails heard the words silently. I know you can talk, don't pretend to be silent. Three Tails still doesn't speak at this time. Kurama on his shoulder spoke. Boy, let the old man come and talk to him. Hui did not refute. I saw Kurama lifted up and looked straight at Three Tails. You are still the same, like a dull gourd. Three Tails hear the words. Take a look at it. Kurama is actually with humans. The explosion of this news is no less than the appearance of the Fire Spirit. In a moment, Three Tails finally spoke. Nine Tails, how can you stay with humans? Kurama heard this, and his tail shook. Need a reason? It's just that I am willing. Oh, Kurama of Sundara. Three Tails naturally knows Kurama's character. Look at Xiongui. Hui shrugged. Isn't it obvious? It lost and followed me. Hey, hello. Isn't it good to save some face to the old man in front of outsiders? Kurama opened Huey's ears, speaking softly. Three Tails fell silent. The situation is clear. I definitely can't beat the human in front of me, and the big fire group behind will not let it go. What's more terrifying is that big fire group seems to be this human summoning beast. Pondered for a moment. Three Tails looking at Hui. How can I let me go? It's easy, follow me. Three Tails heard the words and looked at Kurama. Three Tails, Little Tails knows the real names of all tail beasts. Three Tails looks at Xianghui and seems to be verifying something. That's it, Fuji. Three Tails surprised no longer hesitate now body shrink. Hui also fell from the void. Fuji came to Huey's face step by step. Hui smiled and said, "Oh, yes, there is no place on the shoulders." Fuji shook his head. "I'll just be behind you." Hui smiled and nodded. "Kurama, look at the 930." Fuji, then look at you. Both glanced at Kurama. "Forget it, you're too lazy." Kurama's Sundra makes it disdain to talk back. "I'm actually afraid that Hui won't let him on his shoulders." The Kirigakure ninja in the distance looked at Kai so lightly and solved. Three Tails. Everyone was shocked. "It really looks like they are so weak." Terumi Mei came back home, slowly come to Huey's side. "Your Excellency Fang Ui, thank you for your reinforcements." Hui waved his hand carelessly. "Well, don't be like this." Terumi Mei smiled and said, "To thank your Excellency Fang Ui, please stay in Kirigakure for a few more days. We will do our best to the friendship of the landlord." Hui smiled and nodded. "Then trouble you, and don't call me your Excellency Fang Ui, just call me Hui." Terumi Mei nodded in response. "Hui, please wait a moment, I'll go help deal with the wounded." Go ahead and do it first." Hui watched Terumi Mei leave. Kurama says, "Is the trip of Kirigakure coming to an end?" A flash of light in Huey's eyes. "How is it possible? This is the beginning." While waiting for Terumi Mei to deal with the ninja, Hui looked at the system host. Feng Ui physical strength, energy, Ryutsu, 15x magic, 3x currently fused character, Yamamoto genryusai, 100% fusion, Asakura Leaf King, 90% fusion, evaluation, the first person in the ninja world. Seeing that the fusion degree of Asakura Yuan has reached 90, Hui can't help but look forward to who the next character will be. If you still use a knife and fire, that would be great. Obviously, Hui still hopes to be able to integrate swordsmanship or fire abilities. It just so happened that Terumi Mei finished the matter. Came to Huey's side. "His Excellency, please come with me." Hui came home from meditation. "It's all about calling Hui." Terumi Mei with a smile on her face speaks slowly. "Yes, Hui." After that, Hui followed Terumi Mei and got up to Kirigakure. Soon, everyone returned to Kirigakure. Hui looked at the village surrounded by mist. The eyes are full of curiosity. "Hui is the first time to come to Kirigakure, right?" Terumi Mei asked softly. Hui nodded. "Well, my first time here. I remember Kirigakure was called the place of blood mist before." Terumi Mei heard the words, the embarrassment on her face flashed by. "After all, my village knows about my village." Kirigakure blocked for several years, and his own baby face Mizukage is suspected of being hit by an illusion. But these, Terumi Mei didn't talk to Hui. After all, the ugliness of the family cannot be publicized. Hui naturally did not continue to ask. Instead, I scanned the shops on both sides. Get to Terumi Mei's side, speaking quietly. "Speaking of, hey, does Kirigakure have a good drink?" "Carrot, I can only breathe out when I speak." Lightly patted Terumi Mei's face. The distance between the two is infinitely closer. What an outsider sees. It's really ambiguous. Terumi Mei felt the sound of breathing in her ears. "A fragrant scent came from my nose. As a man, his body is so fragrant." Terumi Mei complained in her heart, "But it smells good." Took two greedy breaths. I heard Huey's voice. "Now, do you have good wine?" Terumi Mei raised her eyes to look at Xiang Hui. "If I remember correctly, your age is not yet ready to drink, right?" "Although the people are tall." Tuko silently in my heart. Hui shrugged. "Does it matter?" Terumi Mei smiled. "It doesn't matter, but don't get drunk." Hui waved his hand carelessly. "Well, I won't get drunk." Terumi Mei said, "Take you to a wine house in the evening, but for now, let's go to Master Yuan first. After all, you are a guest." Hui did not refute, watching Terumi Mei settle the wounded, so followed her to the Mizukage office. Boom, boom, boom. "Come in." An old voice came from the office. Two people opened the office door. Hui looked at the trembling Yuanchi in front of him. "I can't imagine this old man. I can live for more than 10 or 20 years." Terumi Mei respectfully said, "Master Yuan, the Three Tails who went violently have been subdued." Master Yuan nodded, looking at Xiang Hui. "I thought in my heart, a handsome boy." Terumi Mei said again, "Master Yuan, this is reinforcement from Konoha, Feng Ui. It's all thanks to Huey's help to subdue the tail beast." A light flashed in Master Yuan's eyes. Feng Ui thoughts go back to that night that year. Yagura inexplicably assigned an assassination mission. The goal is Feng Ui thinking of here. The old Master Yuan is not particularly embarrassed. Straighten up. Xiang Hui bowed to Feng Ui. "The previous assassination was so offensive. However, please believe Kirigakure, the situation was not what you thought it was." Hui waved his hand. He naturally knows the truth. "Not much to blame." Kirigakure. "Master Yuan, don't need to explain. I know." Master Yuan trembles when he hears this. Finally nodded. Hui asked Star, "I heard that Kirigakure's Mizukage has not been selected yet, right?" Yuanchi replied, "I have already decided on the candidate for Mizukage. It's just that she is not old enough." "Who knows?" Hui said. "Master Yuan, sometimes you don't need to abide by stereotypes. Do you think fourth Hokage is not the same as someone in his 20s? Master Yuan was silent for a while. "Zaiwai is right." Sighed gently. "It seems I was too careful." Terumi Mei on the side can't bear to look at Yuanchi. "Master Yuan, you are also good for Kirigakure." Master Yuan gave a miserable wry smile. "For Kirigakure? Look at what happened in Kirigakure these years. I feel ashamed." Hearing that, Terumi Mei no longer speaks. Master Yuan adjusted his breathing, watching Hui said, "Zaiwai, thank you so much this time." Hui said, "Promise, if you are polite, you don't have to." Yuanchi nodded. "Kirigakure will be Konoha's firm alliance in the future." Hui seriously said, "Then I hope Kirigakure will pick Mizukage soon." No longer pay attention to the babbling old man, Hui looks at Terumi Mei on the side. "Take me to find some beautiful bars." The two and Yuanchi bid farewell, walking on the foggy street. By the way, Kirigakure near the night is too humid. Rod Hui stretched out his hand to feel the humidity in the air. Terumi Mei laughed, who makes Kirigakure surrounded by the sea. Hui shrugged, no more words. Master Yuan observed the two from the window, if you can. It's not impossible. Hui followed Terumi Mei to a pub. The two sit down face to face soon. Shaka was on the table. Hui drank some wine, while talking. Terumi Mei, you should be a candidate for Mizukage, right? Terumi Mei was shocked when he heard the words. I moved my eyes. The green eyes looked at Hui. Why does Hui say that? It's nothing, just thought of asking. Terumi Mei smiled. Hui, you are so boring. Huey's drinking hand paused. Why would you say so? Terumi Mei covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. Hui mustn't have a girlfriend yet, right? Hui looked at her suspiciously. Terumi Mei continued, although the contact time is not long, but I can also see Huey's character, in addition to the necessary tasks, very indifferent to other things. Terumi Mei paused. So, it's impossible for you like this to have a girlfriend. After speaking, he looked at Hui proudly. It's written on my face, praise me. Hui put down the wine glass. Applause. Speaking, your analysis is very good, but it's a pity. What a pity. 930. Terumi Mei asked suspiciously. I saw a faint smile on Huey's mouth. Unfortunately all wrong. Terumi Mei was surprised and said, Allah, that means, does Hui have a girlfriend? Hui shrugged and did not answer. Terumi Mei looked at Hui, who reacted like this. Sigh. Oh, a good man has a girlfriend. Cried dramatic. Hui commented in his heart. In the next few days, Terumi Mei has been playing with Hui everywhere. Two people sitting by the sea. Are you going back tomorrow? Terumi Mei asked. Hui nodded. The time to come out is not short. It's time to go back. Terumi Mei was silent for a long time. Will it come again in the future? Of course it will come. Kirigakure's wine can be said to be the best in the ninja world, just for good wine. Terumi Mei looked at Hui with teary eyes. Hey, the play is over, Hui said with a black line. Terumi Mei opened her eyes. Allah, has Hui discovered this? Huey's mouth twitched, indicating that he didn't want to pay attention to the drama. Hui returned to the hotel. Early morning of the second day, a little white snake slowly crawled in front of Hui. Spit out a scroll from your mouth. Hui shook the sticky mucus in disgust. Open the scroll. I saw it, wrote Master Hui. The transformation of Ryokai Cave has been completed. I have found the thing you ordered. In addition, about Kaido, I still have some things I don't understand. I also invite Master Hui to come here. The signature is Orochimaru. Hui thought about it carefully. It's nothing anyway, then go take a look. Say hello to Terumi Mei. Bring Kurama and Fuji. Left Kirigakure. Regarding Fuji's departure, Kirigakure did not show any dissatisfaction. Instead, I begged Hui to take it away. Hui, she can't understand Kirigakure's brain circuit. Just take it with you. Take the white snake to a desert island near Kirigakure. Little white snake. Reverse summoning technique. Puff. The voice just fell. Hui and the two-tailed beast disappeared in place after a ray of light. Hui adjusted to the sun, looking at the surrounding environment. We have come to Ryokai Cave. Welcome to come back again, Master Hui. Hoarse voice came. Hui looked up and saw that it was the snake pill. Orochimaru's eyes are faintly looking at the bright in front of him. Master Hui, you have become even more incomprehensible. What do you say? Orochimaru looked at the invisible fire spirit behind K. I didn't have this big guy before. Hui felt a little surprised. Orochimaru, Sage Mode succeeded. Orochimaru nodded and shook again. Sage Mode is not accurate. Some of Kaido's concepts have also been added to it. Oh, Hui was curious for specific matters. Master Hui will come with me, and I will explain to you on the way. The two walked side by side in Ryokai Cave. On closer inspection, Orochimaru is slightly behind by half his body. The essence of Kaido is to help people heal. The effect is actually similar to healing jutsu. Hui felt slightly embarrassed. I found it, sigh in my heart. After all, I used Kaido to fool the snake pill, but Orochimaru doesn't seem to complain. Just listen to Orochimaru continuing. But when I studied carefully, I found that Kaido is actually much more powerful than healing jutsu. As long as you don't die, you can be saved. Orochimaru's expression gradually became enthusiastic. But I still can't release Kaido. The power system is completely different from chakra. At this moment, I discovered that chakra seems to resonate with Kaido. Hui brow raised. How do you say? Are you worthy of being the #1 scientist in the ninja world? Orochimaru holds his hands high. So, I combined the two together. Then Orochimaru, what's the effect? Orochimaru licked his lips. Now if the injury is not fatal, once Sage Mode is turned on, it can be restored in an instant. Hui thumbs up. Good job, Orochimaru. The two finally reached the end of Ryokai Cave. Orochimaru makes a pleased gesture. Master Hui, I found what you need. Teraki's gaze followed Orochimaru's gesture, looked at the object in the middle of the room. Huey's mouth evokes a smile. Orochimaru, good job. What's inside is nothing else. It is Shinigami's mask. Temporarily give the Shinigami mask to Orochimaru for safekeeping. Anyway, I don't need it for the time being. Leave it to Orochimaru. Maybe I can find something. Teru looked at Orochimaru with his eyes, lips light up. Orochimaru, you did a good job. I naturally want to give you some rewards. As he said, his right hand slowly stretched out. A ball of Ryotsu appeared in the hand of Kagaya. Orochimaru's pupil shrinks, feeling that power, completely different from the power of chakra. Orochimaru's breathing became heavier and heavier. Master Hui, is this your strength? Hui nodded. This kind of energy is called Ryutsu. Orikimura trembled, muttered Ryutsu. Hui continued, I know that immortality is your dream. If you can penetrate Ryutsu, I promise, you can definitely realize your dream. After all, throw the ball of Ryutsu in your hand to Orikimura. It will as if there is a physical Ryutsu. It fell directly into Orikimura's palm. Don't look at it small. I have concentrated Ryutsu with extremely high density in it. These are enough for you to study for decades. Orikimura enthusiastically stares at the ball of Ryutsu and his hands lips licked. Master Hui should be real this time, right? Huey's mouth twitched. You can definitely realize your dream this time. After bidding farewell to Orikimura, Huey's figure appeared on the desert island again, discerned the direction. Huey's figure disappeared. Days passed. Huey's figure appeared in Konoha, walked towards the Hokage building smiling and greeting the village names on the road, came to the office. Uncle Minato, the mission is complete. Minato nodded. Zaiwai, trouble you again this time. It's okay, by the way, Uncle Minato, I want to travel again. Minato's mouth twitched. Zaiwai, you just came back after traveling for 2 years. This time is different. Minato asked suspiciously. Why is it different? This time I will bring Tai Yan. In the end, Minato agreed. After Hui and Minato bid farewell, I went back to Heitake's house, opened the door, actually saw Shi Yan's figure. Xian. Shi Yan turned her head and looked towards the door. Hui, after all, put down the rag in your hand, charged to Hui and hugged him tightly. It is more than words. Hui sat on the sofa, seeing Shi Yan who was constantly busy. She asks, speaking of which, Xian, why are you cleaning up your house? Did brother I let you do it? Xian hurriedly waved after hearing this. Hui, don't get me wrong, this is my volition. After all, only you 2 big men live in the house, and Kakashi-san is often away from home on assignments. I took the time to come and help tidy up. Hui shrugged. Xian, you pause for a while, there is one thing I want to tell you. Xian heard the words and sat quietly beside Hui. What is it? Hui, go on a trip with me. Hui flicked Xian's head gently. Why the question mark face? Xian covers her forehead. Why do you think of traveling? Hui, just go and relax. Xian's eyes closed. Hui, do you want to taste wine again? When Hui heard the words, his words were immediately lost. Ahem, Xian, don't be so straightforward. Xian looked at Hui with contempt. Hui coughed slightly. Well, then can you go? Go, why not go? Discuss what to take with Xian. Xian went home to pack her things. Hui is boring staying at home, so I came to the Uchiha clan. He and Itake guide the 2 little ones. Hui-kun, are you going to travel again? Itake heard Huey's next plan, surprised. How many years do you plan to go this time? Hui looked helplessly. 1,007. It won't be long. Itake's expression is full of I believe you a ghost, seeking flowers. 0. Ahem, anyway, I'm here to talk to you this time. Itake sighed lightly. Hui-kun, drink less wine. Hey, is my purpose obvious? Itake raised his eyebrows. What do you think? Then whispered. Hui-kun, I heard that drinking too much has an impact on that. You have to think about Xian. Itake looked at Hui seriously. Hui, where did you see these messy things? Itake thought about it carefully. Let me think about it. Intimacy series. Okay. Stop it. Asterisk, 0. Hui hurriedly stopped the ferret. 1,007. You should stay away from pervert brother. Looking at the darkening sky, Hui declined Mikato's request to share dinner. Back to Heitake's house, I saw the familiar white-haired brother. Don't show Itake these weird books, okay? Kakashi looked reluctant. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Hui told Kakashi about the matter. Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly. Ahaha, I'll pay attention later. It's you. Hui, you are going to drink again. No, go on a trip. Hey, I heard it. Damn it. After telling the matter to Kakashi again, Kakashi was silent for a moment. Honeymoon. K's honeymoon. Gan. Is Naruto's style of painting like this? I'm too lazy to complain. Kakashi, go upstairs and sleep. The next morning, Hui and Xian appeared at the entrance of the village. Let's go, Xian. Okay. The 2 hold hands, start this trip happily. The gears of time turn mercilessly. Time is like the balance in a bank card, passing quickly. Konoha for 60 years. This year, Ju Xiaoqiang is about to graduate. In the noisy class, most of the eyes glanced over the 2 seats in the middle of the classroom. From time to time there are 2 figures sitting there. One of them, wearing blue short sleeves and white shorts with a cold, pretending, expression. Put your hands in front of you. Uchiha's new generation of genius boys, Uchiha Sasuke. The other is wearing yellow short sleeves and black shorts, with a big smile. I seem to be talking to Shikamaru next to me, son of 4th Hokage Uzumaki Naruto. It seems that Naruto's voice is too loud, so noisy. Suzuki, who pretends to be forced, fog, thinking Suzuki. Ling Li's eyes fixed on the back of Naruto's 930 head, coldly speaking behind Naruto. The tail of the crane. You are too noisy. Naruto, who was chatting, heard Suzuki's voice, turning around with a puzzled look. Maybe the action is too big. The lips of the 2 are right together. Other people in the classroom. The hearts of all the girls are broken. Suzuki-kun. Naruto-kun. Xiaoming and 2 hurriedly separated their lips. The 2 vomited in different directions. Suzuki wiped the corners of his mouth. The tail of the crane. Are you looking for death? Pretend to be a cool guy. How can you do this? Although the way is different, but the famous scene still happened. At this time, Irika with a scar on his face walked and clapped his hands, draw everyone's attention to him. Okay. Everyone, the graduation exam is about to begin. This year's graduation exam, the assessment content is transformation technique. Hearing that, there were screams in the class. How is the transformation technique so difficult? Of course, Xiaoming and the two are very calm. After more than 10 years of special training, it's not a wasted time. The two successfully completed the transformation technique, got a ninja forward protector. Say goodbye to ninja school. The two walked out of the school gate. Kushina and Mikado waited there early. Naruto looked at the forward protector in his hand, happily speaking, ahaha, Hokage's seat is one step closer to me. Suzuki's disdainful voice came from the side. Shout, Naruto's seat will be mine. What are you talking about? Suzuki, what's the matter? Want to fight? Naruto, boom, boom, a big bag of love bulged up on the two people's heads at the same time naturally from Kushina's fist. Kushina red hair fluttering. Yeah, you too. I know quarrel every day. Get along with me in peace. The two looked at Kushina, who was furious. The scene of being taught by Kushina gradually emerged. The two trembled all over. Yes. Got it, mother, godmother. Humped. Kushina snorted. I saw the forward protector in the hands of the two. Huh? You two got the forward protector. Mikato also said with a smile, congratulations to you two for becoming ninjas. The two nodded. Naruto said, this way I will be one step closer to 6th Hokage. Kushina asked suspiciously, 6th generation item? Isn't it 5th generation item? Naruto puts on the forward protector, thumbs up with his right hand, 5th generation, from Brother Hui. Kushina heard the words and laughed. Yes, you don't know when Brother Hui will be back. Having said that, Kushina sighed and looked into the distance. If you don't come back, Minato will be exhausted. Mikato patted Kushina on the shoulder. Don't worry, Hui will definitely be back. At the same time, the country of fire. Two figures of a man and a woman walking in the forest. The woman is wearing pale white short sleeves and a hakama. The long purple hair swings from side to side with walking Hui. It's almost Konoha. Look at the figure on the side. The man is 1.83 meters tall, slender figure, fair skin that even girls would envy. Holding a white paper umbrella, her black hair was tied into a ponytail, scattered randomly behind her. The bell on the waist makes a nice sound as I walk. In addition, there was a very long knife hanging from his waist. The man took the paper umbrella away, exposed a handsome face. The slightest deficiency is, his face was full of lazy expressions. It is Hui, who has traveled for several years. Hui placed his left hand casually in the open black kimono, holding an umbrella in your right hand. It's almost Konoha. There is a rare fluctuation in the plain tone. Hearing this, Shiyan pouted. Hui, we will definitely be scolded to death by Master Minato when we go back. Hui said lazily, it's okay, Shiyan, Uncle Minato can't beat me. 5.0 yen fu amount. This is not the point. The two continued to move towards Konoha. Huey's eyes swept across the system host. Fengyuai stamina, 15x energy, 15x Ryatsu. Magic. Currently fused character, Yamamoto genryusai, 130% fusion, Asak Relief King, 100% fusion, Crazy, 99% fusion. Hui thought in his heart, the fusion of madness is almost complete. In the past 10 years, Shinobi has been unexpectedly quiet. It seems that we can only wait until the plot begins. After 2 days, the two finally returned to Konoha village. Standing at Konoha's door, Hui sighed, I'm finally back. Shiyan can't wait to get in. At this moment, Gang Zisha's figure appeared in front of the two stranger travelers. Please show me your credentials. Hui removed the paper umbrella. As expected of you, Konoha gatekeeper. Gang Zisha, don't you remember me? Gang Zisha listened to a slightly familiar voice, looking at the person in front of you carefully. The same paper umbrella, the same clothes style, same hairstyle. Gang Zisha's gasping sound is getting heavier and heavier. Master Hui, I seem to remember. Gang Zisha immediately bowed. Master Hui, welcome back. The tone was full of excitement. Hui waved his hand. Okay, Uncle Minato, I'm going now. You don't need to report anymore. Gang Zisha nodded wildly after hearing this. Yes, Master Hui. 12 Taro and Yugen strolling along the streets of Konoha. The two looked around curiously. Konoha has changed so much. Hui agrees. Yes, the changes are too great. Fortunately, the location of the Konoha building has not changed, otherwise, I really can't find the way. Came to the Hokage building. Umbu, who is in charge of guarding the building, appeared in front of them too. This is the Konoha building. No people are allowed to enter. Huey's voice came from under the umbrella. Sheiyanjai, it's me. Sheiyanjai trembled when he heard the words, Master Hui, you are back. Hui nodded. I just came back. I'll go find Uncle Minato first. Go to Umbu later. Sheiyanjai answered. Master Hui, please come in. Watching Hui enter the building, Mensin on the side. Umbu said, Captain, who is the minister of Umbu? Sheiyanjai nodded. Yes, Umbu's minister, Konoha's demon, Fengyuai. Hui and Zian knocked on the office door. Come in. An angry voice came from inside. Hui to entered the company. I saw Minato with thick lenses. At a glance, as usual, I am correcting the documents around me. Minato looked up at the people coming. I recognized Hui in an instant. Look overjoyed. Zaiwai, you are back. Hui smiled. Just came back. Uncle Minato, your eyes? Too many correction documents, hahaha. Minato scratched his head and said, I told you a while ago to make you pay attention to rest as Hokage, you have to go all out. Minato shook his fist. The three chatted for a long time. Shien tells the interesting things encountered during the trip. Minato listened and laughed suddenly. Minato remembered something. By the way, Hui, the time for you to come back today is just right. Today is the day when Naruto and Sasuke graduated. Oh? I have graduated. Love flashed in Minato's eyes. Yes, I have graduated. Naruto and Sasuke also said they would become 6th Hokage. Hui Vinian raised his eyebrows. Oh, 6th generation? Yes, because 5th generation is for you. Having said that, Minato's gaze was fixed on Hui. Hui waved his hand. Well, don't worry about this kind of thing. Look at Minato. Besides, uncle, you are still young. Minato sighed. I knew you would say that. By the way, where is my eldest brother? Minato smiles at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi, he is in distress. Oh? What's upsetting? Because, I want him to be the guide of Naruto and Sasuke Jonin. Hahaha. Hui thought about Kakashi's sad look, also laughed. Naruto will be divided into shifts tomorrow, right? Ah, tomorrow morning. Hui nodded. Uncle Minato, let's go home first. Hurry up. Oh yes, remember to go there. Kushina got it. Uncle Minato. Goodbye, Master Minato. After leaving the Hokage building, Shien and Hui said hello. She also has to go home. Hui returned to Heideke's house alone. As soon as I enter the house, I saw that white-haired big brother. I'm back. Hui, welcome back. The two sit on the sofa. Hui chatted about his travels. Kakashi listened quietly. Suddenly, Hui said, speaking of brother, are you going to be Naruto's guide Jonin? Kakashi felt a big head when he heard this. Yes, Master Minato's ordered. Naruto 930. Are they strong now? Kakashi nodded solemnly. Ah, quite strong. Shonin's strength is already in place, right? Hui Vinian nodded. It seems that I haven't been lazy during this period of time. Speaking of which, Hui, when has your knife been so long? Kakashi pointed at the Nagata sword that was placed aside by Kakashi. Hui waved his hand. I learned a new sword technique again, so naturally the sword has to be made to order. Kakashi frowned. Really? Can I see it? Let's see. Kakashi picked up the Nagata sword. The weight is quite heavy. Thought in my heart, drew out the sword in his hand. Purple magic light flashed on the knife. Hello, Hui, this knife? Hui nodded. Well, there are feelings. Kakashi's pupils shrink. That means this is a demon knife. Terra took the Nagata sword, hold in hand. Yes, does it have a name? Hui gently brushed the blade with his left hand. Yep, his name is Demon Blade Village. Zheng serious. Time came to night. Kakashi and Taro are on their way to Minato's house. Hui, I think you might have to prepare yourself. Weezuo forced. What's wrong? Brother. Kakashi scratched his head. Ms. Kushina, her cooking skills. Huey's body trembled. The fear that was once dominated by Kushina came to my heart. Swallowed. Aki, isn't Master Kushina's cooking skills still good? Kakashi stared at a pair of dead fish eyes. Not at all. Can we go home now? At this moment, a gloomy female voice came from behind. That's too late. The two looked back. It is Kushina, who is furious. The two got goosebumps all over. So amazing. Master Kushina. Puff. Kushina did not speak. A fist of love hit Huey's head. Hui holding his head. Yeah. Why only hit me? Obviously, big brother pervert said it. Kushina's unkind eyes turned to Kakashi murderish. Kakashi hurriedly jumped away. Hui, Ms. Kushina, I'll go one step ahead. After finishing talking, he ran straight away. Te Niang quickly ran away. After some twists and turns, finally came to Kushina's house, opened the door. A yellow hair grinned and laughed. Big brother Hui. Naruto is 12 years old. Hui raised his right hand to say hello. Yeah, Naruto, it's a lot taller. Looking at Naruto's size, and the malnourished Naruto in the original, it's not alone. Kakashi went back alive for the night, helped Kushina cook. Taro and Naruto sat in the living room. Naruto gave Hui-Jan what happened over the years. Not long after, a knock on the door rang. Naruto opens the door. The Atake family is here too. Atake came to Hui. Hui-kun, you can be considered willing to come back. Huiyu's gaze made Hui feel uncomfortable. 107, long time no see. Sasuke behind Itaki also ran over. Brother Hui, welcome back. Hui touched Sasuke's head. Oh, Sasuke has grown a lot taller too. Yes, yes. Seeing people are almost there, Mikado went to help Kushina and Kakashi cook. Hui and Itaka sat and chatted together. Sasuke and Naruto are not naughty either, but obediently looking at a pair of close friends in front of me. Feel the joy that Itaka radiates from the heart, and the smile on Huey's face. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other. Will we do the same in the future? Subsequently, absolutely impossible. X2 X2 smell the fragrance of the food. Gradually, the crowd is seated, the food is on the table. Everyone had a nice meal. After the meal, Hui was listening to Ataka's nagging, Xiaoming and the two came to him. Aki, brother Hui. Hui looked at the two suspiciously. What's wrong? Sasuke stubbornly said, Brother Hui, if you have time, can you actually fight with us? Hearing this, Hui looked at Itaka, smile at the corner of the mouth. Oh? It seems you two are very confident. The two nodded unceremoniously. Although there is still a gap with Brother Hui, however, we want to know where our limits are. Wei smiled. Okay, the two of them have a joy on their faces and are about to go out. However, it's not now, it's too late after all. The two nodded quickly after dealing with the two little things. The door was knocked again. Kushina opened the door suspiciously. I saw Shion carrying some gifts in her hands, standing pretty at the door watching Kushina opening the door. Shion bends slightly and greets sister Kushina. Is that Wei here? Kushina looked at her scornfully. Come in, Shion. After finishing talking, he pulled Xian in. Hui looked at Jiaren with a smile on his face. Xian, come here. Xian sat quietly beside Hui. Kushina and Mikoto are just as crazy, squeezed Hui away in an instant, forcibly squeezed Xian in the middle, talking about girls, women. Time gradually came late at night. Wait until Minato comes back. Everyone chatted for a while, and then they dispersed. Hui sent Xian back home. I also returned to Heidake house lying in bed, feel the warmth of everyone. Humaime fell asleep the next day. Hui got up early to practice swordsmanship. Kakashi is watching waiting for Hui to finish training. Kakashi asked, Hui, your knife skills? Hui wiped the sweat off his face. What's wrong? Brother. Kakashi pinched his chin. It seems, what is different? Hui replied, it's different from the previous swordsmanship. Kakashi, no good, suddenly realized, is this your new sword technique? Yes, elder brother, do you want to try it? Kakashi's mouth twitches. It seems to recall the first duel. I don't, I'll leave it to Naruto and the others to enjoy. By the way, do you really want to use this knife technique against Naruto and Sasuke? Hui asked, is there any problem? Kakashi thought for a moment. It seems that this kind of knife technique is deadly. The corner of Huey's mouth evokes, big brother deserves to be the inheritor of the White Fang sword technique. I can see it. Hui, what is the name of the new sword technique? Hui stroked the demon sword. Muramasa's serious lips light up. Mr. Wheeling God Murder Sword. Slowly ate breakfast with Kakashi, dangling to the ninja school. A trace of memory flashed in Huey's eyes. Kakashi laughed. What's wrong? Do you miss it very much? Hui nodded. I really miss it. Let's talk about it. Is Shisui still in Umbu now? Kakashi shrugged. Yes, Umbu. Aren't you going today? After you go, you will know Umbu has been lazy a lot in recent years. Hearing this, Hui nodded secretly. It seems that the punishment can be increased a little bit. After all, the two have arrived in the classroom. Open the classroom door. There are only 3 figures left in it, Naruto, Sasuke, and Haruno Sakura. Looking at Kakashi and Taro who appeared in front of the 3, both Zyuoming were shocked. So, Jonin is the leader of 2 people. Kakashi waved his hand. No, Hui was invited by me. As for what to let him do? Kakashi's mysterious smile. You'll know this in a while. Now you immediately set off to the rooftop. We gather there. After all, Kakashi and Taro disappeared in front of the 3. The 3 looked at each other, and a 930 started to come to the rooftop. Kakashi and Taro standing on the rooftop blowing the wind. By the way, Hui, Lord Jiraiya came back some time ago. Hui brow raised. Oh? What is the lascivious old man doing back? He said he found information about a terrorist organization. Having said that, Hui understands I should have found news from Akatsuki. Brother, if I'm not here next time the horny old man comes back, just tell him and tell him not to pursue further investigations. Kakashi heard the words and glanced at Hui. Looks like Hui knows something then, nodded in response. Well, I got it. Just in time, Zyuoming and Sakura also came to the rooftop. Kakashi motioned for the 3 to sit down. Naruto yelled carelessly, Miss Kakashi, why come to the rooftop? Kakashi coughed. For some time to come, I will be your guide Jonin. In order to get acquainted with my teammates, I asked you to come up to make a simple self-introduction. Little Sakura raised her hand. She is very excited to be in the same group as the 2 major male gods on campus. Ms. Kakashi, what do you want to say about self-introduction? Kakashi thought about it. For example, said what he likes, what he hates, and so on. Of course, dreams must also be said. Little Sakura asked again, so, don't Mrs. Kakashi need to introduce himself first? Hearing that, Kakashi suddenly remembered, although Zyuoming is familiar with him, but Haruno Sakura didn't know him at all. Kakashi embracing his arms. My name is Heite Kakashi, and I don't want to tell you what I like. I don't want to say something that is annoying. As for dreams, I don't want to say. Little Sakura's mouth twitches. Don't you still know a name in the end? Who knows? Naruto added on one side. Heite Kakashi, Elite Jonin, Copy Ninja. Sharingan Kakashi. Sasuke also put his hands on his knees, adding, still Konoha's first technician, Deputy Minister Umbu. Little Sakura listened to the glory of Kakashi, looking at the lazy white hair in front of me, shocked. At this moment, Hui also interrupted in the side. Also, my hobby is to read the Intimacy series. Kakashi stared at the fisheye. Hey, Hui, don't make troubles. Well, now it's your turn. Naruto raised his hand. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I like to eat ramen in practice. The annoying thing is losing to Sasuke. The dream is to become 6th Hokage. Waiting for Naruto to finish, Sasuke went on to say, Uchiha Sasuke, his hobby is eating wooden fish rice balls, practicing spiritual practice, hate to eat sweets and lose to Naruto. The dream is to gain strength and become a 6th Hokage. After all, the 2 eyes collided in the air. Little Sakura felt the aura radiated by the 2 male gods. Suddenly I feel like I'm on the wrong team. My name is Haruno Sakura. The things you like, it's better to talk about the people you like. Sweeping his eyes to the 2 of them, hate losing to Ino. My dream is to become a ninja as great as Tsunade-sama. After listening to the self-introduction of the three, Kakashi nodded. Very well, now prepare your weapons and head to the 7th exercise site. Hey? Why? Mrs. Kakashi, little Sakura asked suspiciously. Kakashi said, in the survival assessment, unqualified people are sent back to school every year. Gaze across the three, so, you have to work hard, that's it. After all, Kakashi and Taro went one step ahead and came to the 7th exercise site. Hui lay on the lawn on the side, watching Kakashi preparing alarms and lunchboxes stretched comfortably. Good weather, don't talk cold words on the sidelines anymore. Waited a while, the three finally arrived at the exercise site. Hui looked at Tato, who was beside Xiaoming. Two people, smiled happily. Look at the little Sakura empty-handed, just looking at them like a nympho. Hui is helpless after all, she is still young. Ms. Kakashi, here we are. Naruto said to Kakashi. The latter nodded. Let's have a showdown. Mr. Kakashi. Looking at Naruto, who was over-blooded, Kakashi's mouth twitches. Hey, your opponent this time is not me, not you. Who else could it be? It can never be Hui. Xiaoming looked at Hui in shock. The body can't stop the trembling. Excited. Little Sakura looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Although I have heard some stories of Hui, but I always feel that Feng Yuai does not seem to be famous for Kakashi in front of him. Sasuke stared at Hui, who stood up swayingly. Feng Yuai, Konoha's demon, killed hundreds of Iwagakure ninjas when he was young, beat Jiraiya, one of Sun, and killed Kirigakure people against Thunder Country. Naruto clasped the sword in his hand and added at the same time, it is also Minister Konoha Umbu. Inked Black Devil. Strength. The two looked at each other. Super Cage level. Little Sakura was shocked from the beginning, the trembling till now, despair again. Any name is something people in the ninja world desperately wanted to have. When all names describe the same person, that kind of fear, so little Sakura has no idea to face it directly. Hui stood up from the lawn, padded but, holding a white paper umbrella, slowly walked in front of everyone. Sasuke asked, Brother Hui, do you want to use it? Looking at the paper umbrella in Huey's hand, the consensus of the people of ninja world, don't let the paper umbrella in Huey's hand disappear. When the paper umbrella disappears, it's time to die. Hui shrugged. It doesn't take Ryujin Jaka to deal with you little boys. With that said, pin the paper umbrella behind. Take out the super long sword on his side. I use this. The three of them looked at the sword in Huey's hand, and exclaimed in surprise, what a long knife. Hui nodded. Another kind of sword technique after all. Xiaoming was shocked. Huey's knife skills, they have studied for a few years before they can learn it. Now, Big Brother Hui actually created another sword technique. Alright, do not piffle anymore, experience it in the battle. After all, Hui moved slightly under his feet. The body has come to the field. What? La! Xiaoming did not dare to neglect, then he instantly came to the field. Hui brow raised. Oh? Shushin technique. Palm. I can hold it pretty well. And this method of use was given to you by Shisui, right? Xiaoming nodded, following the little Sakura all the way to the two of them. Taro pulls out the sword. This is the Demon Blade Village Zheng Serious. The new sword technique, its name is Wheeling God Mary Murder Sword. Boom! After speaking, endless murderous aura emerged from Hui. That is the murderous aura belonging to 1,000 people / Sanxiao only felt the murderous aura on Hui. Xiaoming is okay, just feels pressured. Little Sakura had already knelt on the ground, trembling all over. After all, the little girl in Hepping years, how could you have seen murderous? I don't know where the courage came from. Little Sakura stood up tremblingly. Huey's eyes gradually turned scarlet. Come on. Let me feel your growth. S.A. Ming drew their swords at the same time, and tightly protected Sakura behind them. Sasuke said without looking back, Little Sakura, you are good at illusion, find the right time. Naruto also said, yes, let us face it. Little Sakura nodded heavily after hearing this. We are a small team. After all, Naruto and Sasuke rushed towards Teru. Hui enters the battle mode, an indifferent opening. Facing enemies stronger than you, choose a positive breakthrough? Madness. Huey's right-handed village is moving forward when the clash of swords only came to my ears. Block it. Sasuke's thoughts flashed in an instant. The right foot kicked fiercely on the Muramasa, put the body in the air. The sword in his hand traverses a perfect arc, cut Xianggui's head. Hui kicked Naruto away, resists Sasuke's attack again. The same punch hit Sasuke's abdomen. Woolen cloth. Boom. Two landing sounds came out one after another. Hui shook the Muramasa in his hand. Spray, it's my turn next. As soon as the words fell, Hui slammed his right foot on the ground. Although Shunpo is not used, but the physique that is already exploded, make him speed like a swift body. What? Xiaoming and the other two only felt a flower in front of them. An inky black figure appeared in front of the two. Hui held the extremely long Murakami in front of him, the murder sword of Wheeling God Jialong. Tachi slashed in front of him in parallel. The trio of Xiaoming only felt cold in the back. Spread. Sasuke yelled and pulled little Sakura away. Naruto also hurriedly jumped to the side. A light blue mosquito dragon flew out of the slash. Hit the ground in front of you fiercely. Cut the ground into a flat crack of tens of meters. Xiaoming and the three people felt scared for a while. If it is not dodge in time, I might die. The three gathered in the distance, looking up at Hui with scarlet eyes. A smile rises from the corner of Huey's mouth. Scream, I almost got a knife. Little Sakura cried, we almost died just now. Hui heard this and said, do you think the ninja is a family? The three of them were startled, and Sakura didn't cry anymore. Huijiang's Muramasa is aimed at the three of them. If you don't hold the determination to kill me, then go to hell. Seeking flowers. Zero. The voice just fell. Guyu appeared in Suzuki's eyes. 2 Tomo Sharinan. Naruto's spare left hand is also condensed with chakra. It is Raise-nan. Hui looked at the two with disdain. Suzuki put the sword into its sheath. Hand seal fire style great fireball technique. Hui slashed the great fireball apart. No progress. At this time, Naruto's Raise-nan is also close behind. Hui did not look back. The left hand squeezed Naruto's neck. Sure enough, no progress. Glancing at Naruto, who was stumbling, with a flick of the left arm, throw Naruto to the ground fiercely. Naruto clutched his neck, coughing constantly. Suzuki looked at Hui solemnly. Hui carried the sword on his shoulder, looking at the two with eyes like looking at ants. Are you all rubbish? The sharp language is like a sharp arrow stuck in the chest of two people. Naruto is holding the sword tightly. I'm not a waste. After that, I must rush forward. Was stopped by Suzuki. Naruto, calm down. 2 Tomo Sharinan looked straight at Hui. Big brother, Hui did it on purpose. Don't get caught. Listening to Suzuki's words, Naruto gradually calmed down. Although I don't want to admit it, but Hui is really strong, not human. Defeat the three of them in a playful way. Although the two of Xiuoming have Chunin strength. For that man, it's all about chopping melons and vegetables. Hui brow raised. What's the matter? Are you giving up like this? Naruto drank. Do not make jokes. You won't admit defeat if you died. Oh? Then you system. Huey's figure appeared behind Naruto. Just died. The demon sword village in his hand is swiping down mercilessly. Puppy. The demon blade village is relentlessly slashing through Naruto's body. Little Sakura looked at Hui at this time. The eyes are full of fear. This man is very dangerous. Puff. Naruto's body turned into white smoke. Brother Hui, you got fooled. Hui turned around, only to see Naruto rubbing Raise-nan in his hands. Has come behind Hui. Raise-nan. Raise-nan smashed towards Hui fiercely. The corners of Huey's mouth are curved. Naruto, you have grown up. I saw Hui move slightly, easily avoided Naruto's Raise-nan. Just stop here. Hui made a sword with his right hand, snapped. 930 cut it on Naruto's neck. Naruto only felt a pain. He fainted. The same flash came to Suzuki's Ming. Stunned Suzuki's scarlet eyes looked at the trembling little Sakura. Then, little Sakura fainted. Hui scratched his head. I haven't done anything yet. Kakashi came to Kei in an instant. Hui, isn't it a bit powerful to release water? Hui shrugged. Otherwise? Are you really going to kill them? After a long time, the three woke up leisurely. I saw Naruto and Suzuki tied to the pillar, little Sakura sitting on the ground. Kakashi came in front of the three. You, unqualified. Hey, X3. Naruto struggled physically and said, why? Mrs. Kakashi. Kakashi shook his finger. You guys still don't know the true meaning of this assessment. Look at the little Sakura. Little Sakura, you can leave after eating quantity. After that, Kakashi's figure disappeared. The next thing, it's exactly the same as in the original book. Hui lay on the grass. Listen to Kakashi's words. Those who violate the rules of ninja, we call it trash. However, people who don't know how to value their companions are not as good as trash. Hui stared at the sky. It seems that I haven't talked about Obito to my eldest brother. Thought of here. Hui turned over. Well, let's talk about it another day. At this time, Kakashi's voice came. Hui, help take a picture. Coming after solving the 7th class, Hui Wan declined Kakashi's invitation to entertain her, slowly came to the Umbu building. The enlarged Umbu building remains unchanged from the outside. Hui walked into the Umbu building and came to the underground training hall. There are only a few Umbu training. Hui saw a familiar figure. Sheiyanjai. Sheiyanjai was stunned for a moment. Seeing that the person here is Hui Yu, hurried to Huey's side. My minister. Hui nodded. Why are there so few people training? Are anyone else on a mission? Sheiyanjai froze for a long time. Your Excellency, the others have no mission. Huey's eyes condensed. Then why don't you come to train? Sheiyanjai sighed. Your Excellency does not know, all the older Umbus strictly abide by minister's rules, but the newcomer is very dissatisfied. Over time, all the newcomers no longer abide by the rules. There is no expression on Huey's face. Speak slowly. Assemble all Umbu. Yes. Hui stood alone on the stage, waiting quietly. 10 minutes. All Umbu was assembled. Everyone looked at Hui on the stage. They didn't say a word. Maybe they knew what they did wrong. Huey's eyes swept over everyone. Umbu's rules. Have you all forgotten? Everyone answered loudly. My lord minister. No. Hui closed the paper umbrella. Since you haven't forgotten, why don't you follow it? No one answered. Hui pointed an Umbu. For you, that Umbu is the newcomer who joined later. The newcomer thought for a long time and said, Master Minister, I think your method is outdated. Hui raised his brow. Oh? Tell me carefully. Ninja is now in peacetime. Umbu doesn't need such severe punishment at all. Hui raised his hands and applauded. In peacetime? Umbu now dare to believe that there is a peaceful period in the ninja world? Boom! Hui stopped talking nonsense, riots burst out suddenly on his body, everyone knelt to the ground in an instant. Hui said indifferently, it seems that Umbu's rules, you all forgot. But it's okay, I will make you all remember. Everyone was suppressed by Hui's spiritual power to the point that they couldn't lift themselves. It was suppressed for a few minutes in this way. Hui takes back his spiritual power, big hand wave. Sheyanjai, my minister, take everyone to receive the punishment. Yes, Lord Minister. The next month, Hui comes to Umbu every day to give special training to Umbu. 5.01 month later, Hui holding a paper umbrella walking down the street, Kakashi squad, and an old man walked towards him. Hui, are you still going to Umbu today? Kakashi put down the intimate paradise in his hand and asked. Hui nodded. I have to go. Look at the old man behind Kakashi. You want to leave the village? Yes, Master Minato took a sea-level mission for us to execute. Naruto on the side raised his hand. It's all my credit. Otherwise, my father wouldn't send us a sea-level mission. Yes, you are the best. Where to go? The country of waves. Hui heard this, knowing it in his heart, but there is a trace of doubt. After all, I was hacked to death by myself a few years ago. So who else can Cardo invite? With this question in mind, Hui also joined this mission. Of course, I didn't go with Kakashi and the others. Hui first came to Umbu, looking at Umbu who was already defecating. Hui nodded in satisfaction. In the next few days, I will not come over to urge you. I hope you don't be lazy, understand? Everyone replied loudly, understood. Your Lord Minister, the Umbu incident has temporarily come to an end. Hui went to Xian again and got greasy and crooked. Only then are we ready to go. After a few days, Hui finally came to the country of Wave, did not go to the Kakashi round. Instead, he came to Cardo's residence alone. Cardo is furious at this time. Trash. It's all a bunch of trash. Aren't you 12 famous traitors? Why can't even beat a few children? Another voice came. Children are not scary, but their leader is Kakashi. Cardo fury. Kakashi? Who is Kakashi? Rebel swallowed. Kakashi is a genius ninja who has been famous for a long time. Situation besides what? Kakashi's younger brother is that man. Carduo wondered, who could make the desperado-like rebellion feel so scared? Betrayal, said slowly Fang Yuwai. When Cardo heard the words, his whole body trembled. Even if you are not familiar with Ninja World, I have also heard of Huey's name. Cardo clutching his trembling hands. Fang Yuwai. At this moment, a voice came from the darkness. Huh? Do you know me? Who is it? Come out faster. The ninjas immediately surrounded Cardo. I saw Hui appearing out of the darkness holding a paper umbrella. Rebel looked at the people coming. The hand holding the knife hangs weakly. Ding dong, the knife was thrown on the ground randomly. Cardo's angry roar. Hey, I gave you money. What are you doing? Rebellious and miserable smile. It's meaningless. Looking at Hui with fear. This is Fang Yuwai waved. Cardo's pupils shrank, looked at Hui in horror. The next day, Kakashi and the others protected Uncle Dazna and built a bridge. A group of ninjas came in the distance. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Is that the companion of that group yesterday? Turning to Naruto, they said, protect Dazna. The enemy is coming. The voice just fell. The traitor on the opposite side rushed towards a few people frantically. Kakashi dare not neglect hand seal water style water dragon bomb technique. The huge water dragon rushes towards the ninjas. The rebels don't panic. GE and earth style earth flow wall. The earth wall resists Kakashi's water. Taking advantage of the gap, Kakashi seals again. Infamous shinobi technique. The thick fog quickly envelopes the bridge. Cover everyone's sight. Kakashi said to Naruto, protect Dazna's retreat. The three little ones moved back around Dazna tightly. At this time several voices sounded from the fog. Wind style great breakthrough. Kakashi was surprised. No. Hurry up. It's too late to say, then it's fast. The sharp wind style blows away the dense fog. The figures of Kakashi are exposed. Looking at the numerous rebels, Kakashi slowly removed the blindfold showing Sharingan. The name of the person, the shadow of the tree. The moment the rebels saw Sharingan, the body retreats involuntarily. Just when Kakashi was about to work hard, Cardo's angry voice came from behind. Renan, stop it to labor in capital. Pushing aside the crowd, Cardo came to the forefront looking at Kakashi. There is a trace of fear in his eyes. You are Kakashi, right? Kakashi doesn't speak, but looks at Kato quietly. The bridge, I agree to build it. At this time, not only Kakashi was shocked, Dazna was also shocked. The rebels were also shocked. Funny? Let's hack Dazna to death in a moment. Now let's not do it again. Cardo sweeps the betrayal. Promise that your reward will be given to you a lot, but don't do it. Cardo warned. 930 with his eyes looking at the lead. Renan rebel shrugged. You can make money without fighting. Who wants to fight and kill? After all, I followed Cardo and left. Kakashi and others are in a state of reluctance from the beginning. I don't know where Cardo is playing at this moment. Huey's figure appeared in front of Kakashi. Yeah, brother. Kakashi understood instantly. Hui should have made the move. Hui, you did it, right? Hui nodded. Yes, I happen to have no money. Go ask Cardo to get some. Did you subdue him? Hui shrugged. I didn't do anything, it's just that he knew me. Kakashi holding his thumb. Awesome. The crowd returned to Dazna's home. Finally relaxed, Dazna happily invited everyone to dinner. Kakashi took the three of them to train. Hui sat on the pier alone. what is meditating on, what else do I want to forget? Suddenly, there was a flash of light in my mind. Obito thing. Hui came to the lawn looking at Kakashi, who was training three little ones. Put the paper umbrella aside, big brother, are you busy now? Kakashi looked back at Hui, walked slowly in front of Hui. What's wrong? Hui patted the grass on the side. Brother, sit down, I have something to say to you. Kakashi looked suspiciously at Hui but still sat next to him. What are you talking about? Isn't it a bloody plot? Huey's mouth twitched inside. Big brother, can you watch In Love in Heaven less? Kakashi scratched his head awkwardly, then tell it. Hui has a straight face. Brother, next I want to talk to you about things. Actually, I should have told you a long time ago, but Hui coughed awkwardly. I forgot. Kakashi looked at Hui. Okay, just tell me if you have anything. In order to prevent Kakashi from doing anything extraordinary, Hui specially reminded, brother, you must be mentally prepared. This matter will really exceed your imagination. Taro looked straight at Kakashi. Do you remember the Battle of the Gods Wyobi Bridge? A trace of remembrance flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Heavy opening. I will never forget it for a lifetime. Hui nodded. Well, what I'm going to tell you this time is that it happened during the Battle of Wyobi Bridge. Kakashi looked at Hui suspiciously. What else can happen in the Battle of God Wyobi Bridge? Hui solemnly said, in that battle, your best friend Obito died, right? Kakashi nodded in response. Then I trembled all over. Trembling opening. Hui, don't you mean to say? Hui nodded. That's the result. Your best friend, Obito, didn't die in the Battle of the Kamimu Bridge. Kakashi's pupils shrink. How can it be? Put your hands on Huey's shoulders. Hui, you are lying to me, right? Kakashi looked at the affirmation in Huey's eyes, holding one's head. It's impossible. It doesn't make sense. Hui watched. Kakashi's mood finally stabilized. Kakashi asked, then why didn't Obito come back? Hui said, this is what I'm going to say next. Hui coughed. Actually, the fundamental reason Obito didn't want to come back, I think you can probably guess too. Kakashi clutched his right hand, swallowed. Lin bar. Hui nodded affirmatively. It's because of Lin after all. Obito's favorite is Lin. It's all my fault. Kakashi fell into deep self-blame. Hui said, brother, the main responsibility for this matter is not on you. You don't need to be like this. And Kakashi asked, in what? Hui sighed. The second year of the Battle of God Wixi Kiao, the year Uncle Minato took office. Nine Tails Chaos. I think you still have an impression, right? Kakashi nodded. This kind of thing will never be forgotten in a lifetime. Hui continued, just after I subdued Nine Tails, Uncle Minato, and I confronted a masked man. Glancing at Kakashi, who was already shocked in the battle, I broke his mask. That person is Obito. Kakashi feels incredible. Yelled, why? Why does Obito do this? Hui looked at Kakashi, who was already furious, speaking slowly. I just said the reason. Kakashi startled. It's because of Lin. Hui continued, so, in order to resurrect Lin, a series of plans will be carried out. And this is the point I want to tell you. Kakashi was taken aback. This is not the point yet? The best friends who go to worship every year, it's not dead, isn't it the point? Slowly speaking. In order to revive Lin, Obito will start a plan, and this plan requires the power of the tail beast. All the tail beasts. Kakashi is completely numb, throat surging. If you collect all the tail beasts, that will surely start a war. Hui nodded. It will start a war. Hui looked at the three little ones who were training hard. So, brother, we have to prepare early. Kakashi stared at the sky blankly, no answer. Hui didn't care. The whole person is lying under the umbrella, fell asleep peacefully. After a long time, the sky dimmed. Hui, Nyohao, opened his eyes, looking at Kakashi, who has recovered from shock at this moment. Kakashi is helping the three of them to train. Hui smiled. I held up the umbrella in my hand and walked over. Brother Hui. Naruto roared. Kakashi turned to look at Taro and nodded, did not say much. Taro patted Kakashi on the shoulder. Don't worry, everything has me. Then I said to everyone, it's getting late, come here today, go to Dazna's for dinner, you will return to the village tomorrow. Kakashi looked at Hui with questioning. Hui, aren't you with us? Hui shook his head. No, I'm afraid of being killed by Naruto on the road. Naruto didn't do it anymore. Brother Hui, why am I so noisy? I ignored Naruto, who was making a lot of noise. Hui shrugged, then turned and left. The crowd returned to Dazna's home. After dinner, everyone went upstairs to sleep. Taro and Kakashi are walking along the beach. Do you really plan to go back together? Kakashi asked. No, I will leave early tomorrow morning. Aren't you really making noise just because of Naruto? Hui shrugged. I really simply think that Naruto is noisy. Alright. The two strolled for a while, then went back to sleep. The next morning, Hui was training in sword skills in the courtyard. The three little ones also got up early, facing the window, watching Huey's training carefully. There is no extra movement. Chop, chop, stab. Simple, basic, but difficult to maintain. Zhou Ming glanced at each other. He also brought his own Tadeo downstairs to join the training. After Hui finished practicing, looking at the two people behind him, no, it's three people. Little Sakura 930 also joined the training with a wooden stick. Hui shook his head slightly, take out a big sword from the space. Handed it to little Sakura. Little Sakura was flattered and held it in her hand. Thank you, brother Hui. Hui waved his hand carelessly. Just treat it as your birthday present. I don't have any gifts for my birthday. Little Sakura nodded vigorously. Brother Hui, this gift is really great. Hui smiled, touched Sakura's head, just turned and left. Hui cleaned himself up, put on a jet black kimono. Don't change the demon sword Muramusa Sirius around your waist, holding a paper umbrella in his hand. We greeted Kakashi and left first. Hui went to Cardo first. After ordering something, he set off towards Konoha. In the afternoon, Huey's figure has appeared in Konoha. Just found Zien. As a result, an Umbu figure appeared beside Hui. Master Umbu, Master Naruto, please. Hui nodded and looked at Shiyan apologetically. Shiyan tidied Huey's clothes. Go, Hui, don't let Hokage-sama wait too long. Hui nodded. Let's eat at my house tonight. Shiyan's mischievous smile. Okay, but Hui is cooking. Hui pettingly touched Zian's head. Then you are responsible for buying vegetables. I should be back soon. Shiyan nodded, on Huey's cheek like a dragonfly. Go ahead. Hui smiled, turned, and walked towards the Hokage building. In the office, Hui looked at Minato speechlessly. So you want me to be an examiner? Minato waved his hand. Zaiwai, not an examiner, but an invigilator. Huey's mouth twitches. Are these two different? Minato coughed slightly. Zaiwai, the Chunin exam this time is a joint exam. Tsunaga Corps, Iwaiga Corps, Kiriga Corps and ninjas from various small villages will participate. So, as Konoha's strongest you, how can you not show up? Hui pinched his chin. So, why should I show up? Minato held his forehead. Zaiwai, shock other countries. Zaiwai looked at Minato with a sad face. It just feels so troublesome. Minato waved his hand. No trouble at all. I believe in your evil. Hui slandered in his heart, but finally agreed. After all, things like joint exams don't happen much. As for Cloud Shinobi Village, why not participate? Although Cloud Shinobi Village has gone through more than 10 years, basically recovered, but the new generation of ninjas are still too weak. Moreover, the daimyo of Thunder Country did not want his village to go to the master's site to do things. By the way, Zaiwai, if there is anything you don't understand, just go to Marino Ibiki, he will tell you. Hui nodded and walked out of the Hokage office. Came to the Konoha interrogation department. I saw Marino Ibiki with a scar on his face. Ibis, who was originally serious, seeing Huey's arrival, stand straight immediately. My minister. Hui was stunned. Ibis continued. I also stayed in Umbu for a while. Hui expresses understanding. So, what should I do in the Chunin exam? Ibisai talked carefully about the process and content of the game with Hui. Hui finally said that everything understands. Compared with the original work, there is not much change, and the guy with the snake pill didn't come back to make trouble. I guess it will go smoothly. I guess so? Walked out of the interrogation department. Hui returned home. At a glance, I saw the long purple hair sitting on the sofa. Shiyan's eyes wide open. Hui, you are back. Hui stepped forward and touched Zian's head. Are you hungry? I'm going to cook now. Shiyan nodded. Yeah, Hui, I want to eat fish. It's the sauerkraut fish you made. Hui looked at Shiyan with a dozing face. Okay, you can eat whatever you want. Is the food ready? Shiyan nodded cutely. Yeah, it's all in the kitchen and I cleaned it up for you. Hui raised his thumb. Awesome. At night, Hui brought pickled cabbage fish up. The two had a nice meal. Zian, are you going to be here at night? Shiyan's face turned red when she heard this. Achy, Hui, I can't do it these days. Oh. Hui frowned. Why? Shiyan said falteringly. Recent special period. Hui knew it in his heart and wailed immediately. It's so painful. But the two did something shameful. Hui sends Zian home. Along the way, Hui was still talking about things to pay attention to recently. Zian listened with happiness. Arrived at the door. Hui, then I'm leaving. The two were tired and crooked for a while. I watched Zian go home. Hui also went home and fell asleep in Maime. Early the next morning, after Hui finished his normal training, he came to the Hokage office. The office at this time is already full of people. They are all the guide jonin of each ninja team. Hui saw Yurihong, Asuma, and others. Yeah, Hui, why are you here too? Asuma greeted enthusiastically. Pass a cigarette to Hui. By the way, Hui is also welcome, lighting the cigarette, looking at Minato behind the desk. After all, it's an invigilator. Terra shrugged and answered Asuma. Asuma looked at Hui in surprise. Oh. Hui is actually an invigilator. Hui must know the content of the exam. Even if I know it, I can't give it to you. Asuma's face was shocked. After skinning, I heard Minato's voice coming. This Chunin exam is a joint exam. In other words, Tsunaga Corps, Iwaiga Corps, Kiriga Corps, and several small villages will all join in. Glance over everyone. So, Konoha must first protect the safety of the exam. I have entrusted this matter to Zaiwai. The second thing is that Konoha can't lose his reputation. Minato looked at everyone seriously. Did you understand? Let other Shinobu village look at it. Why is Konoha still the top of the 5 villages? Asuma secretly spoke to Hui again. Isn't it because you are the leader of the 5 villages? Although it is very quiet, no one speaks in the present situation. All Asuma's words spread throughout the office. Asuma shocked. Minato just chuckled and shook his head. There is no criticism. After all, what Asuma said is not wrong. Okay, let's end this meeting. Everyone must cheer up. Everyone responded, yes. Lord Naruto. Hui stayed in the office and did not leave like everyone else. Minato looked at Hui suspiciously. What's wrong, Hui? What's the matter? Hui said, there is nothing wrong. I just forgot to tell you yesterday, brother, I have already talked about Obito. Minato was stunned. Sweat dripping from my face. Ano Zayawai, don't you want to talk to me a few years ago? Isn't it that he was afraid that he would not be able to stand the blow? All right. Hui continued, this Chunin exam, you put a lot of pressure on Genin. Minato nodded, without pressure, this Genin won't be on the battlefield at all. Hui Brao Yi. Uncle Minato is so sure that there is a war. Minato replied solemnly, there must be. After the two chatted for a while, Hui left. It happened that I ran into Kakashi, who was going to hand in the task. Yeah, brother Hui, the Chunin exam is about to start, right? Hui nodded, big brother got the news very fast. After all, I just met Hongdam. Hui asked, so? Are you going to let Naruto and the others participate? Naturally want to participate, after all, their strength has already reached Chunin. Hui looks at the proud Xiaoming, and the inferior little Sakura behind him. Okay, don't be proud, the opponents this time are people from other villages. The three of you must cheer up, win, understand? The three nodded and agreed. Brother Hui, look at it, I will definitely be the number one. Suzuki on the side is unhappy, seeking flowers. Zero the tail of the crane, the first place definitely belongs to Uchiha. X2 Hui bid farewell to a few people, walked to a corner. I saw a very interesting scene. Konohamaru was caught in the air by a man with a purple pattern on his face. Hui sighed helplessly, I can really come across everything. After all, a Ryotsu popped out in his hand. What? Ryotsu bombarded Kankuro like a cannonball, threw Konohamaru to the ground. His eyes swept around angrily. In the end, it was fixed on Huey's body. Kankuro's body trembled. The cold sweat on my head could not stop. Yell in my heart, how come I met him here? Zero Tamari on the side looked at Hui and his pupils shrank. Trembling opening, Konoha's demon Feng Yuwai. With that, I have held the fan in my hand tightly. Although you are guests from afar, but Huey's eyes dazzled. Does the person who treat Konoha like this really thinks he is really good? Kankuro and the two are feeling Huey's power. I only felt my legs trembling, and I didn't feel it. At this moment, the sandflies in front of the 2A figure appeared among the three. The word love is engraved on the forehead of the coming person. Carrying a huge gourd on his back, Hui raised his eyebrows and looked at me, who was so full. I actually hate someone acting in front of me. Hui whispered, then the Ryotsu on the body released a trace, pressed on the three people. Puff, puff, boom. Three sounds of kneeling on the ground came. I saw that the three of them had been suppressed and knelt down. Hui glanced at the three coldly. Remember, you are in Konoha now. After that, he turned and left. Kankuro clenched his fists. Tamari said, Kankuro, be patient. Looking at Hui, who has disappeared after that plan, Konoha will no longer exist. Hui, who has gone far, a dangerous arc rises at the corner of his mouth. Oh? It seems that this Chunin exam will be really interesting. The next day, genin who have signed up are all gathered in the downstairs of Naruto. Minato announced that the Chunin exam has officially started. The Chunin exam finally started with great cheers. The first examination room, conducted by Marino Ibiki. Hui assisted. Looking at the genin who filed in, Huey's face is always expressionless. Almost every genin who came in would take a look at Hui by the windowsill. The shadow of the famous tree of man. Most ninjas' first reaction to Hui is fear. After all, the first person in the ninja world. Marino Ibiki looked at Genin, who was already seated, knocked on the blackboard. The first exam, start. The 930 people began to answer seriously. Huey's gaze first looked at Xiaoming. Both of them are answering the questions carefully. Look at other people again. I saw Hui frowned. Third row, first from left, out. The man in the third row trembled. I wanted to refute a few words, and finally walked out silently with my head down. Second row, third from right, out. Huey's voice sounded again. One more person is out. As Hui kept chanting his name, almost every second someone will be eliminated. The second to last row, the fifth from the left, out of the game. I'm not convinced. Why? Finally, someone is not convinced. Hui raised his eyes and looked at Genin, who was talking with Iwagakure's forward protector, a burly body with anger in his eyes. Fai brow light Buddha out. Genin of Iwagakure clenched his fist, still seems unconvinced. Hui is too lazy to talk nonsense. Ryotsu exploded and pressed towards Genin. I saw Genin of Iwagakure fainted straight away. Bring it down. Hui waved his right hand. Someone immediately took Iwagakure Genin out. Although the Ryotsu just now is not for everyone, but the power radiated still shocked everyone. Experienced some twists and turns. No one dared to defy Huey's words. As the exam comes to an end, Marino Ibiki looked at the rest of the people. It's already less than 1/3. He clapped his hands and focused everyone's eyes on himself. Next, I announced the last question of this exam. If you want to continue answering questions, please stay. No one goes out. Marino Ibiki continued. If you go out now, you still have a chance to take the next Chunin exam. If you make a mistake, this will be the last Chunin exam in your ninja career. As soon as this word came out, most people began to waver. Someone stood up. Later, more people chose to give up. Marino Ibiki looked at the people who stayed behind, nodded in satisfaction. Hui originally wanted to see Naruto's famous scene, but the current Naruto is not the original Naruto. With quick thinking, Naruto caught the loophole. Marino Ibiki said in an instant. Little Sakura watched Ming and Tu calmly sitting there, naturally follow their steps. The remaining genin is still waiting for the 10th question. Morin Ibiki announced, okay, the first exam is over. the rest of the people passed the exam. When everyone heard the words, they were first taken aback, and then their faces were ecstatic. At this moment, the window was broken, a figure of a woman broke the glass and entered the classroom. Hui, who was sitting by the window, almost suffered. Hey, Anko, I'm still by the window. Anko was taken aback, looked at Hui, and scratched his head awkwardly. Ahaha, I didn't see you. Hui, well, forget it, hurry up and play the second game. Hui waved his hand indifferently, then disappeared into the classroom. The second examination room, the Tower of the Death Forest. Hui's figure appeared at the door. The two guarding the gate hurriedly bowed. Master Hui. Hui nodded, then stepped in. At this time, Anko sweeps the remaining genin in the classroom, muttering, "What? There are so many people left." Marino Ibixi said quietly, "This genin still understands very quickly." Anko knows it's okay. In the second game, there will be a lot less people. Look at the genins again. The second examination room, Death Forest. Come with me now. Anko brought the mighty crowd to the edge of the Death Forest, pointing to the tower in the middle of the forest. See there is the end of the second exam. But, as he said, he took out 3 scrolls of heaven, earth, and human in his hand. The assessed ninja must gather 3 types of scrolls to enter. Anko points to everyone. Moreover, this exam is based on teams. Explain the precautions of the exam to genin clearly. Let each team receive a different scroll. Now, the assessment begins. After Anko finished talking about 5.0, the figure disappeared in front of genin. Genin from different countries looked at each other. Some eyes are full of killing intent, some are full of fear. Various emotions are intertwined, finally dispersed in different directions. Xiaoming and Sakura naturally formed a team. Let's go, little Sakura. Naruto said to the trembling little Sakura, "Don't be afraid, Sasuke and I will protect you." Little Sakura calmed down, "I won't hold you back." Xiaoming looked at each other and smiled. Then go. The second exam officially begins. In the dead forest, remove the buzzing of insects. Silence. Almost all genin is advancing with breathless gaze. Out of the gourd baby from Tsunagakure. The Tsunagakure team, formed by Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari, their true strength has already reached Chunin, have not been promoted. It is to demonstrate the strength of the country. 3 people walking in the dead forest. As long as someone comes to grab the scroll, Gaara will kill mercilessly. Anko, hiding in the distance, looked at Gaara with murderous intent. Smacking your lips, Tisk, really a violent kid. At the same time, the Xiaoming team and the rest of Konoha Xiaoqiang are also looking for other ninjas from Ninja Village to snatch the scrolls. The first day ended in endless competition. The next day, the people who recovered all night began to move towards the tower. At this stage, everyone has collected the scrolls completely. The killing started to decrease. The 7th class is also moving towards its goal. 12 at this moment. Naruto felt a chill in her heart. Sasuke, little Sakura, spread out. What? The figures of the 3 disappeared in the same place in an instant. Perhaps the blood of the Uzumaki clan of Naruto began to awaken. Naruto can always detect something wrong for the first time. The 3 of them hid in the grass, staring at the clearing in front of them with bated breath. What? A tall figure appeared in the open space before the 7th class. The Comer frowned, seems to be wondering about Xiaoming's disappearance. Xiaoming looked at each other, asking each other if they know someone, then both of them shook their heads. Xiaoming's gaze looked at the open space again. The pupils of the 2 shrank, disappeared. Not good. Naruto yelled. She grabbed Sakura and left where she was. Boom! A huge roar resounded in the air. A huge hole appeared in the place where the 3 of them just now. The 7th shift fell on the ground, staring at the tall figure. Who are you? You are not the one who took the Chunin exam. The tall figure wears a hat. There was a cold hum in the nose. Dead people don't need to know so much. Burst of steam all over. Fight with Xiaoming. Hui, who was far away in the tower, opened his eyes. Why did this person appear here? Umbu exist. Notify Uncle Minato. Non-exam personnel appeared in the dead forest. Yes. Hui looked at Umbu, who left, got up and stretched. I hope it's a little fun. Boom! Zhou Ming's figure flew out and hit the book, spit out a mouthful of blood. Who are you? Gundam figure did not answer. Ling Yu's gaze was revealed in his eyes. Right foot on the ground. I saw the ground cracked. The whole person rushed towards Xiaoming at a rapid speed. At this time, a slash struck the man from behind Xiaoming. Looking back, Hui holds the demon sword Niramusa Sirius. The paper umbrella was retracted behind him, staring at the visitor with plain eyes. Iwagakur, 5 tails Jinchuriki. Han squinted his eyes and looked at the visitor. A dull voice came from under the mask. The devil of Konoha, Feng Yuwei. Hui threw a sword flower. Jonin of Iwagakur will actually appear swollen in the Chunin exam. What seems to be a conspiracy? Not much Chinese vapor armor formed on the body. Boil style weird power. I saw Han raise chakra to the boiling point. The power of the whole body rises in an instant. Focus on the right fist. Boom! Zion Wei fiercely. There is no expression on Huey's face. The demon sword village in the right hand waved casually when the sound of steel colliding. Han's figure didn't hold on for even a second, and then flew out. On the other hand, Hui hasn't moved a step. Han pushed away the stones from his body, looking at Hui solemnly squeezed the right fist that had just collided as expected of Feng Yuwei. At the same time, crying in my heart, Kokuo, borrow chakra. Swish, a white tail protruded from behind Han. Hui has an interesting expression on his face after all, Han can also be perfectly tailed. Breeze blowing, Hui is very curious about Han's next move, then, Han moved. Chakra gathered at the foot, jumped towards the distance. Hui, Ziu Oming. Huey's mouth twitched. Hey, it's Jinchuriki anyway, why are you so embarrassed? After all, when I was about to catch up, Chakra fluctuates in the place where Han fell to the ground before. Hui grabbed the three little ones and left the distance. Just listen to the boom sound, a big pit of tens of meters is formed. It turned out that before Han left, secretly condensing tailed beast bomb underground, and just this block, it also made Hui lose the breath of Han. Well, forget it, there will always be 930 soldiers will come to cover, and water will come to cover. Hui turned his head and said to the third class in class 7, okay, let's continue your exams, but, brother Hui, what happened just now? Naruto seems to want to ask something, but Hui ruthlessly interrupted. Okay, I have already told Uncle Minato, let's continue your exams. After hearing this, the three of them stopped talking. Hui turned and left the death forest, back in the tower, in the high tower at this time. Minato has used Flying Thunder God to rush over. Zayawai, how is the situation? Hui waved his hand. No casualties. Minato breathed a sigh of relief, and then asked, who the hell is it? Iwagakur, Five Tails Jinchuriki. Han. Minato's pupils shrink. Iwagakur, how dare they? It seems that there will be many changes in the Chunin exam this time. Uncle Minato, you have to prepare early. Minato nodded when he heard this. Hui, the next exam may have to trouble you to think about it. Ah, pay a raise, Uncle Minato. Minato chuckled and left. 3 days passed in a flash. Most teams have already got 3 scrolls. The rest either died in the fight or were out early. Hui looked at the time and thought it was almost the same. Let everyone come to the hall in the tower. Everyone is whispering. Don't know what this is going to do. Should you pass the second exam, right? Koji stuffed potato chips in his mouth and said vaguely. Shikamaru on the side looked calmly. Ah, it should be passed. Shikamaru, do you know why you want us to wait in the tower? Inu Jiaya asked. Shikamaru shook his head. Well, who knows this kind of thing? At this time, Hui came to the middle of the hall holding a paper umbrella. There was a riot in the crowd. Why did that man enter? Genin from other Shinobu village swallowed and said. Hui looked at the noisy crowd, frowned slightly. Rei's left hand snapped. Fingers mixed with magic power spread to everyone. Everyone just feels that their mouths are blocked by something. Okay, now you can listen to me. Huey's voice spread throughout the audience because there are too many people passing the assessment. So now for the third exam qualifier, one-on-one duel. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. Immediately followed by anger. Obviously I have come to this point. How about going to the third qualifier? It's just that the mouth is blocked and can't say anything. Well, the two sides of the duel will be randomly selected by the big screen. Hui pointed at the huge screen in the hall. So, let's see who will be in the first matchup now. Right. I saw the big screen began to scroll the names. Ding. Hui looked at the name of the person who appeared and chuckled. The first game, Uchiha Suzuki vs Red Carcass W. The battle process will not be repeated. Suzuki, who is stronger than the original, does not mean to release water at all. One trick to solve the Red Carcass wrong. At the same time, Jonin, the leader of each class, came to the tower. Kakashi walked to Terra's side. Hui, I checked Konoha just now, and there is no trace of the enemy for the time being. Hui nodded. Ah, it's okay, let's go back and accompany them in the qualifiers first. Kakashi nodded and returned to the 7th class. Qualifiers one after another. Hui looked at him and yawned. After all, the kid in the peaceful era, at most 1 or 2 ninjutsu, the person watching is drowsy. On the other hand, the guidance Jonin are all working hard to cheer up their players. Ah, should I also be a coach? Jonin. Thinking in Huey's mind, I happened to see Naruto jumping off the side. Well, forget it. Just think about the class you bring if there is a player like Naruto. I must be crazy. Dispelling this idea, Hui looked at the next 2 people on the court. Neji vs Hinata. It just so happens that Hinata has swept Hui for some reason. The 2 eyes looked at each other in the air, and then separated instantly. Hinata's face flushed in this regard. Hui expressed a dazed expression. Then it seems to remember the reason. After all, I saved it by myself. Then, calm down, and watch the confrontation in front of you because Hisashi did not die, so Niji's psychology is not so distorted. Byakugan. Niji's eyes burst with blue veins. Put on the gentle fist starting position. Miss, offended. Hinata wakes up from blushing. The face is full of determination. In front of that person, I will never lose, even if the opponent is Niji brother. Byakugan. Hinata also showed Byakugan. Hui looked at the 2 who were fully prepared. Fight, start. The 2 figures are fighting together. Both sides use the gentle fist method, attack each other's veins again and again. Niji looked at Hinata who resisted the attack. A smile flashed in my eyes. Miss, you have grown a lot. But it's not enough. After that, put Hinata's hands away with your right hand. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 32 palms. Wow. Niji's hands rose with white chakra flames, and he was about to hit Hinata. Hinata straightened the body that was about to fall in an instant. The same white flame rises above both hands. Brother Niji, don't underestimate me. Gentle fist method. 8 trigrams 32 palms. A soft drink came from the mouth. The same moves and Niji attack each other. After a while, Hinata fell into a disadvantage. Miss, Master took 32 palms, I'm very happy, but your palm power is not enough. After all, the white flame on Niji's palm increased sharply. Woolen cloth hit Hinata with a palm. Hinata was knocked to the ground. Niji closed his hand and held his fist at Hui. Master Hui, please announce the result of the game. Hui did not answer. Niji looked up a little unexpectedly. I saw Hinata stand up tremblingly. Niji was very surprised. After all, he didn't release the water at all just now. Hinata clutched her abdomen. Brother Niji, I haven't lost yet. After finishing speaking, he actually once again presented gentle fist starting position. Miss, give up. You can never beat me. Niji persuaded her heartily. No good. Then I saw Hinata's firm eyes. Niji let out a breath of helplessness, then offend. Miss. After all, without waiting for Hinata to react, it is about to use gentle fist method again. Hui on the side made a sound. Okay, Niji, stop it. Niji heard the words and took a physical meal. Standing in place obediently, Wishin came to Hinata's face, touched Hinata's head. Well, you have done well. I have to train hard after I go back. If you don't understand, you can ask me after that. I patted Hinata's head lightly. Hinata felt her body relax for a while, then fainted in Huey's arms. Niji wins. Hui placed Hinata next to the 8th class and returned to the midfield shot again. As the name scrolls, the big screen was finally fixed on two names: Gaara vs Lee. The two came to the court. I saw Guy with his thumb in his hand, clearly visible teeth reflect bursts of light. Lee. Come on. Lee shakes his fist with flames in the eyes. Oh. Look okay. Teacher Guy. Hui looked at Gaara with an indifferent face, looked at Lee again. Fight, start. The voice just fell. Lee's figure rushed towards Gaara. Leaf hurricane. The right leg carries a heavy force towards Gaara. On the other hand, Gaara was motionless. Puff. Right foot on the sand. Xiao Li surprised. What a quick sand. The figure jumped towards the back. After several trials, Xiao Li still can't break Gaara's defense. Guy on the viewing platform said loudly, Lee, take it off. Xiao Li was excited. Is it really possible? 9:30. Guy said of course. Xiao Li took off his load happily. Boom. The heavy load smashed the ground out of the big hole. Except for Hui, everyone present was shocked. Xiao Li felt the lightness after taking off the load. Look at Gaara. What? Xiao Li's figure instantly disappeared into Gaara's vision. What? Gaara was finally surprised. Boom. Woolen cloth, ultimate speed attack makes Sand's defense unable to keep up with Xiao Li at all. Finally, Xiao Li caught Sand's gap in an instant. Leaf hurricane. Kick Gaara out of the sand defense with one kick. Gaara's body rolled away, then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, slowly got up. The sand on my face keeps peeling off. Absolute defense. Xiao Li looked at the hideous Gaara. The eyes are full of seriousness. Gaara seems to be aroused, controlling the sand with both hands and constantly bombarding Xiao Li. Xiao Li can only dodge passively. Finally, Xiao Li's physical strength is exhausted. Huey's gaze lingered. It's coming. 8 inner gates, authorized by Guy. Li cheered up again. What? The figure appeared in front of Gaara instantly. Shadow leaf dance. I saw Xiao Li kick Gaara's chin. Kick the ladder into the air. Quickly walk around behind Gaara. Wrap Gaara with a bandage. Gaara out of the air is wrapped into huge dumplings. I saw Xiao Li holding Gaara in her arms, spin at high speed. Hit the ground. Table lotus. Puff. Boom. A huge roar resounded throughout the hall. Xiao Li looked tiredly at the huge pit. Gaara in the pit opened her eyes, unscathed. Xiao Li is not discouraged. Fist with both hands folded in front of you. 8 inner gates. Open the door. Rest the door. Shenmen. Boom. Xiao Li's body is wrapped in green steam. The blue veins on both sides of the temple are violent. Hui looked at Xiao Li with interest. 8 inner gates really deserves its reputation. Just when everyone was in a state of surprise, Xiao Li came to Gaara in an instant. Gaara's pupils shrink. Nanny. So fast. Xiao Li ignored it and flew Gaara with one kick. Ultimate speed and power. A high-speed airflow is produced. Keep kicking Gaara's body higher and higher. Just when Gaara started to fall, Xiao Li wraps Gaara with a bandage. Open round eyes glanced at Niji on the side. This was originally a trick for you. Niji, take a good look. Open the wound door. Open the do door. Boom. Green steam is coming out of Xiao Li. Make a tight fist with your right hand. Lilian Hua. A full blow hit Gaara's abdomen. Swish. Gaara's body slammed to the ground quickly. At the same time, the gourd behind him began to sand. Part of the damage was offset. The two finally fell to the ground. Xiao Li clutched his hand. Just 5th gate. It has already made Xiao Li's body unable to bear such a burden. At this time, Gaara opened her eyes leisurely, looking at Xiao Li with a fierce face, murderous look in his eyes. The sand on the ground obeyed Gaara's command, came to Xiao Li's side quickly. Sand binding hub. Gaara clenched her fist. Accompanied by Xiao Li's scream. Xiao Li's left hand and left foot were twisted off. Just when Gaara is going to continue, a voice came from the side. Enough. Gaara's face was full of anger. Looking back, I saw Hui standing there blankly holding the paper umbrella. Gaara was stunned for a moment. Silently recovered the sand. Back to the stands. Hui waved his right hand. Guy's figure can't wait to come to Xiao Li's face looking at Li tearfully plumb. Waiting for the scene to be cleaned up, Hui looked at everyone. Okay, let's continue to the next game. Time goes by constantly in the game. Hui also saw a lot of classic battles, but the ending may not be classic, such as the duel between Naruto and Naruto solved the battle just by instant in a hand knife with the end of the qualifiers. All candidates for the third game have also been selected: Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, Gaara, Temari, Shikamaru, Kankuro and Shino. Hui looked at a few people. 3 days later, the third game officially started. After that, Hui stopped paying attention to a few people. Stepping on Shunpo, he left the place. Because, just now I told him about a more important thing: Moonlight Blast was killed. Obviously it was not Orochimaru's hand, Iwagakure, with whom. The corners of Huey's mouth evoke a dangerous arc. It's really interesting. Hui came to Minato's office. As soon as I walked in, I saw Minato's serious face. Uncle Minato, how's the investigation going? Minato shook his head when he heard this. I only know that the moonlight and gust of wind dries up all over the body. The whole chakra has been drawn. Hui heard this, slightly surprised. Absorb chakra. Why is such a familiar ability? As we all know, there are not many people who can absorb chakra in the original work. The Hungry Kido in 6 paths counts as 1, Etsutsuki counts as 1, there is also a role, humble. 3 people flashed in Huey's mind, Hungry first, Kido excluded. After all, he just absorbed ninjutsu. Etsutsuki is still asleep at this time, so it can be done. There is only one person. Humble. Hui recalls his humble career. This person is Sunen's friend, but the qualifications are very different from Sunen. So in order to fill my own shortcomings, Puliahu developed a kind of ninjutsu and Ieluo. And the humble in the theater version only has 4 blood inheritance boundaries. Only the last one. And Moonlight Storm may be the last victim. Hui recovered from thinking. Uncle Minato, in the third game, I absolutely must protect my safety. In addition, I guess the murderer behind the scenes. Minato surprised. Really? Zaiowai. Hui nodded. Just wait and see the changes. Discussed the plan with Minato. Hui returned home, opened the door. I saw a few pairs of shoes near the entrance. Look up. Naruto and the others were laughing and playing in the living room. The 12 Xiaoqiang are actually there. Of course the respective leading teachers are also. All the Xiaoqiangs, out of the 7th class in Hinata. It is the first time that Basic Mountain faces himself, subconsciously afraid to speak. Huey's eyes turned into dead fish eyes, looking at Asuma and others. What are you doing? Asuma scratched his head. Ahaha, Naruto invited us to dinner. Hui nodded. I know everything to celebrate, but why celebrate in my house? Hello. Hui stared at Naruto. Naruto looks around, pointing at Sasuke. He made me do it. Sasuke was stunned, looking at Naruto's outstretched finger. Thank you so much for me. Feel the brighter and brighter eyes of Hui. Sasuke hurriedly said, Brother Hui. It was Mrs. Kakashi who asked us to have dinner here. Hui suddenly realized, if that's the case. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, seeming to think that the matter was over. Like this young. Hui continued, then you guys can help cooking. Hey, XN. Forced by Huey's lewd power, Zhong Xiaoqiang went to the kitchen to help Kakashi wash the vegetables. Only Hong and others are left in the living room. Looking at the living room finally quieter, Hui poured himself a cup of tea. Speaking of, Hong, when will you and Asuma get married? Puff. Asuma, who was drinking tea, spouted a sip of tea, seeking flowers. 0. Huey's mouth twitches. Hey, isn't it? You are childhood sweethearts. Asuma looked at the blushing red, cough. Ahem, that's how you say it, but, Zaiowai, are you too direct? Then how do I ask? When will the crystallization of love occur? Puff. XN. I said, you guys are really enough. Clean up the tea on the table. Hui took the cigarette stick. His thoughts had already drifted beyond the clouds. Zaiowai. A voice pulled Hui out of his thoughts. Kakashi looked at Hui. What do you want? I have dinner. 0. Hui shook his head. Throw out the messy thoughts. Come to the table. Pick up the sake on the table. First of all, congratulations to you for entering the 3rd round. But don't underestimate the enemy. X12. After a pleasant dinner, everyone left. Time is fleeting. 3 days passed in a flash. The official game of the 3rd game is about to begin. Kakashi looked at Hui. Trained in the backyard. Hui, are you really not a referee today? Hui wielding a big sword in his hand. Shiranui Genma has already been appointed as the referee. Hui, do you have something to do? Hui will complete the last action. Watching Kakashi. It's really big brother. There are indeed some things to do. Kakashi looked at Hui in surprise. What happened? Hui thought for a while. It seems to tell Kakashi that he should be protected in advance. Iwagakure may have changed. Kakashi's pupils shrank when he heard that. You mean this Chunin exam? Hui nodded. Big brother, don't think too much. I will go to Umbu in a while. You have to protect your subordinates. Kakashi went to the official game venue with anxiety. After Hui finished his training, he stepped forward to Umbu. Walked into my office. Clear law. Ching with a green mask appeared in front of Hui. My minister, there will be changes in today's game. You immediately notify the captains, raise the guard level to the highest level, and order all Umbu on vacation to return immediately. Ching heard this, feeling a little surprised. I quickly adjusted my mentality. Yes, Lord Minister, after the order is issued, Hui began to think about the purpose of Iweigakur 943. After all, Konoha is not in the original book only relying on Konoha, a cage level 3rd generation, but Konoha were the stronger standing. What is Oniki thinking? Thinking about this problem, Hui also came to the competition venue looking at Minato wearing a formal Naruto suit. Hui quipped, Uncle Minato, how long have you not worn this suit? I don't know, Minato sighed. If I can, I don't want to wear it either. But Iweigakur's Tsuchikage called today. Will come to watch the third game today. Hui heard the words, his eyes narrowed slightly. This thing is not easy. What exactly is Iweigakur planning to do? I don't understand the purpose of Iweigakur. Suo Zingui no longer thinks too much. He looked at the crowds who had already begun to enter the field one after another. Waiting for the crowd to take their seats, the figure of a little old man floated from the sky to Minato's side. The comer has a red cloth around his neck, wearing a green vested is Ohaiki, who is known as the Two Libras. Dayemyu's gray eyebrows and beard dangled in the wind. Looking at Minato, fourth Hokage, is this the first time we meet? Minato replied with a smile. Tsuchikage-sama welcomes you to Konoha as a guest. Oniki nodded, looking at Minato casually. When I saw Hui, the body trembles imperceptibly. This scene fell into Hui's eyes. Next, Hui suddenly realized, smiling at the corner of his mouth, thinking in my heart, is the purpose me? It's really bold, Onogi. Onoki took the initiative to come to Hui. This is Konoha's demon, Fengyu. Why, right. Hui looked at Onoji, who was mourning and cheating. Tsuchikage, old man, rushing Luffy, it really worked hard for you. There was a ray of light in Hui's eyes, and he smiled and looked at Onoji. Oniki was suddenly shocked, as if everything has been seen through. I keep comforting myself in my heart. Impossible. Don't mess with yourself. It's not easy to soothe a good mood. I looked up and saw Hui teasing. Ice cold sweat broke out on the back instantly. Fengyu, why, young and promising. After that, he hurriedly turned and returned to his seat. Minato looked at Hui suspiciously as if asking again what happened. Hui uses magic power to transfer his speculation into Minato's mind. Uncle Minato, Iweigakur's goal is me. Minato is shocked. Iweigakur, is there a pit in my brain? Isn't the goal that I am not fragrant? Why do you have to provoke Zaiwai? Minato looked at Hui with a look on your face that you are making fun. Hui shrugged. It seems to be saying that this is indeed the case. Minato is completely speechless. Iweigakur can only silently give a thumbs up. Then I watched the game with peace of mind. After all, worried about how Hui died, it is better to worry about the injured area of the village. After all, what was discussed yesterday has been allocated. The first game is Naruto vs Neji. Hui watched Naruto rush towards Neji with one hand, raised on. I know this is stable. Don't ask why, asking is what I said. Funny, Naruto walked off the venue with the shouts of the crowd. Gaara and Sasuke just appeared in the second game. Hui felt Oyemi's body tighten next to him, activated the power of vision to explore the heart of Oniki. I only heard Oyemi's heart think it's now. Hui looked at Onoji curiously. Oniki made a light gesture in his hand. I saw dozens of figures flying down from the sky. Have you used the ultralight and heavy rock technique on others? The corner of Hui's mouth rises. Really a perfect move. Rock shinobi in the sky fell while falling. Hand seal earth style earth dynamic core. Earth style gangly style technique. The stands where Hui and the others are starting to climb up crazy. Several giant rock monsters appeared in the surrounding area. Minato looked badly at Onogi, who jumped aside. Tsuchikage, what do you mean? Onoki flew in the air, Dingzuai with his eyes fixed on 5.0 Naruto. Fengyu is too dangerous for the entire ninja world. Minato frowned. Oh? Is Tsuchikage planning to punish evil and promote good? Tsuchikage shook his head. Hokage, even if it's you, aren't you at all wary? As Hokage, his people are actually stronger than him. Do you allow this kind of thing to happen? Minato smiled after listening. Tsuchikage, you don't know Hui at all, and you don't know me. After all, his ultimate goal is to let Hui take over and become Hokage. Listening to Minato's laughter, Oniki knew immediately that his provocative divorce had failed. I no longer stay at the moment, flying towards the middle of the venue at this time. The venue is surrounded by rock shinobi, and in the venue, Umbu, who is responsible for the order in the venue, is removed, and part of the guide Jonin, the most of the masses. Rock shinobi quickly came to the crowd. Keep people under control. Oyemi said to Hui, the people of Konoha have been controlled. Are you still planning to continue fighting? Fengyu, dictate yourself. Hui looked angry at Onoki. You. How dare you? Oniki smiled brazenly. Ha ha ha. I have already investigated clearly. Fengyu, you have a special affection for ordinary people, and now I control them. Fengyu, you are dead. Onoki, it's really a good move. Hui screaming. Onogi laughs. I didn't expect that just the first step would be 12 to make you surrender. I originally prepared a lot for you. It seems that I was the one who moved the crowd. Hearing that, Hui said, out of the humble Liohu and Han, is there anything else you have prepared? Oyemi smiled and answered, haha, of course it's humble. Oniki's expression is getting more and more wrong. Minato finally can't hold it anymore. Puff, ha 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 ha. The two laughed unscrupulously. Onoki jumps into thunder. You guys, do you still think you can make a comeback? Hui clutched his belly. Oh Hanaji, why don't you look back first? Hearing that, Oniki looked back, then the whole person is bad. I saw rock shinobi behind him all died, and it was the crowd standing beside them who killed them? It turns out that as early as yesterday, Hui and Minato decided, before the start of the third game, move the villagers as a whole to the refuge, and all the people on the scene are pretending to be ninjas of various families. Suchikage looked at this scene, clenched fists, took a deep breath. Feng Yuai, do you think you won? Come out. Stay humble. I saw a white-haired man slowly coming out from the ground. The visitor wore an oversized high-neck jacket with 3 leather belts inside. The red eyes are constantly scanning the surroundings, finally stayed on Huey's body. Cracked mouth corners. Feng Yuai, just absorb you after all. The humble figure disappeared instantly. Swift style. The humble speed has been increased to ultimate. Came to Hui in an instant. Dark style evil self-destruction fight. The humble hand exudes several kinds of chakra balls with chakra attributes. Fly to Hui swiftly. Hui pulled out the demon sword village at his waist, said to Minato beside me, the goal is me. Uncle Minato will take Umbu to Onoji to support. The ninja on Onoki can't hold it anymore. Minato nodded, directly launch Flying Thunder God and leave the place. Hui swiped his left hand across the blade without rushing, missing God Mary Murder Sword Mirage. When there was a soft groan from the blade of the demon sword, Muramasa, Huey's figure dissipated like ripples. The humble gaze condensed, chakra, breath, all disappeared. What? In an instant, Huey's figure appeared behind Bailu. Take the knife and no hurry. You heard it too, the sound of sakura flowers spreading out. Puff. I saw countless slashing attacks appearing in front of Huliahu. Ming. Spit out a big mouthful of blood in my humble mouth, looking at Hui with a ferocious gaze. No, not this kind of power. With this power, you can't kill me. After all, it's as humble as to grab the void with one hand. Puppet curse. What? I saw the red light in the eyes of the genins of other Shinobu village. Come quickly to the humble side. Dark style suckholes. I saw the charm in my hand madly absorb the chakra from them and added it to my body. With the filling of chakra, the humble wounds are healing quickly. Throwing away a dead body, looking at Hui with a humble grin. Feng Yuai. That kind of power. Give it to me. Hui didn't bother to talk nonsense with him, Shunpo directly to the humble body. The demon sword village in his hand is swinging towards Bailu. Humble drink, steel escape tempered. The body is instantly metallized, the sharp weapon of the same metal can't hurt the humble itself. Laughing at Hui madly. You who are called the demon of Konoha 943. Is that the level? Hearing this, Hui raised his brow. Easily avoid the humble sneak attack, standing in the void. Take the demon blade village back to the waist. Huey's lips light up. Speaking of which, you are really looking for death. Speaking of taking out the paper umbrella from the waist, humble and trembling with excitement, I'm finally going to see your true strength. I saw Hui open the white paper umbrella. Cover it gently on top of your head. Don't get me wrong, I just really don't want to fight a spicy chicken like you anymore. Humiliated by hearing the words, my heart trembled. That's it again. As a friend of Sunin, I was hit by 3 people. Screaming savagely, what do you know? Every time, always because of talent. I'm always because of my talent. I can't keep up with them. Huey's eyes looked coldly at the hysterical roar, open lips. K me? The paper umbrella in the hand turned slightly. Kill him, fire spirit. A huge figure gradually appeared behind Hui. At this time, the fire spirit has completely evolved into the Elf King. Mysterious runes flashed on the golden body from time to time. Everyone present stopped their movements, looking at Huoling in a daze. What is this? Yemu looked at Huoling and said tremblingly. Hui seems to have heard Onoki's words. The police glanced at Onoki. How about my summoning beast? Onogi is crazy. Do not make jokes. What summoning beast can have such a momentum? Looking at the madness of Onoji, Hui didn't bother to explain to him. Look at the humbleness in front of me. Feng Yuai. Don't underestimate me. Land Dun Thunder Cloud Cavity Wave. The chakra surging crazily in the humble body. Boom. Look up. I saw black cumulonimbus clouds appear in the sky. Thorn it. The lightning fell, and it hit everyone regardless of the enemy and me. Humble grin. Not enough. Land Dun Profound meaning Land Gilong. Thorn. The power of the falling lightning became immense. Everyone smashed the ground into a deep pit. Hui stood indifferently in front of Huoling. Fire spirit, destroy it. Roar. I saw the power of the stars gushing out of the fire spirit, finally gathered in front of the mouth. The sun bursts out. Swish. Puff. A huge beam of light gushes out from Huoling's mouth. Boom above the clouds. Boom. Just one blow. Just blast away the heavy dark clouds. The sun's rays of wine to the ground. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the tall figure standing in the void, and got the figure holding the umbrella. Strongest. This word popped out of everyone's mind for a while. The fire spirit does not stop. Raise a huge right hand, condense the power of the stars, aim humble. The humbleness at this moment is that the whole person is stupid. How can it be so strong? Carrot? Hui said indifferently. Go to hell and think again. The power of the star in fire spirit's right hand instantly remained humble and swallowed. No ashes can survive. After solving the humble stay, Hui sat on Huo Ling's shoulders, came to the front of Onoki. Are you going to continue fighting? Onogi Minato's voice came from the other side, then Umbu kept coming to Onoji. Onoki sweeps the Konoha shinobi in front of you, the right hand clenched fist tightly, roaring hideously. Even if you die, you have to peel a layer of Konoha. Han, let's make a big fuss. Far away from the venue, Han heard Oyemu's voice. No longer hesitate now, Kokuo. Completely beastly tailed. Han's body is wrapped in countless scarlet chakras. The tail beastization was completed in an instant. A pure white behemoth formed by the fusion of a dolphin and a horse appears. Roar! Kokuo shook his tail behind him, mouth open. The tailed beast chakra gathered in a ratio of 2 to 8 yin and yang. Chakra rotates at high speed and finally forms a high-density black energy bomb. Kokuo swallowed energy in one mouthful. Focus on the position of Hokage Rock. Spit out the energy bomb in a straight line. Swish! Tailed beast bomb. Feng Yuwei waved his hand. Fire Spirit, swallow it. At the moment, the figure of Fire Spirit appeared on the only way to tailed beast bomb. 2 claws are inserted into the tailed beast bomb ahead of time. Black hole. The mouth of the Fire Spirit formed a black hole. Swallow tailed beast bomb. Then, the figure of the Fire Spirit flew towards Kokuo. Onoki saw it. I can only curse secretly pervert. Then the hands are printed. After putting your hands together, open a cube transparent enchantment between the palms of your hands. Minato saw this scene. Pupil shrinks. Everyone stand back. It's second Tsuchikage's blood successor elimination. Original world stripping technique. Onoki flew into the air. Put your hands on the Hui dust. Escape. Original realm stripping technique. Oh! The huge white enchantment instantly enveloped the glory. Onoki's face flashed triumphantly. Go to hell. Feng Yuwei. It was so huge that there was a huge noise in the barrier. Boom! Zaiowai, my minister. Countless people watch the white smoke rising in the sky. Everyone's eyes are full of worries, even knowing Huey's strength is very strong. But after all, the blood succession that is above the blood succession limit is eliminated. Looking at the thick fog that has been unable to dissipate for a long time, the hearts of everyone mentioned their throats. Then, people saw the white paper umbrella. Then, Huey's figure appeared in front of everyone. The people's hanging hearts were relieved. Minato wiped cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately it's okay. Oyemu looked at Hui in disbelief. How can this be? Even if the shadow is hit by this trick, there will be no bones left. Fai brow light Buddha looking at the jumping Onoki. Big, no good, old man Yemu, you who have the strongest strength are worth my shot. After all, the paper umbrella in Huey's hand gradually disappeared. A quaint Zanpakuto appeared in the sight of everyone is coming. That is the strongest strength of the minister. You can still see Mr. Minister take action during your lifetime. Countless Umbu, Ninja, and Minato all look forward to Huey's means. After all, I haven't used real strength for more than 10 years. Huey's gaze swept to Onoki. Are you ready? Onoji victory is often just a momentary thing. Put your right hand on the handle. Boom. Ryotsu burst out all over. Finally condensed in the blade. Hui looked indifferently at Oyemu, who had already begun to tremble. Chu Zhanping. La. At the moment of drawing the sword, gather Ryotsu on the blade. An extremely fast slash flew towards Onoki. Onoki just feels his whole body is standing upright. Hands, move them. The trembling body raised his hands tremblingly. Earth-style rock arm. The huge rock arm protects Onoki's body. Onoki felt relieved, but not enough. Thoughts flashed in Onoki's mind. Looking at the slash that has come before my eyes. Earth-style gangly style technique. The silhouettes of the 3 rock monsters instantly resisted Onogi. At this time the slash has arrived. Boom. Blast through the arm of the rock without hindrance. The 3 rock monsters were blasted to pieces. Taking advantage of that momentary pause, Onoki did not dare to stay. Leave the place immediately. Just when Oyemu's figure appeared in the void, Huey's figure also came to Onoki's body immediately. Onoki's pupils shrank, and he cried out badly. The Zanpakuto in Teru's hand has been waved down. Puppy. I saw a huge slash in front of Onoki's body by 943. Oh, Onoki concentrates, hormones retreat. Huey's figure is like a ghost, appeared behind Onoki in an instant. Shunpo. Onoki felt the murderous spirit behind him. Hand seal, turn around to meet up. But Huey's knife is faster. Left, Onoki's 2 arms have left the body forever. What? Onoki can't stand the pain anymore. The body falls to the ground. Hui came to Onoki's side, received sheath right hand up. The 61 of Bakuto 6 pillars of light prison. Ryotsu formed 6 paths and locked Onoki's body tightly. Uncle Minato, leave it to you here, Hui said to Minato, who rushed over, then disappeared before everyone's eyes. On the other side of the battlefield the fire spirit is still violent. Kokuo. The fire spirit, blessed by the power of endless stars, one punch after another hit Kokuo's body. What? Huey's figure appeared in front of the fire spirit, looking directly at Kokuo with indifferent eyes. Onoki was arrested. Do you want to continue fighting? Kokuo was taken aback when he heard the words. Struggling for a while, then the complete tail animalization was lifted. Hui Jiangan also locked it with Bakuto, let Huo Ling hold Han in one hand, back to Minato, throwing Han by the side of Ohaimu. At this time, Onoki's disheveled hair, the medical department has stopped Onoki's bloody hands. The latter looked at Hui without a god. A hoarse voice comes from the mouth. This time, you guys won. Hui transformed Ryujin Jaka into a paper umbrella and held it up, speaking calmly to Onoki. Isn't victory taken for granted? Onoki heard this and was silent. The riots in the Chunin exam have been completely suppressed. Kai's understatement defeated Onoji. This scene is deeply imprinted in the hearts of everyone. Feng Yu, the strongest. Throwing the post-war processing work to Minato, Hui brought Ohaiki and Han to Heavenly Prison. This time he won't make the same mistakes as Thunder Country, therefore, he decided to make Onoki his own in advance. The Ryotsu of Terra sends out, make sure no one is nearby, put your right hand on Onoji's head. Onogi yelled in horror. Feng Yu, what are you doing? The corners of Huey's mouth evoke a dangerous art. Just let you become my servant. Kfa, mind enchantment. The glowing green Ryotsu invaded Onoji's head without hindrance. In a blink of an eye, the transformation was completed. Quietly waiting for Onoki to wake up, owner. Hui nodded in satisfaction, ordered Onoki not to be exposed, then came to another cell looking at the man who was still in a coma. It seems to be thinking about whether to transform Han. After thinking about it, forget it, let's not mention whether Han is very good or not, as long as it is modified, Kokyu and the body will definitely respond. All in all, Hui feels too troublesome after processing Onoji. Huey's figure appeared in the Hokage office. At this time the office is full of Jonin. Hui can a touch of long purple hair drew across the air. Shiyan fluttered in Huey's arms. Hui gently touched Xian's head. Well, don't you know my strength? Shiyan sobbed, without making a sound. For a straight man like Hui, Xian cries, this is the hardest thing to do. I can only comfort Xian nonstop. Shiyan finally calmed down. Hui-kun, I'm not worried that you won't win. Then what are you worried about? Shiyan's eyes darkened. The place where the tail beast appears is exactly my house. My cosmetics are all gone. Hui. Other people. Hui gently knocked Xian on the head. Fool, can't you just buy it again? Shiyan held her head and nodded silently, but some are limited editions. Hui. Minato coughed. Bring back the attraction of everyone speaking in a slightly relaxed tone. Everyone has worked hard in this battle. As for the ninja, we only have 3 or 4 serious injuries. It can be said to be a big victory. Oh. Everyone cheered upon hearing the words. Minato motions everyone to be cold and quiet. The next thing is to negotiate with the country of soil. Look at Xiangui. Hui said he didn't want to participate this time, but get more money. Hui suggested to Minato. Minato nodded when he heard the words. After all, Uegakure's broken place, if you cede the land, there is really nothing. Minato continued. Although this battle was a complete victory, but it also exposed some problems. The medical department has insufficient manpower. I think the best solution to this matter is to get Master Tsunade back. After all, Minato looks at Hui. Zayawai, why don't you go find Tsunade-sama? Hui recalled the woman, a twitch of mouth. Well, forget it. Minato smiled. Then help me with the office. Hui, I thought about it, I'd better go to Tsunade now. Better to go out to find someone comfortable than working so happy. Decision. Minato discussed with everyone about the compensation issue of Uegakure, finally decided on a set of plans. Send someone to send the request to Uegakure. This matter has come to an end. After Hui and Xian crooked for a day, I embarked on the road to find Tsunade. Of course, this time period, Tsunade must be on Short Street, so Hui is not in a hurry. Slowly came to Duan Street. Looking at the starting point of this first trip, a smile appeared on Huey's mouth. I haven't been here in years. Hui sighed, and then entered a home pub. Coming out of the izakaya contentedly. It's getting late. Hui Cai came to a casino. Far away, I heard Tsunade's loud voice. I must win back today. The big sheep is here again. Follow the big fat sheep, and you will definitely win. Hui squeezed the crowd, the green shirt that brings in the eye, and a huge word gambling standing not far from Tsunade. Seeing her nervousness at this moment, Hui felt a bit funny. I can't win anyway. As predicted, lost in one game. Hui stepped forward and said to Tsunade, you still have poor gambling luck as always. Tsunade was stunned, then looked back at Huey's figure, ink black kimono, white paper umbrella. I always feel like I've seen this before. Thought about it. Ah, it's you, kid. Tsunade finally remembered the kid a few years ago. Hui with a smile on his face, let's go. I invite you to drink. After that, turn around and leave. Tsunade's eyes stared at Hui. What is thinking in my mind? Shizon on the side said, Tsunade-sama, Kei-sama is now Konoha's patron saint. Tsunade travels to various countries. Of course I also heard of Huey's name. After thinking about it, I decided to follow up and see what he wanted to do. Hui wandered outside the casino. After a while, footsteps came from behind. Little devil, haven't seen me for many years, suddenly came to me. What's the matter? Hui waved his hand. Don't worry about this, let's go for a drink first. Came to the izakaya again. The 3 of them sat in the corner by the window, tasting wine, although Hui just drank it, but I still can't help but sigh with the shaku in the Short Street. It's delicious. Tsunade a glass of wine into the belly. Go ahead, kid. Hui filled the glasses of the 2 of them. In fact, it's not a big deal. Konoha's medical department needs you to go back and take charge of the work. Tsunade raised his brows. Oh? You should know that I haven't been to the village for a long time. Hui nodded. Ah, I know. that's why I was allowed to come. Tsunade frowned. So what do you mean? Do you want to take it away forcibly if you don't agree? Is that how Minato's Naruto is acting like this? Hui-Bai waved his hand. Of course not, it's just that I am the most idle. Tsunade was silent for a moment. Speak slowly, boy, I can't go back to the village. Hui looked up at Tsunade, seeking flowers. Zero, is it because of Panacemia? Tsunade trembled when he heard the words, then relax again. For medical ninjas, not seeing blood is no good. Therefore, I cannot assume the leadership of the medical department. Is it because of Kato Dan and your brother? Huey's voice just fell. Tsunade is full of anger, seems to be uncovered by someone. Okay, kid, this thing will stop here. Drank the wine in the glass fiercely. Goodbye bye. Having said that, get up and leave. Just walk to the door. Huey's voice came from behind. Do you want to see them again? Tsunade all over hurriedly turned around and came to Huey's body. Little devil, you say it again? Hui drank the wine in no hurry. I said, do you want to see them again? Tsunade's gaze fixed on Hui. Boy, what are you going to do? Hui chuckles. Don't be so serious, if you just want to see you again, it's still very simple. But Hui stared at Tsunade. You have to go back to lead the medical department. Tsunade clenched his fist. If you can do it. Hui smiled satisfied. Then come with me. Looking at Hui, who went out holding a paper umbrella, Shizen asked, Master Tsunade, are you sure you want to return to Konoha? There is some joy in the tone. After all, it's been a long time since I went back. Tsunade clenched a fist. As long as he can do it. After all, stepping to keep up with Hui, the three walked out of Dansaka Street and headed in the direction of Tonokuni. Boy, what are you going to do? Method I think you should have heard of. One of your second grandpa's forbidden techniques. Tsunade's pupils shrank when he heard the words impure world reincarnation. Tsunade recovers from Shunjin, swallowed and said, that forbidden technique, is it really possible? Hui shrugged. Well, it should be possible. After all, the person who performs it is not simple. Who is it? Hui with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Your old friend, Orochimaru. Nanny. Tsunade hurriedly came to Hui, blocked Huey's way. Are you still in contact with Orochimaru? Do you know that he is rebellious? Hui stopped, moved the paper umbrella away, and looked directly at Tsunade. So what? Tsunade clenched his fist tightly. Little devil, your current status is extraordinary. 943 mingled with Konoha rebellion. If known by Minato, do you know the consequences? Hui said flatly. Tsunade, do you know why Konoha is so powerful now? Tsunade was stunned. Is this the problem I'm talking about? Just listen to Hui continue to talk. That's because everyone in Konoha believes me 100%. Do you understand? After that, Hui continued to walk forward. Tsunade's voice came from behind. Does it include Minato? Certainly, anything I do is good for Konoha. Tsunade heard the words and struggled a bit, stepping and following Huey's back out of the short-term strategy street. Walking in the forest, Tsunade's mood stabilized. Looking around, it doesn't seem to be the direction to Konoha. Boy, where are you going now? Didn't you tell me? Go to Orochimaru. I know to find Orochimaru. I mean the destination Tianji Guo. Tsunade froze. After all, the country of Tien borders the country of fire. Is Orochimaru hiding there as Konoha rebellion? Hui looked at Tsunade, who was slightly confused, smiled and said, you don't know Orochimaru's escape ability. Tsunade's mouth twitched when he heard the words. That's right, the first person to escape in the ninja world. After a day of 3 people, at sunset, I finally came to Tianziguo, Union Village. Hui looked at the door imitation Konoha in front of him. Without stopping, I walked directly in. What a figure of a ninja appeared in front of Hui. The visitor looked up and was a little stunned when he saw Hui's figure. Master Hui, please come with me. Hui nodded, brought Tsunade and Shizen to a hotel near the center of the village. The ninja from Otagakura arched his hands towards Taro. Master Hui, please wait here, I'll go and notify the leader right away. Hui shook his head to signal the ninja to withdraw, looking back at the 2 people who were a little bit reluctant. Hui frowned slightly. Is there any problem? The 2 recovered from the confusion. Tsunade sighed. I just didn't expect Orochimaru to build a village. Tsunade's awkwardness is also easy to understand. After all, as Konoha rebellious, actually built a village, and this village is still legal. This horse riding is outrageous. Hui shrugged. Well, so if Orochimaru becomes Naruto, it's not bad either. After all, develop a small village to such a large scale. At this moment, there was a horse laughter at the door. Hee, Master Hui joked. Konoha is also very good under Minato's management. The 3 of them looked back. Orochimaru, who was pale, put his chin on his right hand, standing at the door licking his lips. Come here very quickly, Orochimaru. After all, Master Hui has something to do, so naturally he has to be there as soon as possible. Hui brow raised. How is your research? Hearing this, Orochimaru said excitedly, Master Hui, it is close to consummation, but some spiritual power is needed. Hui waved his hand, form a ball of spiritual power and throw it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru carefully caught the spiritual power ball, put it in a container that has already been prepared. Look at Xiangui. Master Hui, what are you doing here? This time I will trouble you to solve Tsunade's problem. Orochimaru looked at Tsunade, who had been ignored for a long time. Tsunade, long time no see. Tsunade replied blankly, it's been a long time indeed. After all, sneer unexpectedly, you even established a village. Orochimaru licked his tongue. After all, I also need a place to stay. Then asked, Master Hui said, what do you want? Tsunade opened his mouth several times, but in the end he still couldn't speak. Look at Xiang Hui. Hui sighed helplessly. Orochimaru, you know impure world reincarnation, right? Orikimura was stunned while Hui nodded. I'm here to help Tsunade fulfill a wish. I think you know. Orikimura knows it, naturally understand. After all, look at Tsunade unexpectedly. One day you would agree to desecrate the corpse like this. Tsunade did not make a sound at 5.0. Does she have a choice? No one can be truly ruthless. Orikimura no longer said much. Master Hui, Tsunade, come with me. After that, turn around and leave Taro and Tsunade. Shizen followed. Come to the secret base of Orikimura. The original dark and dampness has been replaced by white light. The cave has also been built with white brick walls, although still very deserted, but it's better than a damp cave. Looking at the laboratory that looks like a stool, Hui gave a chuckle. Orikimura, I am finally willing to decorate. Orikimura, who was rummaging for something, said, after following Master Hui, I just know that the surrounding things will also affect my experiment. Well, this flattering. I'm Feng Wai nodded. Tsunade didn't seem so curious. After all, I was also born as a medical ninja. I have seen all kinds of medical instruments. Quietly waiting for Orikimura to turn over the cabinet. Finally, Orikimura stopped his movements. From a piece of utensils, 2 small beakers were found. Orikimura explained to several people, this is Kato Dan cell tissue that I saved a long time ago. And Naweka cell organization. Tsunade heard the words. The green veins on the forehead were exposed, suppressing my anger. Orikimura, tell me, you didn't go to dig a grave? Orikimura licked his lips. Of course not. This was collected by me while they were still alive. Tsunade's expression gradually returned to normal. Orikimura led the 3 to an empty room. A few of you wait here for a while. At 12, impure world reincarnation still needs some sacrifices. I'll find some way. Looked at Tsunade, who seemed to be angry again, and said, hey, can you calm down? Don't worry, the sacrifices are all executed prisoners in heavenly prison. After a while, Orikimura returned to the empty room with 2 corpses. Put Kato Dan and Naweka cell wine on the offering hand seal. Impure world reincarnation. I saw 2 corpses surrounded by endless paper. After a while, Kato Dan and Naweka gradually formed. Naweki opened his eyes first. Where is this place? Tsunade listened to a familiar voice, shaking body step by step towards Naweki's sister. Tsunade can no longer hold his emotions. I took Naweki into my arms, cry loudly, Naweki, it's all sister's not good, it's all sister's fault. Naweka seemed to react. It seems that because of my own death, sister suffered a lot of sins. Naweka's hands lightly patted Tsunade's back. Sister, it's not your fault, remember, my ideal is Hokage. Although it was not achieved because of an accident, but I made sacrifices for Konoha. Sister, don't be sad. Listening to Naweka's words, Tsunade cried louder at this time. Kato Dan on the side also opened his eyes. This is where? Tsunade's body trembled. Gaze off. Something unexpected happened. Tsunade smashed to death with a punch. The kind of merciless way at this moment. Meow meow meow. Orikimura on the side leaned into Huey's ears. In good time, Master Hui. In fact, Tsunade is just a beating to innocence. Hui. Why? Orikimura gave a light cough, speaking carefully, because Tsunade later learned that he was actually the one at the root. When Hui heard this, it became clear immediately. It turned out to be a purposeful approach to Tsunade. Taro and Orikimura just stayed quietly, watching Tsunade vent her anger frantically. In the end, Orikimura couldn't stand it anymore, secretly lifted the broken impure world reincarnation. Tsunade looked at Orikimura with an angry look. Orikimura, danger. At this time, Naweki on the side said, Sister, can you tell me about the current ninja world? Tsunade's expression became mellow in an instant. Naweki, now the ninja war is over. Konoha is still the strongest shinobu village. Speaking, pointing to Huihun, this is Feng Wai, the first person in the ninja world now. When Naweki heard the words, his eyes gleamed, hurriedly walked to Huey's side. Brother Hui, are you the first person in the ninja world? Hui smiled and waved his hand. Well, the unremarkable first person. Naweki heard the words and grabbed Huey's hand. Brother Hui, Sister Tsunade will ask you from now on. Hui, Tsunade, Orikimura Shizen. Hui looked at Tsunade with a bad face and coughed slightly. Ahem, Naweki, you can't talk nonsense while talking. Winking at Naweki. Naweki knows Brother Hui, don't be afraid. Age is not a problem. Hui, you step on a horse. The Tsunade on the side can't listen anymore, pulling Naweki 943 aside. What are you talking about with Naweki? The siblings seem to have endless words. In the end, Naweki said goodbye to Tsunade. Tsunade reluctantly looks at Naweki, who has disappeared. Huey's voice came. You can meet Konoha now, right? Tsunade looked back at Hui. I can't help but think of Naweka's advice again in my mind. Sister Tsunade, don't be afraid. Be bold. There was a blush on Tsunade's face, looking at the handsome Hui. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Finally, gently replied, well, go back to Konoha. Hui just looked at Tsunade strangely. In the end, he didn't say anything, nodded and left first. Orikimura took this scene into the eyes. Can't help but sigh. Hey, Master Hui has great charm, but he can't stand him because he is a wood. Looking at Tsunade compassionately, not afraid of death. Tsunade, come on. Tsunade punched Orikimura directly. Get out of here. It has been a while since Hui returned to the village. Tsunade also successfully joined the medical department, became the head of the medical department, and received a warm welcome on the way back to the village. I have to say that Tsunade's charm is still great, whether it is personality or ahem. The topic has gone away. One morning, an Umbu knocked on the door of Heitake's house, did not rush in. The ghost knows if Hui will cut him off. Kakashi looked at the visitor's Sunny. Ms. Minato has an urgent task again? Ching looked at the deputy minister in front of her, the body trembled, as if thinking of something, looked down for a moment of contemplation. Actually, I don't know if it is an urgent task. Anyway, I'm going to find the minister first. After speaking, Ching escape also came to the backyard. Kakashi's helpless mouth twitches. Am I that scary? Came to the backyard, quietly waiting for Huey's morning training to be completed. Master Minister, Master Naruto would like to invite you. Huey wiped the sweat from his forehead, questioned, what happened to Uncle Minato? Ching heard the words, summoned the courage, speak Aki, Lord Minister, Naruto-sama wants you to take Suzuki to practice. Huey, Kakashi. Huey got the corner of his mouth twitched. Uncle Minato is crazy. Besides, look at Kakashi whose face is gradually turning black. Suzuki's teacher is still here. Ching said hurriedly, my Lord Minister. My Vice Minister. Master Hokage will congratulate you for explaining specific things. Subordinates retired. After all, Ching left in a hurry. Kakashi's face is dark. Even if Naruto is taken away by Jiraiya, little Sakura is accepted by Tsunade. The Suzuki of Staggering Horse is obviously Thunder. Same as me. What is going on to Huey? Thinking of this, Kakashi thought for a while. No, Naruto became Jiraiya's apprentice. Isn't that the same generation as Ms. Minato? Then I will call Master Uncle when I see you after I step on the horse. Kei looked at Kakashi who was getting gloomy. Of course, Kakashi's heart was heard by Huey. Huey coughed slightly. Ahem, big brother, why don't you go with me? Hearing this, Kakashi looked at Huey with a grievance. Why are you going? Get hit again. Forget it. Kakashi wants to open too. The three apprentices all followed the legendary ninja. The future will not be lower than my own, I guess so. Thinking back to an old scumbag, a gambler, and $1, Kakashi feels tired. Ignore Kakashi who is stuck in self-entanglement. Huey came to Minato's office holding a paper umbrella. Pushing open the door, you can see Minato correcting a mountain of documents. Huey secretly swears, don't be Hokage in this life. Yeah, Uncle Minato. Minato stopped working. Zayawai, you are here. Huey nodded. Haru told me to teach Suzuki? Minato smiled. Ah, it seems you already know it. However, you don't know everything. Huey brow raised. Oh? What else I don't know? Minato smiles mysteriously. I want you to teach Suzuki that it is not the main purpose. Zayawai, you helped open Mangekyo in Itaki? When Huey heard the words, he understood the meaning of Minato in an instant. Don't you want me to open Suzuki's eyes? Minato nodded. Well, that's it. Aren't you supposed to go to attack it? Minato gave a wry smile. I wanted to, but the two brothers seemed to be at odds recently. Huey heard that he was immediately interested. Itaki and Suzuki actually have a conflict. This is a big melon. Huey said without hesitation, Uncle Minato, I'll fix Itaki for you. Suzuki, leave it to him. Minato was taken aback. Ah, this is not impossible. Huey smiled and said, that's it, I'm leaving, Uncle. After speaking, I don't give Minato time to react. Huija Shunpo left the office. Uchiha tribe. At Fugaku's home, Mikado sits under the eaves in the backyard. On the side is an indifferent ferret. On the other side is Suzuki who keeps training. The delicate atmosphere fills the air. Mikado looked at Suzuki who was sweating, sighed and spoke softly. Suzuki, come and admit it to Itaki. Who knows? Suzuki just paused for a while, let out a cold snort. Ha, I don't want it. And then continue to train. Mikado looked at Itaki again. Itaki, you are an older brother, so don't let Suzuki get angry. Itaki looked at Mikado seriously. Mother, this matter is not as simple as, Nyoma is good. This is about Suzuki's life in the future. Don't treat it as a small matter. Mikado's mouth twitched. At this moment, Teru appeared in Fugaku's house. Itaki looking serious. Huey asked, yeah, I heard that you and Suzuki quarreled. A melon-eating expression. Itaki heard this and said seriously, Huey-kun, you just came here, you can judge whether Suzuki did it right. Mikado finally couldn't help it. Enough for you too. Mikado finally told the truth. Itaki, just because Suzuki ate your 3 color balls, as for, by, Huey. Huey looked at the awkward Itaki and Suzuki. You two are serious. After making Suzuki apologize, Itaki finally no longer maintained a serious face. Huh, since you two are fine, then, Itaki, Suzuki will leave it to you. Itaki looked dumbfounded. Give me what? Huey said, leave it to you to guide the eye-opening ferret frowned. At the beginning I was able to open my eyes because of you. How can Suzuki open his eyes now? Huey thought a little, speaking to Itaki quietly. You can do this, Itaki said in surprise. This method is feasible. Huey patted Itaki on the shoulder. Trust me, it must be possible. Itaki can only sigh. Then listen to you finish Suzuki's business. I told Suzuki to practice seriously. Huey left Uchiha's house. After all, there is another Naruto to tell. Huey came to Konohagate. It just so happened that Jiraiya took Naruto to leave the village far away. Naruto saw Huey. Big brother Huey. 943, trot all the way to the front of Huey. Hey, brother Huey also want to go with us? Huey asked curiously, why would you said this? Naruto said sadly, after all, Pervy Sage is too horny. Puff. Huey couldn't help but laughed. Jiraiya walking by the side has a black line woolen cloth. Hit Naruto's head with a punch. Little devil. Do you just speak ill of master behind your back? Naruto clutched the big bag on her head. But, Pervy Sage is really pretty. Say it again. Seeing Jiraiya angry, Naruto whispered, that's right, and I can't beat big brother Huey. Huey. Jiraiya chose to ignore Naruto's words, speaking to Hui boy Hui, come to the entrance of the village specially, what's the matter? Hui waved his hand, just ask Naruto not to make you too angry, Jiraiya feels refreshed instantly, that's right. After all, I am also a legendary ninja. One of Sun and Toad Sage. Jiraiya. Hui Naruto, isn't it that way? I'm too lazy to pay attention to Jiraiya, who is hilarious on the side. Hui touched Naruto's head. Naruto, the lecherous old man is very strong, you must listen to him. Naruto nodded solemnly. Yeah, brother Hui, I know. Saying, clenched a fist, I am still weak now, I must become stronger. Hui smiled and looked at Naruto, it's a good thing to have ambitions, come on. Yes, brother Hui. Kei stood at the entrance of the village, watching Naruto and Jiraiya leave. Hui-kun, a gentle female voice came into my ears. Shiyan walked slowly to Huey's side. Hui smiled and held Shitayan's hand. What's wrong? Shiyan. Hui-kun, are you still going to travel? Hui Vinian was stunned. Well, the trip will not go for the time being, but there is one thing I need to do. Shiyan looked at him blankly. Do you need to leave the village? Hui thought for a moment. It's not necessary with a high probability, right? Hearing this, Shiyan smiled happily. Then accompany me to eat ramen. Hui only then realized, it turned out that Shiyan thought he was leaving the village. We'll come to the entrance of the village. He left the village in desperation. Hui smiled happily. Girlfriend or something, it's so good. Zian ate the ramen beautifully and wandered around the village for an afternoon. The two returned to Heitake's house. 10,000 years single white hair in the living room watched them back to the room like this, then left home silently, ready to go to Guy's house for comfort the next day. Hui looked gently at the sleeping Zian in his arms, covered the cup silently, came to the courtyard for training. Thinking about the possibility of that thing in my mind. In the end, I couldn't think of a good way. It seems that I can only go to Orochimaru. Hui murmured back home. Shiyan has risen, busy making breakfast in the kitchen. Hui came behind Zian, hugged Zian from behind. The scent of hair comes from the nose. Why don't you take a break? Shiyan shook her head. I'm going to the ninja school this morning. Hui Vinian asked suspiciously, why go to ninja school? Of course it is for the children to teach, huh? Does Umbu still need to teach children? Shiyan looked at Huey's expression of regret, explained carefully. Mission of course, not revealing Umbu's identity. Hui suddenly realized, Suga, then you go and clean up, I'll just cook. Handing the spatula to Hui, Shiyan walked upstairs slowly. At this time, Bai Mao walked in from outside the house with a pair of dark circles under his eyes. Hey, brother, were you not at home yesterday? Kakashi, thinking back to Guy's deafening snoring, I knew I would be at home when I stepped on a horse. By the way, where did the eldest brother go to stay overnight? Kakashi throws himself on the sofa. Guy's house. Hui looked at Kakashi in shock. Brother, so you guys? Kakashi watched the gradually changing mind, explained. Guy snores too loudly, didn't sleep well all night. I see, brother. Hui continued. By the way, should I buy a house too? Kakashi heard the words and nodded hurriedly. Hui, you are already an adult. Hui, hey, it won't happen. If Kakashi knows Huey's thoughts, I will yell in my heart as for. Hui thought about it carefully. I thought, let's go buy a house. It just so happened that Zian came down from upstairs. Kakashi-san. Kakashi stared at the fisheye. Zian, you should change name. Shiyan's face flushed, and she whispered, brother Kakashi. Kakashi smiled. That's right. Hui hugged Zian. By the way, Zian, about what time do you return from the ninja school? Come. Shiyan thought for a while. I'll be back in about 2 hours. Hui nodded. That's right. When you come back, accompany me to buy our house. Shiyan's face flushed instantly. What is our house? Well, that's it. After speaking, Hui sent Zian to the ninja school, out of the village. Shunpo feels Union Village. Hui rubbed the wind-blown hair. Damn it, we must first let Orochimaru build a communication device. It's too tired to run around like this. Although the summoning beast is easy to use, but Hui doesn't have chakra. Step forward to Orochimaru's laboratory. Looking at Orochimaru busy alone, Hui did not bother. Instead, watching Orochimaru's experiment with interest, I saw Orochimaru seriously dropping a drop of blue liquid into the beaker, and then gradually relaxed. Master Hui, thank you for not interrupting. Hui waved his hand carelessly. Well, it would be a bit rude after all. Orochimaru led Hui to the underground office. It is worth mentioning that this office can see the situation inside the laboratory through the glass. Hui said with interest. Now, Orochimaru, the liquid just now was Ryatsu. Orochimaru licked his lips. As expected of Master Hui, you have discovered it. Hey, how can I say it is my Ryatsu? I can find it for sure. Is it really good to flatter like this? Hui said, very good. Continue. How is it? Orochimaru, is there any progress? Orochimaru nodded, then shook his head again. There has been some progress, but now the experiment is stuck. Hui asked curiously. Oh, where are you stuck? Orochimaru thoughtfully organized. The language master Huey's power can be said to be the only one in the world. Then there will be good and bad things for this one. The good thing is that this research is only being done by me. The disadvantage is that I have nothing to refer to. Hui brow raised. What is the contrast? Orochimaru solemnly said. Hui-sama, do you know what your Ryatsu works on the most obvious? Hui nodded, naturally knowing the power of Shinigami, of course, works on the soul. So what do you mean? Master Hui, I wonder if you can transfer Ryatsu directly into other people's bodies? Hui was surprised, worthy of being Orochimaru. Hui smiled. Orochimaru, you know? Orochimaru licked his lips. What Master Hui hides is really deep. You used this method to resurrect Kushina, right? Yes, Hui admits it generously. Orochimaru was speechless for a while. Do you want to admit it so happy? So, Orochimaru, do you want this power? Yes, Master Hui, please grant me this strength. Eye-catching power. This is the result of Orochimaru's countless experimental conclusions. Maybe Kushina can't feel the real power of this power, but Orochimaru felt it. Every time I use Huey's spiritual power, seeking flowers, Zero will make him tremble from the heart. The corner of Huey's mouth raises a smile. If you want it, naturally you can. But I still need you to do one thing. Orochimaru ecstatic. Master Hui, you say. Orochimaru, do you believe there will be another Konoha village? Orochimaru's pupils shrank upon hearing this. It seems that it is another exciting thing. Master Hui, what do you mean? Hui gently tapped the tabletop. Literally, there is another Konoha village. It's just not in this world. It's a created world. Orochimaru was shocked. This is more shocking than knowing that my parents are resurrected. Silent for a long time, Orochimaru asked tremblingly, Master Hui, how do you enter this world? There was a hint of excitement in the tone. Hui looked at Orochimaru and finally came to the topic. That's why I came to you, because I don't know how to get in. Orochimaru. Hui coughed awkwardly. But this world does exist. How to get in depends on your ability. Orochimaru nodded when he heard the words. Push the troublesome thing to Orochimaru. Hui only feels relaxed for a while. Sure enough, it is still comfortable with the shopkeeper. Oh, by the way, Orochimaru, have time to get a communication device. I always run like this and I'm very tired. Orochimaru was taken aback. Speaking of this, Master Hui, I am ready to move into Ryokai Cave. Hui asked. Oh, that's pretty good, but am I not even more in contact with you? Orochimaru heard the words and handed a scroll to Terra's hands. Master Hui, this is the reverse summoning technique. No need for chakra, just open and use. Hui nodded with satisfaction. Leave the country of Tien. Hui returned to Konoha village and went straight to the ninja school. Looked at the time. Luckily I didn't miss it running all the way from Tianziguo. I finally did not miss the agreed time. Accompanied by the get out of class bell, Xian walked out of the teaching building. At a glance, I saw the dark black kimono outside the school gate, Hui holding a paper umbrella. Xian's face is full of smiles. I trot all the way to Huey's side, rush into Hui's arms. Fool. Slow down. Hui touched Xian's head, talking with a face of doting. Xian arched in Huey's arms vigorously. Mo, Hui-kun, I'm just happy. 943. Haha, just be happy if you are. Shall we go directly to see the house now? Hui shrugged. Go early. Good. The two spent a whole day in Konoha, finally found a courtyard in the center of the village. Very traditional Japanese villa, with a yard not too big and not too small. An artificial stream flows through the courtyard. Xian said excitedly, Hui-kun, it's great here. Hui nodded happily. Then be here. Turning to look at the person selling the house. Uncle, just buy it here. How much? Uncle smiled with joy. Master Hui, you think it's my honor to see here. As far as the price is concerned, the price of the house will be fine. Hui waved his hand. Uncle, this won't work. After all, such a suitable place is not often encountered, right? Finally, under the persuasion of Hui and Xian, the boss also sold the house to two people at the normal price. Sign a contract. Hui was thinking in his heart, I have been in this world for so many years before I bought my own house. Among the traversers, I should be regarded as the worst? Smiled self-deprecatingly, Xian grabbed Huey's hand. Hui-kun, let's go buy furniture. There are so many things left. Hui looked at the happy Yutayan. Well, are you going to buy it out one day today? Xian turned around and said seriously, of course. It's Huey's home after all. Hui rubbed Xian's small nose. Fool, it's our home. Xian blushed, and then became extra serious. Then it needs to be well arranged. After dragging Hui, he went out to buy things. Night falls. Hui and Xian dragged their tired bodies on the floor of their new home. The two looked at the new home that was almost arranged, finally satisfied. Aki, Hui-kun, call them to eat tomorrow? Hui thought for a while and agreed. How can you lose some friends and relatives when you move to a new home? The two spent a good night in their new home. The next day, the sky is clear. Xian prepares breakfast in the kitchen. Hui went out after training to greet his friends to have dinner at night. Telling from door to door, Hui returned to his new home. As soon as I entered the door, I saw Xian dressed neatly, holding a bag of fruits in hand. Aki, is this for me? Xian Jiao groaned. Of course not. To pull. We live here, naturally. I have to visit my neighbors. Hui thought for a while and said so. So the two went out to the neighbor's house. Looking at the huge plaque, Huey's mouth twitches. Damn it, why are you next to here? On the plaque, there are two big characters written impressively. Hayaga. Xian took Huey's hand. Hui-kun, don't be in a daze. Shall we go in? Hui took a breath. Go in the courtyard. Hayaga Hayashi, who was notified by the servant leading the clan members to wait in the front yard early. I saw two people coming in from afar. Hayaga Hayashi hurriedly said in a low voice, come, here he is. Everyone hurriedly adjusted their status, with a faint smile on his face, staring at Hui and Xian. At this time, Xian is no longer as tough as before, holding Hui's arm tightly with both hands. Hui-kun, why are the Hayaga people like this? Xian Azumbu has never seen such a scene. Huey's mouth twitched. Well, this is probably Hayaga Hayashi's welcome ceremony, right? The two approached. I saw Hyaga Hayashi step forward and bow his hands. I wonder if Master Hui is visiting today. Ready to rush Master Wang Hui, forgive me. Hui looked at Hayashi in front of him and waved his hand. Uncle Hayashi, you don't have to be like this, it's not that I don't know each other. Who knows? Hyaga Hayashi looks at Hui seriously. Etiquette can't be abolished. There are black lines on Hui's face. Hi, can you go in now? Hayashi made a please sign with his right hand. Master Hui, please disperse the people of the clan. Hyaga Hayashi accompanied Hui into the patriarch's house. Speaking of which, Hinata isn't there? Hyaga Hayashi said. Master Hui still remembers the little girl. Now Hinata should be training in the backyard. I'll go to 5.0 and call her over. No need, Uncle Hayashi. But Hyaga Hayashi still sent someone to find Hinata. Hinata got the news and jogged all the way to the lobby, looking at the handsome young man in front of him. Hinata's face turned red, all of a sudden hesitating. Master Hui, welcome to Hyaga's house. After that, I bowed to Hui. Hui smiled and touched Hinata's head. Hinata, don't be so cautious. Then Hinata fainted. Hui, Yan, Hyaga Hayashi. Everyone rushed to wake Hinata. Hayashi ordered Hinata to be taken away. A sad sigh. Hui looked at such Hayashi. Naturally, I understand what Hayashi is thinking. Patted Hayashi on the shoulder. Uncle, things are not as bad as you think. Hinata will grow up. Hayashi nodded after hearing this. I hope so. Stop the topic here. Hayashi asked. Master Hui, why did you come to Hyaga's house this time? Hui waved his hand. I said, Uncle Hayashi, there are no outsiders here. Can you stop adding more people? Hayashi smiled awkwardly. After all, he is used to calling, Zayawai, are you coming to Hyaga's house? Hui smiled. Uncle Hayashi, don't you know, right? I bought a new house next to your house. We will be neighbors from now on. Hayashi has a joy on his face. The strongest person in the ninja world is my neighbor. Hey, that's great. After Kei and Yuyan visited Hyaga's house, I went back to my home at 12. Nah, Hui-kun, will you cook at night? Okay. Huey's mouth twitches. There are a lot of people here at night. Then make hot pot. That's okay too. Then Xian volunteered to go out shopping. Hui sat alone in the backyard, lying on the wooden floor looking at the clear sky. Hui called up the system host. Fengyu Y stamina, 15x energy, 15x Ryatsu. Wu Li. Currently fused character, Yamamoto genryusai, 100% fusion. Asakura leaves late, 100% fusion. Ghost Eye crazy, 100% fusion. Number of fusions possible. One time. Hui took a breath. The time has come to test the Emperor. After all, the Ghost Eye mad that was drawn last time is not too strong, to be honest. In addition to letting Hui grow in swordsmanship, others are simply useless. Hui, put your hands together. Bless all kinds of gods. Absolutely, definitely. OU. After praying sincerely, Huey's finger lightly clicked the lucky draw button. Countless names passed by King Hui's eyes. In the end, stay on one person. No, to be precise, it's a lowly. The woman in the picture has dark green long hair, red pupil, brown skin, wearing a costume similar to a white dress. Very cute. But when Hui saw the name below, the whole person is a bit Spartan. Arrogant witch Typhon F***K. Countless words of praise finally formed a sentence to express Huey's mood at this time. Some people may not know who Typhon is. Let me briefly talk about this. Lowly Typhang was born in a family of executioners. When Typhang was very young, her father often took her to the execution ground. One day after she broke the glass, she confessed her crime to her father and apologized. After getting ready to be beheaded, his father touched his head and forgave her. She suddenly realized a conclusion: the sins of sinners are all in her heart, even if it is not discovered by others, and there is no standard of punishment, but the sin worthy of punishment certainly exists in the heart. So she began to learn from her father and began to execute others. Until there are no human beings around, there are no sinners to punish. Across the fragments of sinners, finally straddling the fragments of his father. After this, the arrogant witch continued to execute sinners until death. The scariest thing is that the arrogant witch is an ignorant lowly, will eliminate the people she considers evil without feeling guilty. In the thin body of Typhon, the arrogant witch, there is only one power. That is, conviction. As long as they are convicted by the arrogant witch, they will directly lose a part of their body. And, the most terrifying thing is, if Typhon thinks you are good, then even if you lose that part of your body, you won't feel pain. But if Typhon thinks you are evil, the body will break like a crystal, and there will be heart-piercing pain. Hui can't wait to merge. Pain. The severe pain is stronger than ever before. Perhaps it is because the power is too powerful. 10 minutes, Hui slowed down from the fusion. Look at your own attribute list. Currently fused characters, Arrogant Witch Typhon, fusion degree 1%. Hui got a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yaliahaha, this time he is a powerful character. Hui already desperately wants to experiment with his abilities. 943 Shunpo came to Heavenly Prison, randomly found a death row prisoner. Scarlet light flashed in my eyes looking at the trembling prisoners in the cell, lips light up conviction evil. I saw the prisoner in the cell start screaming in pain. What? Hui is always smiling. What a powerful ability. For a while, the prisoner stopped yelling, looking at his body with a dazed expression. Seems unharmed? Hui, look carefully at the attribute list. Conviction, the integration is too low and cannot be used. What a bad skill of riding a horse. Gan. Looking at the awkward expression of the prisoner in heavenly prison, Hui felt embarrassed to death. Simply ignore him. Shunpo returned home. Shiyan has returned home. Looking at the appearance of Hui, Shiyan asked curiously, Hui-kun, are you out? Hui recalled the performance of the executed prisoner, a twitch in the corner of the mouth. I went out to perform. What is the embarrassment of stepping on a horse? Shiyan, meow meow meow. As night fell, Kakashi, Itaki and others came to Huey's new home. One by one Hui prepares hot pot in the kitchen at night. Kushina, Mikato, and a group of girls are chatting with Zian. Zian, your hair is so smooth, which brand of shampoo do you use? Zian, you absolutely must control Hui from now on. Don't let him go out to harm girls. Tai and Kakashi and the others are sitting at the table, drinking shaku, talking about something. Speaking of which, Shikamaru is already Chunin, right? Yes. Exceptional promotion. When will Koji grow up? I also want him to inherit the family sooner. Finally, Huey's hot pot is ready. Everyone came to the table and happily ate the hot pot. Guy is eating the meat in a spicy pot. It's so spicy that it breathes fire. Hey, Hui, what else do you put in this besides chili? Hui's serious answer, it's love. I added love to it. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. Finally, the dinner ended in laughter. Time passed in a flash, and in a blink of an eye it came to Konoha 63. Konoha village, led by 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, thriving, at this time, Fang Yu's house, a figure waving the sword in his hand, carrying out the training of swordsmanship, ink black kimono, long ponytail. It's Fang Yu. Why stop the training of swordsmanship? Hui looked up at the sky. Time flies so fast. The handsome face is still calm, especially after awakening. The haughty witch Typhon. Huey's mood will not change much anymore, or Hui doesn't think of himself as a human anymore. Pull out the properties panel. Hui meditates. Host, Fang Yu. Why physical strength? Energy? Ryetsu? Magic. Currently fused character, Yamamoto genryusai, 100% fusion, Asak Relief King, 100% fusion, Ghost Eye Crazy, 100% fusion, Arrogant Witch Typhon, 50% fusion. It took 2 full years. Typhon's fusion degree has only reached 50. Of course, there is also the reason why Hui doesn't kill people very much. But I also imagine how pervert the power of Typhon is. La and Umbu's figure appeared beside Hui. Master Minister, Master Naruto has it slash. Please. Hui cast an indifferent look at Umbu newcomer. Umbu's body shook. Obviously it's just an ordinary glance, but it makes Umbu like falling into an ice cave. Yes, Master Hui. Hui wipes the sweat from his forehead. Knock on the door when something happens in the future. Yes. Lord Minister. After speaking, Umbu left Huey's house as if to escape. It's really scary that although Hui hasn't left the village much in the past 2 years, but Huey's impressive name has already spread throughout the world of ninja. It was Konoha's demon, now it has also been upgraded to Devil of Ninja World. If you meet Minato and give up the mission, if you encounter Hui, you must run away. I'll slash you if I'm not sure. Hui changed into an ink black kimono, hold up the paper umbrella, throwing the demon blade Muramasa Sirius into the system space, stepping on the wooden exhibition, leaving home with the sound of bells. Walking on the Konoha street that looks like a poop, the approachable people greet the villagers. Master Hui is so handsome. I don't know when Hui-sama and Zian are going to get married. Really handsome. Accompanied by the screams of the villagers, Hui finally came to the Hokage building, knocked on the office door. Hui stepped in. Minato, who was at the desk reviewing the documents, raised his head. Put down the pen in your hand, take off the thick glasses, rubbing temples. Zaiwai, you are here. Hui put away the paper umbrella and sat on the sofa. Yeah, Uncle Minato, what's the matter? Minato smiled. Ms. Jiraiya sent me a letter saying that they are coming back today. Hui nodded. It's been 2 years, I don't know if Naruto has grown. Minato snapped his fingers. This is the purpose of looking for you. Hui. Minato gave a light cough. Actually, it is for you to help test the abilities of Naruto and Sasuke. Huh? Sasuke is back too? Minato waved his hand. Not yet, but Itaka said in a letter that I will arrive at Konoha tomorrow. Hui thought for a moment. I really want to know the results of Zhou Ming's practice. Nodded heavily. Well, then I agree. Happy on Minato's face. I knew Zaiwai was the best, but, Zaiwai, you have to take care of you, no good, and be merciful. Don't blame Minato for saying this. A year ago, Kakashi accompanied Hui on the mission. As a result, Hui did not do anything, directly let dozens of people explode. It's just creepy. Since then, every time Minato lets Hui go out, he must give 1,000 warnings. Hui naturally understands the meaning of Minato. Shrugged. Don't worry, they won't let me use that power. Minato looked at Hui in a daze. The longer the contact with Hui, the more I know how terrifying Huey's strength is, as if he could never find his highest point. Minato's lips lightly opened. Zaiwai, 5th Hokage is your responsibility. Hui heard that the corners of his mouth twitched. Uncle Minato, we discussed this matter. You are still young now, you can still do it for many years. Minato gave a wry smile. Years of Naruto career. Minato naturally has many kinds of burdens. Hui went on to say, besides, my eldest brother is the best candidate. Right? Minato can only sigh helplessly. Well, I can hold on for a few years. Zaiwai, when I am old in the future, you must not shirk it. Hui just raised his eyebrows, did not answer Minato. At this moment, the office door was pushed open. Little Sakura walked in. 2 years later, the little Sakura has a lot of calmness. Wearing special ninja gloves on his hands, a Sakura short hair color, little Sakura looked at Hui in the office in a daze. Brother Hui looked back at little Sakura. Hey, I heard that I have been working well in the medical department recently. Little Sakura smiled shyly. Brother Hui, you laughed. It's a long way from Master Tsunade 943, then you have to try to catch up with her. Speaking of Tsunade, Hui also had a headache. Since Noeki and Tsunade said that, Tsunade often blushes when he sees himself, especially in the last year, Hui's figure, the appearance is becoming more and more mature, even teased by Kakashi. If I were a woman, I couldn't bear your appearance. Shaking his head and pulling his thoughts back to the office. Little Sakura, do you have a mission? Looking at the dazed little Sakura, Hui kindly reminded him. Little Sakura thought for a while. Naruto-sama, Tsunade-sama asked me to fetch some information and send it to Konoha Gate. Okay, little Sakura, wait a moment. Minato got up and rummaged through various documents. Finally found the document. Little Sakura, for you. By the way, Naruto is going back to the village today. Little Sakura was overjoyed when he heard this. Huh? Is Naruto coming back today? And then hesitated, seeming to want to ask something. Minato naturally understands Sasuke will be back tomorrow. Little Sakura said excitedly. Great. Then I will pick up Naruto now. Look at Zion. We brother Hui is going. Hui waved his hand. Well, I won't go, I'll just wait in the office. Little Sakura nodded, turned, and left. Hui and Minato sat in the office chatting. On the other side, little Sakura came to Konoha Gate with excitement. Give the information to the two Gangzisha guarding the gate, standing at the door looking into the distance. Not long after, the two figures walked to Konoha's gate leisurely. Little Sakura looked at Naruto, who was already taller than herself, speaking excitedly. Naruto, welcome home. Naruto looked at little Sakura, grinning. Finally back. Three people walking on Konoha Street. Naruto and Jiraiya constantly look at the surrounding buildings. Wow, this place has also been remodeled. Oh, the hot springs have also expanded. Naruto has a black line on his face. Pervy Sage, can you focus on other places? Jiraiya laughed. This is a collection of materials. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. Naruto shook his head helplessly and looked at the little Sakura on the side. Isn't brother Hui in the village? Although the two are practicing outside, but the information about Feng Yuai is not less heard. Of course, it's basically horrible rumors. Little Sakura smiled and said, brother Hui and Hokage-sama are waiting for you in the office. After a while, the three people came to the Hokage office. As soon as I entered the door, I saw golden hair and a paper umbrella on the sofa. Dad. Big brother Hui. I'm back. I'll be back. Minato's eyes are full of care. Naruto, how about practice? Naruto raised his right hand. Oh, of course it was done successfully. Minato smiled and nodded. That's good. In that case, wait for Sasuke to come back tomorrow. I will send someone to test the results of your practice. Naruto surprised. Oh? Who do you send? Just then, the office door was knocked. Come in, Minato said. The door was pushed open. The figure of a pineapple head appeared. Shikamaru looked at Naruto suspiciously. You are Naruto. Naruto also suddenly realized Shikamaru. You guy has changed so much. The two hugged tightly. Next, Naruto looks at Minato. So, this is my opponent. Shikamaru looked dumbfounded. What are you talking about? Naruto, I'm here to hand in the task. Minato waved his hand too. Well, Shikamaru is not your opponent. Speaking of it. Minato looks at Naruto. It seems that you and Sasuke or Genin are the only ones in the same period? Naruto. Nanny, look at the little Sakura. Little Sakura is a scissor hand. I am already Chunin. Look towards Shikamaru. I'm Chunin already. Naruto looked at Hui again. Why are you stepping on a horse to see me? Naruto bowed his head. Why is it all Chunin? Looking at Naruto, who was depressed, Hui silently make up. Gaara is already fenging flavor. The sound of heartbreak comes from Naruto's body. Minato coughed. Well, this time I will fight Sasuke with you just to give you the title of Chunin. Naruto immediately returned to full state after hearing the words. Rush to Minato. Who is the opponent? I can definitely defeat him and become Chunin. Hui on the side chuckled lightly. Naruto, you are really confident. There is light in Naruto's eyes. Of course. Minato has a black smile on the corner of his mouth. Then it settled. You can become Chunin by defeating your opponent. Thought in my heart, if you can really defeat it, both labor and capital and Hokage will sit down for you. Naruto agreed without hesitation. So, who is the opponent? At this moment, Hui turned the bell in his hand. Naruto, your opponent with Sasuke is me. Naruto listening to what Hui said. Naruto wants to kill her heart. You can become Chunin only if you defeat it. Can this be beaten? However, if you speak out, pour out and out water, naturally can't go back. Hui looked at Naruto with a sad face, said with a smile, well, you're Uzumaki Naruto, you have to go forward courageously, don't you dash. Naruto hears that he feels that he can do it again, waving fists. Oh, I will do my best. Also, I brought a secret weapon this time. Hui raised his brow. Then I look forward to it even more. As for Naruto's secret weapon, is there anything else besides Sage Mode? Besides, when Sage Mode and Jiraiya faced off a few years ago, just used it. Hui isn't scared at all, but this time, Hui might be miscalculating. Naruto bids farewell to everyone and prepares to return to the long-lost home. Hui and Minato said goodbye, also ready to leave. Speechless all night, early the next morning, two figures came at Konoha's gate. The same coldness hangs on his face. Sasuke, I'll be in the village soon. Sasuke maintains his compulsion. I see. Brother Ferret. The two went straight to the Hokage building, although it is still early, but Minato has already started a day of office work. Early knocked on the door and the two entered the office. Hokage-sama, we are back. Itaka's calm and slightly magnetic words came from his mouth. Minato nodded. Suzuki looking aside. Suzuki, have grown up. The corners of Suzuki's mouth rose slightly. After all, I learned a lot. The three chatted for a long time. Minato slapped his head. There is one thing you almost forgot to say. Itaki and Suzuki have the same question. Minato gave a light cough. Actually, you and Naruto are both genin now, do you know? Suzuki nodded. So, the first thing you do when you return to the village, naturally, the Chunin test is going to be performed, right? Suzuki nods. It makes no sense, but Naruto came back a bit earlier today. Minato said, slightly embarrassed. He said he must defeat his opponent to become Chunin. Suzuki frowned. There is nothing wrong with this. Minato waved his hand. You listen to me first. If it is a normal opponent, then there must be no problem, but your opponent is Zaiwai. The two were shocked. What international jokes are you making? Defeat Hui to advance to Chunin. Isn't it all hopeless in this life? Suzuki said anxiously. Hokage-sama, Naruto agreed to this matter. I don't have it. Minato smiled and said, but, at the beginning, I wanted you two to fight Hui together. It just needs Hui's approval. But Naruto, you know that. Listening to Minato's slightly dark-bellied words, Suzuki's fist clenched tightly. Uzumaki. Naruto, you die to me. Angry roars spread throughout the Hokage building central location. In Naruto's home, Naruto, who was sleeping, gave a squirt. It took Suzuki a while to finally accept the result. Itaki on the side said, Hokage-sama, then we will leave first. Please send someone to inform you of the assessment time. Minato nodded. Go back quickly. Fugaku and Mikato can't wait to see you guys anymore. The two heard that. There was a happy smile on his face. It's been a long time since I saw my father and mother. Going here first, the two can't wait to go home. Watching the two leave, Minato said to the window, well, their strength is now enough to be alone. Kakashi, don't worry about it anymore. A bunch of white hair came in slowly by the side window, seeking flowers. It's Kakashi. A pair of marked dead fish eyes looked at the two people going away. It's grown up. Minato smiled. Well, in this case, you have nothing to worry about. Come to join the Naruto building tomorrow. Kakashi scratching his head. Aki, teacher Minato, must it be so fast? It must be so fast. Okay, then that's right. Minato has officially appointed Kakashi to assist Naruto. Of course Kakashi was not willing at first. After all, Kakashi is not too old, so I don't want to sit in the office all the time. However, Minato's attitude is very tough. In desperation, I can only agree to Minato. Ms. Minato, then I'm leaving too. Kakashi and Minato said hello and went back. Minato looked at the sun gradually rising outside the window. Chunin assessment, I really look forward to it. With a chuckle, continue to work at the same time. Fangyujia, Hui was training in swordsmanship early. In the kitchen, Xian prepares breakfast. The two were eating breakfast beautifully on the dining table. Xian Bangui presented a bowl of soup. Asked Hui-kun, is the assessment of Naruto and Suzuki going to take place today? Hui swallowed the pancake in his mouth, shrugged. This is not clear. Let's see how Uncle Minato arranges. Xian nodded. Hui asked, what's wrong? Xian, what's the matter? Xian said shyly. Aki, Hui, starting today, I have officially become a teacher at the ninja school. Hui nodded. I knew, but I was suddenly a little scared to go to ninja school. Hui was stunned and chuckled slightly. Touched Xian's head. It's okay, it's not once or twice that you broke the desk anyway. Xian, I need you to say this now? It took a lot of effort to finally calm Xian. Hui couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Send Xian to school. Hui came to the Umbu building and returned to his office. Measurement Qing's figure appeared in the office. Your Excellency, earlier today, we have a letter from our intelligence staff in Sunagakur, the country of wind. Hui thought in his heart, has it already started? Motion Qing to bring up the letter. Hui carefully read the letter in hand. After a few minutes, put down the letter. Speaking to Qing, notify Uncle Minato, Akatsuki has started to act. Qing nodded in response. Yes, Mr. Minister of 943. Haru left the Umbu building and went straight to the Hokage building. Hui looked at the scenery outside the window, finger tapping regularly on the desk. It looks like it's time to make a trip to Nagato's place. At the same time, Minato received a report from Qing. Minato frowned slightly. Have you come so quickly? Sonny, call back all Umbu who was on vacation for these 2 days awaiting orders. Yes, Lord. 4th Hokage, the newly appointed Naruto assistant Kakashi looked at Minato curiously. Ms. Minato, what happened? Minato took a breath. Akatsuki has started to take action. What action? Tailed beast capture project. When Kakashi heard this, his pupils shrank. Nanny? But what do they do to collect tail beasts? Minato waved his hand. You can ask Zaiwai about this later. Now let's pass on the assessment time of Naruto and Suzuki. Be sure to speed it up. Kakashi can naturally distinguish the priorities, nodded in response. Ms. Minato, what time is the assessment time set? Let's fix it until tomorrow. In terms of location, the back mountain of Konoha village. Kakashi nodded, relaying Minato's order. Eating early. Naruto at home, and Suzuki, who just came home to enjoy the affection, received the order at the same time. The eyes of the two became excited at the same time. Brother Hui, see our growth x2 time seems to pass very slowly. Xiuoming and the two conducted actual combat training in the exercise field. Ha ha ha, Suzuki, this is a great trick. Naruto looked at the thunder and lightning in Suzuki's hand. Suzuki's mouth cocked. that's natural, after all, I'm a genius. Hui and Itaki appeared behind a big tree in the distance. Hui-kun, I came here specially, not to investigate the intelligence of the two of them, right? Hui shook his head, of course not, I'm here to find you. Itaki was surprised. What happened? Hui Itaki, you will leave tonight and go to Tsunegakur. Remember, as long as there is a change in Tsunegakur, you must notify me as soon as possible. Remember, don't act rashly, after all, your eyes are still better to use less now. Itaki was silent for a moment, nodded and agreed. My dear friend, no matter what happens, I will stand behind you, Itaki said. Suddenly Hui gave a chuckle. Hey, it's just a task for you. Itaki looked at Huey's eyes. I know, I just wanted to say it. All of a sudden Hui, after visiting the match between the two for a while, Hui left after receiving Xian, who had finished class. The two returned home, speechless all night. The morning sun hit Huey's face. It's today. Hui got up, thunderously training in swordsmanship. Hui personally tested the news of Zhou Ming's strength, has long been known by a great patriarch. Almost all families will be there to see Huey's figure at noon. After cleaning up, Hui wore the iconic jet black kimono, holding a paper umbrella, stepping on the wooden exhibition, and walking out of the house with the sound of bells. Hui-kun, be merciful. Shi Yan's voice came from behind. Hui waved his hand and set off towards Konoha Hyushin. At the same time, Konoha Goyama, Xiaoming and two sit cross-legged on a piece of grass, adjusting their breathing. Suzuki, are you nervous? Suzuki glanced at Naruto, who was shaking with excitement. Nervous? No, just like you, just excited. Your team leaders lead the younger generations in your family. Standing far away on the edge of the back mountain, Zhou Ming's 9 Xiaoqiang, Niji, Xiaoli, and Tenten all arrived in the same period. Akamaika Dingza said with her arms in her arms. I can see Huey's strength again. The tone is full of nostalgia. Lu Ju on the side nodded in agreement. Yes, it's been a long time since I saw Hui use his true power. Look at Zhou Ming. I hope this time, I can experience the power of Hui again. Uchiha Fugaku and Hayaga Hayashi stand side by side. It's hard to imagine that the leaders of these two families can actually become good friends. Fugaku, 5.0. Who do you think will win? Fugaku looks at Hayaga Hayashi like an idiot. Do you think the two of them can defeat Hui? Hayaga Hayashi waved his hand. Naturally it's impossible. I mean Suzuki and Naruto. Which one of them is better? Fugaku. In front of Suzuki's father, you ask Xiaoming who will win? Fugaku must support his son Hayashi. Suzuki must be the one who performed better. Hayashi stared at a pair of Byakugan. Oh? I don't think so. Fugaku interrupted Hayashi. No, I don't want you to think, I want me to think. Hayashi. When everyone was discussing, there was a ring of bells in the distance. Ding dong, everyone's eyes gleam is coming. Looking at the figure in the distance, the iconic jet black kimono, black hair that has grown over the hips, holding a white paper umbrella, stepping on the wooden exhibition, with the ringing of bells, slowly came to Konoha back mountain. Move the paper umbrella and look at Zhou Ming in front of you. Yo. Brother Hui x2 Hui put away the paper umbrella, holding the handle, the tip of the umbrella propped on the ground. How? Are you ready? The two of them exhaled a long breath. Look at Hui seriously. Brother Hui, ready? X2 Hui smiled satisfied. That's good, because today you might really die. The two were surprised when they heard this. At the same time, Hayashi in the distance opened Byakugan early. Then, tremblingly, Fugaku, did you see it? Hui didn't take the demon sword on his body. Masayoshi Murakami. Fugaku was taken aback when he heard the words, hurriedly looked at Hui in the field. Breathing gradually becomes heavy. He is going to be serious this time. After that, he hurriedly yelled to the patriarchs around, quickly step back. Hui plans to use that. Nanny, what? Hey. This joke is not funny at all. I look forward to it. I haven't seen it in a long time. The patriarchs heard the words and hurriedly rushed towards the distance with their backs. After all, that thing, that knife. It's not a joke. Xiaoming looked at the running patriarchs with a dazed expression. Hui gave a chuckle. I learned well this time. Boom! Ryatsu on Kei's body broke out without warning. Xiaoming relied on keen intuition to jump away dangerously. Xiaoming and the two looked at Hui with solemn eyes. Brother Hui, you and Carrot? Hui holds a paper umbrella in his right hand. The left hand swept across the paper umbrella gradually disappeared, and the quaint Zanpakuto appeared in front of everyone. The eyes of the patriarchs were ecstatic. Really, Master Hui really wants to use that ability, really looking forward to it. Taro held Zanpakuto with his left hand. Put your right hand on the handle. You have been practicing for 2 years, and your strength has naturally improved, so, glance over the two. I don't want to play family games anymore. What? Take out Zanpakuto in your hand. In an instant, the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly. Both Xiaoming's faces were instantly covered with sweat. The name of this knife is Ryujin Jaka. Zanpakuto, the strongest flame system. Xiaoming and the two swallowed their mouth water. Feel the ubiquitous pressure on your body. Is this the pressure of facing Big Brother Hui? What a powerful force. Hui pointed Ryujin Jaka at the two. Come on, let me feel your growth. What? I saw the two figures of Xiaoming appeared in front of Hui. Naruto yelled, Brother Hui, don't be careless. The two drew out the swords in their hands at the same time. Attack Hui one by one. Hui's mouth is always smiling when When? The attack of the two people at the moment easily. Bang! Naruto's figure turned into white smoke. Clone technique. The group leaders who were watching the game were shocked. So fast. When did you use it? The patriarchs watching the riots. A voice came to everyone's ears the moment the body flicker technique was used. It was used. Everyone looked back. The short black hair on one end is Shisui. Itachi looked at Shisui with a smile. Brother Shisui, the mission is complete? Shisui nodded. Ah, it's done, let's see the results of the assessment first. Everyone heard the words, and their eyes gathered in the battle of the three. I saw Naruto's figure suddenly appeared in the distance. A huge shuriken-style ball was rubbed out in his hand. Sasuke, jump away. Wind-style spiral shuriken. Naruto threw the spiral shuriken in his hand to Hui. Sasuke cast a glance, leave in a hurry. Hui stood on the spot, watching the spiral shurikens approaching. The smile on the mouth is always the same. Sure enough, I have grown up. However, it is not your limit. After all, Ryutsu in the right hand quickly condenses on the blade. Ryujinjaka in his hand quickly slashed towards it. Chop! The crescent-shaped white slash cuts directly into the spiral shuriken. Fly to Naruto unabated. Naruto, who is in the air, has nowhere to borrow. Concentrate your mind, make a seal in your hands. Shadow clone technique. Puff! Naruto's clone appeared, and he threw Naruto's body into the distance. The slash directly smashed the clone and flew towards the sky. At the same time, Naruto's figure is smashing towards the ground. What? Terror directly, Shunpo came to Naruto's body. Zanpakuto in his hand cuts to Naruto mercilessly. Who knows? Naruto grinned at the corner of his mouth. Brother Hui, I won't make the same mistake twice. Boom! Naruto turned into white smoke and dispersed. Huey's sword cuts directly into the air. At the same time, Sasuke appeared below Hui. Hand seal. Brother Hui, Brother Ferret told me, King knows, that flames are useless to you, right? So what about thunder? Lightning-style 1,000-bird sharp gun. The lightning in his hand turned into a spear, and it shot at Hui quickly. At the same time, Naruto's body also appeared at Huey's feet. At this time, Naruto's eyes have become toad eyes. Light orange eyeshadow appeared around the eyes. It is Sage mode. Naruto is rubbing a huge shuriken in his hand. Sage art wind-style the Wand Jade Spiral Shuriken. Fighting Hui, if you dare to have reservations, it is to die. The huge Raiznon flew towards Hui with a harsh voice. Puff! Lightning style and Sage art blast on Huey's life in no particular order. There was a huge roar. The huge smoke swallowed Huey's figure. Xiaoming did not dare to relax at all. The smoke is staring at me. The patriarchs around also stared with breathlessness. Can such a strong attack hurt Hui? The smoke goes away. Hui wore a jet black kimono, appeared unscathed in front of everyone. Huey's right hand stretched out into a palm. In front is a transparent glass. Lips light up. The 81 of Bakuto splitting void. The flat voice spread throughout the audience. Appeared again. That kind of ability. Yes. Lord Jiraiya's attack was also resisted like this. Hui disperses the splitting void, standing in the void, looking at the two. Xiaoming panting below said with a smile, you two, it's great now. Huey's heart is indeed sighing. The strength of the two has now reached cage level. It's been a long time since the duel with cage level. 960 Ryutsu on Hui started not to be released like money. Both Zhou Ming's bodies sank. It feels heavier than before. Sasuke said tremblingly. Naruto is very tired at the moment, just consuming huge chakra. Now I have to endure such a heavy force. Naruto said he didn't have the energy to speak. Hui puts Ryujinjaka to his side. Well, you let me see your growth then, I'll be a little more serious, too. After all, the surrounding temperature started to climb again. It's even hotter than before. Sure enough to use that trick. Yes. It must be. The patriarchs are now incarnations of my brother and sister. Excitement is revealed in the words. Tension. What for a moment, everything is forbidden. Between heaven and earth, only the words of Hui are left. Everything in Vientiane is ashes. Ryujinjaka. Bfa. Boom. Everything fades. Only the hot flames are rendering the sky. Both Xiaoming snorted. The body is no longer as simple as simple coercion. The high temperature scorched their bodies. Sasuke can't wait to give himself a piece of water now. It's too hot. Hui turned the Ryudeo in his hand like a sword, aim at two people. Ryujinjaka, Shikai has the same temperature as the sun. You too, don't die. What, Shunpo? Hui came to the two of them instantly with the scorching heat. The two of them at this moment finally realized the feeling of facing the sun. Torch, pull the knife in an instant. The tornado-shaped flame wall surrounded the two. Not good. Naruto yelled, do your best to kick Sasuke out. Surrounded by flames. Hui naturally didn't want to kill two people, just let Yanbai stay around Naruto. Sasuke, who was kicked out, rolled around on the spot, go straight behind Hui. Hand seal. Chidori, huh? The thunder and lightning in your hand is like 1,000 birds singing. Huisa had Sasuke behind him, reverse grip Ryujinjaka torch, boom. K directly detonated the air beside Sasuke. blast Suzuki. Suzuki got up hard Guyu and his eyes turned crazy. In the end, a hexagram-like Sharinon was formed. Suzuki wiped the bloodline at the corner of his mouth. Brother Hui, be careful. Hui brow raised. Little devil, you want to hurt me, you are 100 years early. Suzuki was just staring at Hui Amaterasu. The black flame appeared out of thin air. Cover on Hui's clothes. A smile rises from the corner of Suzuki's mouth. Brother Hui, this is the fire of Amaterasu. Before my pupil power stopped, or you will never disappear until you are burned out. Hui looked at Suzuki, who had fallen into ecstasy. The left hand lightly patted the clothes. Then, Amaterasu goes out. Suzuki, the bullite just blown out, slapped face in seconds. Seeing that the two have no power to fight again, Hui waved his big hand and lifted Songming. If you don't untie it, Naruto will burn. Disarm Shikai. Ryujin Jaka is back in the sheath looking across the miserable two. You really have grown a lot. Suzuki looked at Hui full of resentment. But, I still can't beat big brother Hui. Hui shrugged. Well, don't compare with me, you are already better than many people in the shinobi world. Although you failed, but when shinin is more than rubbing, you two passed the assessment. After hearing Hui's words, the two of them didn't have any happy expressions on their faces, because they understand that Hui just agrees with them, but they did not attack Hui, not even a slight injury. The people around looked at the appraisal that had subsided. Still no one dared to step forward. Just kidding, it's still hot there. Hui grabbed one in one hand and brought the two to everyone. Little Sakura hurried forward to treat the wounds for the two. The patriarchs looked at the wounds on the two of them, their mouths twitched. Master Hui is as strong as ever. Yes, if it wasn't for the hair color to be different, I can't even recognize which one is Naruto, which is Suzuki. Hui shrugged. It's light enough to start. Everyone naturally understands that if Hui starts a little harder, whether you can see Xiuoming is a question. The group leaders have left. Sa Ming and two sat on the ground, receiving treatment from Sakura. I keep my eyes on Hui, who looks at the sky. Next time, I must make you hurt. The two clenched their fists. Obviously the goal now is to hurt Hui first. Hui seemed to hear the voice of the two, smile at the corner of the mouth. Well, it's nice to be young with the beautiful sound of bells. Hui brought 3 people to the Hokage office. Yeah, Uncle Minato, the assessment is over. Minato, who is at the desk correcting documents, looks upset with a smile. I heard Umbu's report. Glance at the two. I heard that the repair was miserable. When the two heard the words, they curled their lips. But there is no refutation, after all, it is a fact. However, since it has been recognized by Hui, congratulations on becoming Chunin. With that, he handed the 2 vests to the two of them. Although I could not defeat Hui, I was able to obtain Chunin's vest. The two are still in a good mood. Thank you Hokage-sama, Dad. Minato waved his hand indifferently. Want to say something? At this moment, a crow flew in front of Hui. The crow's red eyes are filled with wisdom. It's the crow of Itake. Hui stretched out his hand to let the crow stay on it. Hush. The crow disappeared, and a scroll appeared in Hui's hand. Hui opened the scroll and read it carefully, frowned, thinking in my heart, sure enough, it still happened. Minato looked at Hui with frowning brows. What happened? Zayawai. Hui handed the scroll to Minato. Heian village was attacked from the Akatsuki organization. Minato hurriedly scanned the contents of the scroll, snapped angrily threw the scroll on the table. They dare to do this. Naruto on the side also asked anxiously what happened in Heian village? How about Gaara? Because of the Chunin exam incident, the two became good friends afterwards. Hui looked at Naruto's anxious expression. Speak slowly. Heian village was attacked, Gaara was taken away. Nanny. Naruto hurriedly looked at Minato. Dad, let the 7th class go. Minato pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement because it was written in the intelligence that Kankura was very poisoned. If Tsune does not leave the village, her disciple Sakura is just right to go for treatment afterwards. He looked at Xiang Hui. Zayawai, you and Kakashi will lead this time. Hui turned the paper umbrella in his hand and nodded in response. Everyone is not delaying. Minato dispatched Umbu to let Kakashi and Sakura come over. After explaining some precautions, Kakashi looked back at several people. 15 minutes later, Konohagate will gather. Yes, Mr. Kakashi. On the other side, Hui went home early and greeted Shiyan, came to the backyard and looked at the 2-tailed beasts lying lazily and basking in the sun. Who was going to the hidden village? The 2-tailed beast just moved its ears, still basking in the sun. Hui, I stopped talking, and walked directly to Kurama's side, grabbed Kurama. It's decided, it's you. 3 tails on the side laughed puffingly. Kurama struggled, waving his short legs. Hey, boy Hui, put me down. Why do I have to go? I want to stay at home. Hui carried Kurama with one hand and went out. You will gain weight if you stay at home. Throwing Kurama on his shoulders unceremoniously continued to say, moreover, this time it was Shao'er who had an accident. Kurama heard this, his tail wagging. How? Is that the dead civet cat? Yes, if you go there later, you may really become a dead civet cat. Is it so serious? It's such a serious matter. Hui came to Konohagate holding a paper umbrella. Kakashi and others also arrived one after another. Let's go. Hui said that. Several people nodded and embarked on the journey to Tsunegakur, seeking flowers. 0 at the same time, in the southern part of the country of rain, in a cave in the country of river, Akatsuki organized everyone to stand on the 10 fingers of the Gadu statue. Heavenly Deo in the middle. Saw everyone gathered. A deep voice came out. The capture Of one tale is complete, now we need to pull out the beast surgery time. 3 days. Everyone nodded upon hearing this hand seal technique. Magic dragon 9 seals exhausted. One tail's chakra is constantly being drawn from Gaara's body, continuously poured into the Gadu statue in one day. Hui and others finally came to Sunagakure. Looking at the famous line of sky in front of me, Hui stepped in, and all the people behind him followed. 0 As soon as I entered the sand shadow building, the figure of Itaki appeared beside Hui-kun. I saw the information sent back. Terra nodded, looking at Cho and Ebizo behind Itaka. These two must be Elder Shang, right? Cho nodded. You are Feng Yui, right? The first person in the ninja world. Hui waved his hand. Elder Thousand Generations praised it. Then I stopped wrangling with her. Where is Kankuro? A gleam of light flashed in Cho's little eyes. That girl Tsunade doesn't seem to be here? There is no need for Tsunade to go out, her disciple is here. Cho nodded. So that's it. Come with me. The crowd followed Cho to the ward where Kankuro was placed. Little Sakura hurried forward to investigate. It's troublesome, but it can be treated. Hui nodded. Let's start soon. Kankuro opened his eyes. I caught some pieces of clothes in my puppet's hands. Kakashi came to the front. Give it to me. Cho looked at Kakashi's white hair. His face changed. Konoha's white fang. I want to come forward and fight. Kakashi desperately let out a cold snort, and Ryatsu on his body pressed towards the Cho to see clearly. Elder Kyande. Cho's body trembled. What kind of ghost power is this? I don't care about Cho in a daze. Terra let Kakashi summoning out of ninja. Parker sniffed the fragments in the puppet's hands, nodded towards everyone. Found it. Hui nodded. Little Sakura, you stay and treat Kankuro, the rest will leave with me. Yes, Master Hui. Both Xiaoming and Hui are performing missions for the first time, but Hui's power is too strong. A calm face is always convincing. After assigning the task, Hui is not delaying. He took Kakashi and followed Parker and set off. After an afternoon, I finally arrived outside a cave. Pain in the cave opened his eyes. Thought of, is it here, Feng Yui? 960 sweeping eyes to everyone. An enemy is here. Deidara twisted her neck. I'll go summoning a corpse out. Hand seal phase turn technique. Bang, the white smoke dissipated, and the same Deidara appeared in front of everyone. Pain frowned, obviously knowing that this method will not cause any harm to Feng Yui at all, but does not prevent Deidara from doing so. I just hope to stop Feng Yui for a while. Sasori, you go with me. After thinking about it, I decided to use phase transition technique together. Deidara said at this time, boss, I can do it alone. Pain shook his head. The enemy this time is Feng Yui. You don't know that man. Deidara heard the words and no longer refuted. After all, I have heard of Hui's legend. In a moment, the two avatars came out of the cave. Sasori went underground alone. Just a few steps forward, I ran into a few Hui people who came here. Deidara looked at Hui holding a paper umbrella, excitedly speaking. Haha, the first person in the ninja world. Enjoy the art of explosion. Hui looked at Deidara in a straight line. The expression on his face did not change. Feel the power in the two of them. Phase turn technique? Nagato, you really look down on me. At this time, a spider appeared in Deidara's hand. After that, spiders kept popping up from the hands. C1 clay spider. The white bomb spider is alive, crawling to the crowd quickly. Scattered. Hui directed the crowd to disperse. You go to destroy the barrier outside the cave? Yes. Puff. A huge explosion came from where I was standing. Deidara smiled. Crazy, the first person in the ninja world? Is he only dodge? Hui looked at Deidara. Reach out your right hand. Deidara is like an enemy. Hui gave a chuckle. Don't be nervous, it will be over in an instant. Conviction, evil. Boom. Deidara felt endless pain in her body. Inside the cave, Deidara roared in pain. Ah! Everyone was shocked. Obviously it's a clone outside. Why is Deidara in the cave like this? Feng Yui, you are really strong. Pain thought solemnly. Outside the cave, Deidara's body was gradually covered with crystals. In the end, he kept his roaring motion motionless. Hui stepped forward, touched Deidara lightly. I saw Deidara as glass, gradually shatter. Hui's gaze swept to the far underground. Aren't you coming out yet? Nothing happened. With Ryatsu underneath Kei's feet, he stomped on the ground fiercely. Taste! The ground broke instantly. Sasori's figure shot out. Hui frowned. Fei Liuhu? It's a fake again. What? Shunpo. Hui came directly in front of Sasori. Conviction, evil. I saw Sasori's body, like Deidara, rapidly forming crystals finally broken and disappeared. Inside the cave, the roar of Deidara and Sasori did not stop. At this moment, crystals began to appear on the two of them. Everyone's eyes stared. What is that? The two Deidara looked at the crystals on their bodies in disbelief. No. Why? Obviously the phase transformation technique was hit. Why did we return it? Deidara's voice is not over. The body becomes a crystalline body and drifts away in the wind. Deidara, die. At this time, Sasori has a helpless smile on his face, exhausted the last bit of strength in the whole body, sending information to everyone. Feng Yui, extremely dangerous. Then Sasori's body also turned into crystals and drifted away in the wind. Akatsuki was silent for a while. Although everyone is not afraid of life and death, but in the face of such a weird scene, everyone is still silent. After all, I have never heard of what kind of ninjutsu can affect the main body through the phase transformation technique. In the silence, a low-angle voice came, Feng Yuwai, the bounty is very high. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at the angle silently. When are you riding horses? There is still money in your head. Pain speaks now, speed up the progress, it's not a good time to meet that man now. Boom, a huge roar erupted outside the cave. Pain frowned, is it already here? Look at the entrance of the cave. Outside the entrance of the cave, a huge seal formation envelopes the cave. 5.0 Kakashi. Several people are working hard to attack the barrier. You guys stay away. Several people in Kakashi heard the words and quickly stepped away. Hui stretched out his right hand and pointed to the enchantment beast, bones scattered everywhere. Spire? Red crystal? Steel wheel. The move is the wind, and the quiet is the sky. The sound of spears hitting each other resounded through Suchin. 63 of Hado, fiery lightning howl. With Huey's current strength, use Hado who sings completely, 2 words, invincible. A strong thunder and lightning came from the hand. Woolen cloth, a huge roar resounded across the sky. The barrier collapsed. Step forward into the cave. Everyone in the Akatsuki organization has already left, only Pen's image remains in the cave. Pain looked at handsome Hui. You came. Hui nodded. After all, your plan has also begun. Kakashi heard this and looked at Hui in shock. Why does Minister Umbu meet with the enemy leader? Ignore the shocked few people. Hui takes a step towards Gaara. Checked Gaara's body, no vitality. Hui raised his brow. It's pretty fast. Pain watched Hui calmly. A little later, you will break and take a deep look at Hui. Feng Yuwai, remember what you said? Hui nodded. I remember. The voice fell. Pen's image disappeared. Kakashi and others looked at Hui in surprise. It seems that what is the agreement between Hui and Xiao organization? Thousands of mythical beasts slipped through Kakashi's heart. My admiral and the enemy leader have an agreement. How to break it? Wait online. Very anxious. Hui looked at 12 people in a daze. What do you think? I'll talk about specific things later. Suzuki, Naruto, bring Gaara with you. Zhou Ming reacted, coming to Gaara's side, found out that Gaara is dead. Gaara. Naruto yelled in pain. Coincidentally, Cho and Sakura also rushed to the cave. The two came to Gaara's side. Cho looked at Gaara kindly. Boy, I want to pass on Tsunagakur. After all, Cho's hands are sealed. Self-born reincarnation technique. The green light continuously flows from Cho's body into Gaara's body. The 7th class on the side was shocked. Mother-in-law, what are you? Naruto asked suspiciously. Cho smiled. The old man has lived long enough. The current ninja world is the ninja world of your young people. Look at Hui who is standing aside with emotion. In my heart, maybe it's just your ninja world. As Cho's body slowly fell, Gaara opened her eyes. Hui did not stop Cho's actions. After all, in Huey's eyes, the value of Gaara is much greater than that of Cho. Maybe with the increase of power, Hui is becoming less and less human. Instead of holding Gaara, put the body of Cho into the scroll. Everyone returned to Tsunagakur. Tell Ebizo the news of Cho's death. After Ebizo got it, he just smiled knowingly. Since my sister decided to do this, then it proves worth it. Stayed in Tsunagakur for a day. Everyone embarked on a journey back to the village. On the way, Kakashi finally asked his doubts. Hui, you and that organization? Hui smiled. Big brother, I thought you wouldn't ask. Kakashi's mouth twitched. Hey, how can I forget such an important thing? Hui shrugged. It's just that I made a deal with them many years ago. Kakashi was surprised when he heard the words, a few years ago I made an agreement. Hui nodded. Well, Uncle Minato also knows about this. Otherwise, how could I let him pay attention to this organization? Resolving the doubts in his mind, Kakashi asked another thing. Hui, when I was in the cave, I saw those eyes. Kakashi is serious. If I read it right, according to the legend, those are incredible eyes. Hui nodded. It's what you think. Kakashi trembled all over. You mean, they are indeed the eyes of Sage of Six Paths? Hui turned the paper umbrella in his hand. Yes, the eyes of Sage of Six Paths. Rinnegan. Kakashi heard that the whole person is not good. Ninja world seems to be undergoing a certain change. Once Jonin was complacent, but now, first Hui, now the eyes of Sage of Six Paths who are riding horses are coming out. I no longer pay attention to Kakashi who is muddled. In a day's journey Hui brought everyone back to Konoha village. Came to Konoha's office. After reporting what happened in Tsunagakur, the crowd dispersed. Only Hui is still talking to Minato. After a long time, Hui left the office. Leave Minato still in the hair trough at this moment. Minato was muttering something unlimited. Monthly. Hui returned home and ate Xian's meal beautifully. Xian, your craft is getting better and better recently. Shiyan smiled and said, Hui-kun knows nonsense. Really? There is a happy smile on Shiyan's face. Hui-kun, the task is fortunate. Hui shrugged. 960. Well, fortunately, I can't talk about it, but it ended a bit too soon. Shiyan gave a chuckle. After all, you are the strongest in the ninja world. The next day, early in the morning, Hui came to Minato's office. Uncle Minato, then I will be out of the village today. Minato nodded. Be careful about safety. Hui waved his hand and left. Minato looked at Huey's backside softly. Ms. Minato, where is Zayawai going? Kakashi asked regretfully. Minato turned his head and looked at Kamukashi. Didn't Zayawai tell you? Then scratched his head. Oh yes, you guys stopped living together a long time ago. Minato ignored Kakashi's blinding eyes and continued. Zayawai is going to the underground gold exchange. Nanny. Kakashi was surprised when he heard the words. After all, in that place, the highest reward is Hui. Hui, who walked out of the village, did not rush to the underground gold exchange. Instead, contact the name of the country of thunder to find out the location of the gold exchange. There is only one reason for this: the underground gold exchange was jointly created by the big names of the 5 major countries, only representing the author. Hey, after all, there is a mixture of fish and dragons in the underground gold exchange. If such a huge underground power were not in the master's hands, I'm afraid the big names are also having trouble sleeping and eating. In case there is a reward for assassinating the daimyo, but the big names don't know, isn't it funny? Inquire about the location of the underground gold exchange. Hui also made the name of the country of thunder pay more attention to the news of the country of rain recently set off for the underground gold exchange. Walked for a day in time. Finally, at sunset, Hui came to the underground gold exchange. Push open the hidden door in the toilet, step into it. The middle-aged man standing behind the bar looked at Hui who came in. Pupil shrinks devil. Everyone in the gold exchange became silent instantly upon hearing the words what. Countless eyes looked at Hui holding a paper umbrella. This is the evil of ninja world. Fengya. Why some people are uneasy, others are gearing up. After all, the villages are rebels, desperados. What if you can kill Fengya? Why? Hui ignored everyone's eyes. Come to the bar, give me a reward list. The middle-aged man looked at Hui warily. Master Hui, you are not a wandering ninja or a rebellious ninja. According to the regulations, this list cannot be given to you. Hui brow raised. How long has it been since I met such an iron man? Chuckle. What if I have to watch? Middle-aged. Then silently took out the list and handed it to Hui. Hui, what about the good head iron? Shaking his head, no longer care about the face change of middle-aged people. Open the list. It's me who brought my eyes to my eyes. Fengya. White bounty of 100 million taels. Hui, it seems that his bounty is quite high. Hui sat there flipping the list. Near the middle part, I finally found the person I wanted. Temple of Fireland and Land, a bounty of 30 million taels. Drew out Dailu's reward in front of middle-aged people. This person, no one has finished yet, right? The middle-aged man looked at the picture of Dailu and remembered it in his mind. Shaking his head, Master Hui, no one has done it. Hui nodded. It seems that they haven't killed Dailu yet. Then, took out a photo from her arms. A reward for him, the amount of 80 million taels. The middle-aged man's face changed when he heard that. Who is it that deserves Fengya Hui to come to the underground gold exchange? Looking at the photo, the middle-aged man was silent because he doesn't know Master Hui. But I can't afford the bounty. The middle-aged man shook his head hurriedly. No, Master Hui, just, this person's name. Hui raised his brows. Just call him the masked man. Yes, one of Huey's purposes here is to discuss Obito. After all, Obito has not shown his head, and it's good to be nauseous. Of course, the main purpose is still the undead duo organized by Akatsuki. Hui temporarily lived in the gold exchange under the arrangement of the middle-aged. At night, in the room, Wigon closed his eyes. Despair. There was a slight noise. Hui is unmoved, as if a long time has passed. A figure opened the door and came to Huey's bed. The comber wears a forehead protector, and the karma in his hands is incomparably dark. Stabbed Huey's head unceremoniously. For a while, Ryotsu came from Hui. In an instant, the man's body could not move. Huey's right hand lightly waved. The man suddenly felt his body start to collapse. Before the man's painful roar, his body disappeared. Hui turned over. There are a lot of rats in the gold exchange. The next day, Hui opened his eyes. Come to the exchange hall. Countless eyes swept away. It seems that yesterday's assassination failed. That's inevitable, right? After all, he is the first person in the ninja world. Hui probed the crowd with magic power, whispering, mind vision in my heart. In an instant, the inner color of everyone in the hall turned blood red. Killing intent. Eli? They are all hostile. Fai Browlight Buddha with a chuckle, he said to everyone, you guys, do you want my bounty? Everyone trembled after hearing this. Hui stretched out his right hand forward. Everyone looked at Huey's movements and hurriedly got up and backed away. Vitality that is not commensurate with strength is also a waste. Huey's words spread throughout the audience. The right hand points to the frontmost person. King Nyo's conviction evil. The man only feels his body is cracking. Puff. Without warning, the man turned into a crystal and floated into the air. The sweat dripping from everyone's forehead. The body can't stop shaking. Hui Sao to everyone, what's wrong? Why didn't you go forward? Woolen cloth. Accompanied by Huey's words, a few more people's bodies shattered. Hui stepped through the crowd. Someone keeps cracking. Monster. Run away. He is a monster. Fate. Countless rebellious ninjas, wandering ninjas reacted. Fengya Hui wants to use them in exchange for money. Countless rebellious ninjas, wandering ninjas want to escape from the gold exchange. I can't wait to plug my wings and fly away. But still can't match Huey's power. Hui walked slowly to the bar. The crystals left behind in a place drifted away with the wind. The brain of the middle-aged man behind the bar is blank as if losing control of the body. Stay in place. Hui sitting on the bar, a glass of sake. The sound of peace comes into the ears of middle-aged people. The latter trembled, and his trembling hands held the sake in front of K. Master Hui, do this. The middle-aged man mustered up the courage and wanted to talk to Hui about the rules of the gold exchange. Guang schemed to a place of crystals and closed his mouth decisively. Swallowed the second half sentence back. Hui shook the glass in his hand. It doesn't matter whether the dust removed is 1 or 2, it makes no difference to the naked eye. Is nodded. The middle-aged man's expression was taken aback. then became lonely for Master Hui. Are we just dust? Listening to the murmur of the middle-aged man, Hui chuckled lightly, and said nothing. The news of Huija killing the gold exchange spread like wildfire, bring Hui's reputation to the next level and also confirmed the identity of the devil in the next 960 days. Hui's side quieted down, no one dared to try to assassinate Hui again. One day, Taro enjoyed the deliciousness of shaku. I have to say that the gold exchange is still a bit capable. Good wines from all over the world can be obtained. Just when Hui was intoxicated, the gate of the gold exchange was opened. Hui looked back. The Komer is the undead duo financial management master Akatsuki North Kakuzu Thulhuzai Santai Haiden. The land behind Kakuzu's back is the land of Fire Temple. Looking at the money exchange house that is not as noisy as usual, a trace of doubt rose in Kakuzu's heart. His eyes swept across the underground gold exchange, frozen on Hui in front of the bar. Kakuzu's pupils shrank. Feng Yuai. Haiden's ear moved. Feng Yuai, where? Use him to sacrifice to the evil god, it will be fun. Ha 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 ha, Kakuzu said in a low voice. Idiot, use your brain. How could the number one person in the ninja world be easily defeated? After that, he took a deep breath and walked slowly in front of Hui, speaking to the middle-aged temple of fire, land and land. 30 million too. The middle-aged man also recognized Kakuzu in front of him. Don't dare to neglect, after the inspection is correct. 30 million taels in Kakuzu's hands. Kakuzu, who looked at the money, even ignored Feng Yuai, who was aside after the inventory is completed. Put the suitcase away. Watching Hui said Feng Yuai, the underground gold exchange is so quiet, is it related to you? When entering the door, Kakuzu has already noticed the difference between the gold exchange office and the past. It's so quiet. Looking at the Hui in front of you, it is not difficult to imagine what happened. Hui drank all the shaku in his hand. Finally, come, if I stay for another 2 days, I might have to go to the Temple of Fire to find you. Kakuzu. Two people heard the words, their bodies violently retreated. In Hui's words, the killing intent was no longer reserved. Kakuzu. Dan's green pupils are watching Kazuo. Feng Yuai, I have been greedy with your head for a long time. After all, Kakuzu. Hand seal. Water style water curtain tent. A black figure appeared behind Kakuzu. It is the grievance. A powerful water cannon shot out of Xianghui's mouth. Hui sits in place, with a wave of his right hand, erased the water cannon lightly. Look at Kakuzu. Yeah, do you attack so decisively? Kakuzu snorted. Since it's an enemy, don't show mercy with your hands. Puff. Woolen cloth. Kfa. I saw a few grievances growing behind Kakuzu. Composite ninja technique. Odd face explosion. I can only see fire style mask and earth grim combination of wind style mask. One uses fire style head hard, the other uses wind style suppress. The fire takes advantage of the wind. A huge sea of fire rushes towards Feng Yuai. Feng Yuai raised his brow. Didn't Akatsuki's intelligence read carefully? After all, Hui remained motionless. Let the sea of fire engulf yourself. Boom! The huge explosion directly blew up the underground gold exchange. Kakuzu and Haiden jumped out of the pothole. Look at the place where the smoke is still billowing. Haiden licked his lips. Did you kill it? How could it be so easy? After a while, the smoke dissipated. Hui's figure appeared in front of them intact. Nanny! Haiden surprised. Hui patted the dust on his body, speaking slowly. It seems that you haven't read carefully about my information. Flame is ineffective to me. La, Shunpo. Hui's figure appeared directly behind Kakuzu. I stretched my right hand to grab Kakuzu's neck. The grievances behind Kakuzu sensed the appearance of Teru. Lightning style pseudo dark. The grievance, lightning style's mouth released a huge, sharp thunder spear, contains amazing power to shoot at Feng Yuai. Hui's mouth is always smiling. Well, the perception ability is good, it's just a bit weaker. 31 of Hato red cannon. Boom! The huge fireball and thunder and lightning collided strongly. Kakuzu and Haiden took the opportunity to jump into the distance. Haiden, find the time and use your abilities. Haiden, who was on the verge of an enemy, smiled crazily. Ha 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 ha, I absolutely want to dedicate you to Lord Thulhu. Waving the bloody march sickle in his hand and rushing towards the smoke. Hui waved his sleeves. Disperse the smoke in front of you. A huge sickle came straight. Oh, did Haiden take the shot too? At the same time, Haiden's crazy voice came. Ha 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 ha, go to hell. Hui stretched out his left hand. When Haiden's pupils shrink. What are you kidding? I just blocked it with my finger. Haiden can't understand. Why can my fingers resist my bloody march sickle? However, Fei Duan didn't froze for too long. Pull the bloody march sickle back in front of you, put your right foot on the ground and fight with Hui. At this time, Kakuzu in the distance is finally completed. Wind, fire, and thunder are wrapped around Kakuzu's right hand. 3 masks opened their mouths at the same time. Aim at Hui and Haiden. Ground grievance. The final shot. Puff. A bunch of terrifying chakra cannons attacked Hui with unparalleled power. Hui, who is playing with Haiden, the rest of the light is on the upcoming chakra cannon, no choice to leave. Instead, he took out the demon blade Murata Sirius, who hadn't seen him for a long time, from the system space. Kick away Haiden. The murderous sword of Wyoming God Suzaku. The slender Tato carries endless power and swings at the chakra cannon. Boom. Thorn. The huge chakra cannon is split in two. flying out from both sides of Huey's body. Kakuzu looked at Huey, who was still unscathed. I feel a sense of powerlessness in my heart. When did you last encounter such a sense of powerlessness? Oh, when first Hokage flash of memory flashed in Kakuzu's eyes, this ninja world, has it appeared in the same person as first Hokage again? Then he shook his head and looked at Huey with solemn eyes. No, he is stronger. Huey held a sword flower in his hand. What? Shunpo appeared in front of Haiden. Haiden hasn't reacted yet, just feels a flower in front of him. The sight gradually turned around. The knife cut off Haiden's head. Teru's eyes swept across Kakuzu. Now, Kakuzu, I remember you have 5 hearts, right? Huey's mouth grinned. Then we should be able to have a good time. Shunpo K appeared in front of Kakuzu, instantly waving a sword in his hand and slashing towards Kakuzu's heart. Because of having 5 grievances, his perception is not comparable to that of ordinary people. The moment the glory disappeared, start to seal in the hand, earth-style earth spear. I saw Kakuzu's hands hardened, folding his hands in front of him, resisting Teru's dachi. When a burst of sparks flashed, Kakuzu resisted. Huey raised his brow. Oh, not bad. Then turned around in the air, the right leg swept across Kakuzu's head. Fly Kakuzu with one kick. Puff. Kakuzu's body flew directly tens of meters away, loaded heavily on the rocks. Fai walked slowly towards the rock pile. Suddenly, I felt chakra rioting inside. Tentacle punch. A wrist connected to countless black lines rushed towards Huey. Shoot to Huey quickly. Huey raised Taishao lightly with his right hand. I resisted my wrist. It's not over yet. Kakuzu's dull voice came out. Wind-style suppression. The strong storm blows away the smoke. The high-pressure wind ball blasted towards Huey. Forget it, I don't want to play with you anymore. Having said that, K directly mobilized Shunpo to come to Kakuzu. Go to hell, Wheeling God Mary Murder Sword White Tiger. What? Counting the sword light flashed before Kakuzu's eyes. Kakuzu's movements were stagnant, and he stood there blankly. Huey put the knife into its sheath, turned and walked towards Haiden's corpse. There is a sad smile on Kakuzu's face behind him. Really, it can solve me in an instant. It's really nasty to keep me for so long. Puff. Countless blood began to be sprayed from Angle's body. Finally, the pieces of meat fell on the ground. Huey came to Haiden's head, seeking flowers. 0, okay, no one will bother us now. It turned out that Haiden was the main goal this time. Destroy Haiden's body completely, put Haiden's head on the rock randomly, although there is only one head left, but Haiden is still clamoring. Feng Yuai, kill this uncle if you have the ability. Ha ha ha, then I can go to see Lord Thulhu. Huey snapped his fingers. That's right. I'm going to see your Thulhu Lord. Haiden. Huey turned the paper umbrella in his hand, gently pinched the chin with the left hand. I know that Thulhu is in Yonokuni, but I need an accurate location. Haiden sneered. Shout, give up. I will never tell you the news of the Thulhu. Huey scratched his head. Well, you seem to have misunderstood something. After all, the right hand covers Haiden's head. As long as you surrender to me, I know everything about you. Mind barrier. OM. The green Ryotsu gradually enters Haiden's brain with Huey's right hand. After a while, Haiden's consciousness regained owner. Well, tell me more about Thulhu. Haiden slowly said. The Thulhu is the largest sect in Yonokuni. The Thulhu cult will use more children for blood perfusion every once in a while. Huey nodded, expressing it clearly. Haiden continued. Successful children will gain immortality and join the Thulhu. Failed children will burst like fireworks. #2. How many undead cultists are there now in cult? Haiden thought for a while. There are about a dozen, master. I left Thulhu a long time ago, so I don't know how many of them are. Huey nodded, clearly. After inquiring about the Thulhu, Huey has a headache. What should Haiden do? After thinking about it, it seems to be of no use to myself, and Haiden's body has also been destroyed by himself. Huey raised his right hand and aimed at Haiden. Send you to Orochimaru. After that, open the summoning scroll that Orochimaru gave him, put Haiden's head inside, and leave a paragraph with Ryotsu. Boom. With white smoke billowing, Haiden disappeared. At the same time, Ryokai Cave, Orochimaru is doing experiments. I heard the voice of summoning from behind. Why, Master Huey is free to come here. Orochimaru put down the beaker in his hand and looked back at 960. I saw Haiden's head. Haiden. Orochimaru was surprised. He closed Haiden's chattering mouth casually. Untie Ryotsu that Huey left behind. A word slowly emerged. Experimental materials for you. Orochimaru licked his mouth and prepared his lips. Haiden had a chill on his back. No, he has no back spine anymore. Yonokuni. Tara walked towards the base camp of Thulhu along the route. Haiden told. Not long after, 2 people in black robes appeared in front of him. Blocked Huey's way. The front is the restricted area. Strangers, please come back. Huey, brow raised. Are the Thulhu people so polite? Shrugged, turned, and left. The 2 men in black robes looked at each other. This is Feng Yuai, right? There was a trembling in the tone. The other nodded. Well, according to intelligence, this is the current strongest man in the ninja world. Then us. The other shook his head. Don't act rashly. Report to the leader first. Waiting for the command of the master leader. Yes. At the same time, a voice came from the ears of the 2. So you know me. The 2 of them trembled and hurriedly looked back. I saw Feng Yuai's figure appeared behind the 2 at some unknown time. Gently turn the paper umbrella in your hand, mind barrier. The green Ryotsu instantly surrounded the two of them. Not long after, the two have already recognized Feng Yuwei as the master. Take me to see the so-called leader. Yes, master. The two led Hui to an underground entrance. After a long tunnel, the three came to an iron gate. Hui touched the heavy iron gate. Spit. I'm really afraid of death, the black-robed man said. Yes, Lord Master is worried about being attacked day and night. Oh? What attacked? The black-robed man said a few years ago, believers with perfect immortality took advantage of the lack of preparation of the leader, cut the leader, seized the blood type, marched sickle, and left here. The day he threatened to return was when the leader died. Hui finished listening and nodded. I probably understand, isn't this riding a horse hidden? The black-robed man stepped forward and came to the side of the iron gate, knocked a few times. Not long after, an old voice came from inside. Who is it? The black-robed man said, Master, it's me, report something. What's up? The leader seems unwilling to open the iron gate. The man in the black robe strikes an inspiration. It's about Haydn. The leader heard the words and was silent for a moment. Slowly opened the iron door. The old body of the leader appeared in front of the three. At a glance, I saw Hui, who was not a believer. Hurried to close the gate. It turned out to be supported by Hui with one hand. Hui has a smile on the corner of his mouth. Don't worry. I have a lot of time, let's speak slowly. After all, I pushed open the iron gate and stepped into it. Looking at the lights on the whole wall in the house, I was so scared by Haydn that I didn't even dare to leave a shadow. Huey's mouth twitched. How afraid of death this guy. Find the main seat of the leader. Hui sat down mercilessly. Look at the leader who seems to be asking for help. Wave of right hand. The 30 of Bakuto. 3 flashes of mouth. 3 huge pointed beams fixed the hands and waist of the leader to the wall, blocked his actions. The leader tried to struggle for a while. After discovering that he couldn't break free at all, with anger in his eyes, he swept across the two people who had rebelled on the side. Last look at Feng Yuwei. What the hell do you want to do? Hui looked around. Last look to the leader. Just look at how miserable the collaterals of that clan are. When the leader heard this, his pupils shrank. You, what are you talking about? What kind of clan? Hui always keeps a smile on his face. Don't admit it yet. Well, it's okay, let's talk slowly. Huey's words fall. There was a moment of silence in the room. The leader slowly raised his head. How did you know? Hui shrugged. I wasn't sure, but Haydn told me about your many experiments. The leader trembled. Hui continued. For example, how to withstand the enormous power in the body. There is also such a thing as transplanting eyes word by word, like 5.0, with sharp sword pierced into the body of the leader. Hui seems to think of something again. By the way, a few years ago, the attack on Cloud Shinobi Village and your base on the moon, right? Hui looked directly at the leader. There was another silence. The leader's old voice whispered, Feng Yuwei, I really underestimated you. The leader raised his head. A pair of white eyes is full of complex emotions. The corner of Huey's mouth evokes, it seems I'm all right, right. A branch of the Atsutsuki clan. The leader seems to have completely given up the struggle. Feng Yuwei, what is your purpose? I have been following you for a long time. The strength you showed is not the strength of the ninja world at all. Hui shrugged. Well, who knows this kind of thing? Looking at Hui, it seems that he doesn't want to tell his secret. The leader did not continue to inquire. Kill me? Hui brow raised. Kill you? Isn't that cheaper for you? After all, Hui slowly came to the leader's side. Place your right hand on the head of the leader. I still need you to do something for me. The leader's pupils shrank, and once faced the black-robed man next to him. Seems to know what his destiny is. Close your eyes like a fate mind enchantment, waiting for the leader's consciousness to return. Huey's 12 figures have disappeared in the room. The black-robed man on the side said, Master, the master wants you to continue to monitor the movements on the moon. The leader nodded. I'm on the throne again. The two black-robed men also left. Nothing seems to happen coming out of Yunokuni. Hui didn't stay there, and used Shunpo all the way back to Konoha. It will soon be the time. Agreed with Nagato. Hui don't want to miss it. Wikian returned home with his feet. The doorbell on the back foot was rang. Open the door. Umbu's figure appeared outside the door. Umbu kneeled on one knee. Master Minister, Master Naruto said, as long as you come back, please go to the Hokage office immediately. Hui sighed helplessly. The A*** is not hot yet, dismissed Umbu. Hui came to the Hokage office again. Uncle Minato, what's the matter? Minato looked at Hui, who returned. Take off the glasses. Zaiwai, there is information from Kirigakure's Umbu. The second tail was captured. Iwagakure also sent information. 4 tails, 5 tails, have been captured by Akatsuki. Hui nodded. It seems that Akatsuki's speed is not slow. Where are the other tail beasts? Minato rubs his temples. This is what I want to tell you. 6 tails, 7 tails couldn't find whereabouts, suspected of being captured. So, now only 3 tails, 8 tails and 9 tails are not captured. Hui expressed it clearly. After all, 3 tails and 9 tails are still in their own homes. Zaiwai, the strength of the Akatsuki organization may not be solved by a single shinobu village. Reikage proposes to hold the 5 ninja talks. When tentative, Hui felt a little surprised. What does tentative mean? Minato spreads out. Well, Reikage and Rock Shinobi have different opinions. No one wants to go to the other's village. Huey's mouth twitched. These two people are really stubborn. Then leave them alone. When the time is right, they will agree. Minato nodded. How is Akatsuki's organization now? Hui waved his hand. It's time for the Akatsuki organization on the bright side to end. After that, Hui turned and left the office. Minato looked at Hui's back and muttered something. Zaiwai, your purpose seems to be more than just the shinobi world. Throw away the thoughts in your mind, continue to correct the document. On the other side, Hui came to Ino's flower shop. Welcome. Ino smiled and probed through the flowers and said, seeing the jet black kimono, looking up, holding a white paper umbrella. Ino was surprised. Brother Hui. Hui smiled at Ino. Help me pack a rose. Is it for Sister Xian? Hui nodded. I have been busy recently, I'm a little bit snubbed of her. Ino smiled and passed the rose into Hui's hand. Brother Hui is really gentle. Hui shrugged. Well, then I'll go first. Okay, welcome Brother Hui to visit next time. Ino looked at Hui leaving behind, sighed. Brother Hui is really a gentle person. Hui took the rose and came to the door of the ninja school. After a while, Xian walked out from inside, walking on the road, still looking at homework seriously. Hui came quietly behind Xian, hugged her. Now, Xian, guess who I am? The corner of Xian's mouth rises. Hui-kun, when did he actually learn to tease me? Did you mess with flowers outside? Hui held up his hands. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Xian angrily hit Xiaowai on the chest. Mission 960 went well, right? Hui nodded. It's easy after all. Xian pouted. That's just for you. Hui shrugged and didn't refute. The two held hands and walked home. Hui looked up at the fiery red sky. Xian's pace gradually slowed down. I heard Xian slowly say, Master Tsunade. Hui's gaze slowly moved from the air to the person on the opposite side. It's Tsunade who just came out of the medical department. Tsunade looked at the two people holding hands. There is a trace of bleakness in his eyes. It's Hui and Xian just got off work. Xian nodded. My eyes rolled around. Step forward and take Tsunade's hand. Hey, Tsunade-sama didn't eat tonight, right? Tsunade stunned. I just got off work too. There is a smile on Xian's face. Then go home and eat together. Tsunade. Hui. Maiden, you seem to be playing with fire. Xian ignored the Hui, holding Tsunade's hand, dragged Tsunade, and walked towards home. A blush flashed across Tsunade's face. Hey? Wait a minute, wait. Xian couldn't help but pulled Tsunade and left. Hui was stunned at the back and followed behind the two women back home. Xian sent Hui to the kitchen, sitting outside with Tsunade. I don't know what they're talking about. Hui looked at what was not right in front of him, came to the kitchen consciously and took charge of the dinner in the living room. Tsunade seemed a little restless. Yuyin on the opposite side is smiling and looking at Tsunade. Sister Tsunade, do you like Hui-kun? Tsunade trembled. Girl, so straightforward, is it really good? Tsunade swallowed. I do not know what to say, although from a few years ago, after Naweka's meal operation, Tsunade's heart does have a different feeling for Hui, but Tsunade never dared to talk to Hui. The first and most important point, Hui already has a girlfriend. Second, I don't have the courage to fall in love with him. Listening to Xian's question, Tsunade chose silence. Xian put her right hand on Tsunade's hand. Sister Tsunade, actually, I know. Tsunade continued to be silent. After all, I like Hui. This thing, at that time it was still spread far away, so Xian knows that it is not unusual. Finally, Tsunade spoke. Xian, Tsunade mustered up the courage. I really like Hui, but Xian shook her head. Stop Tsunade's next words. Sister Tsunade, actually, I don't mind. Slash of Xian's eyes through the window, looking at the sky in the distance. Hey, I actually worshipped Hui-kun for a long time. At that time, Hui, who was very young, was already able to make his name in the ninja world. From then on, I knew Hui-kun was not easy. Xian gave a chuckle. Facts have proved that Hui-kun is indeed not easy, which thing after that didn't shock the ninja world. So Yunin holds Tsunade's hand and looks directly at Tsunade. I want to drive. Sister Tsunade. Tsunade was stunned. Xian is really willing. Xian kissed Tsunade's ear. Sister Tsunade, Hui-kun is just a piece of wood. I bought Shaku on purpose tonight. You can do this. And then this. Tsunade's face grew redder when she listened to Xian's words. Damn it, is that so? The two sat in the living room, chatting. From time to time, laughter is introduced into the kitchen. Hui listened to the laughter of the two, it seems, relieved. After all, in such an environment, no matter what, I don't seem to be suitable to stay there. Hui brought dinner to the table. Wipe your hands with a towel. Smiling, looking at two people in the living room. It's dinner. Tsunade looked at Hui. His head was full of Xian's plan. Flushed cheeks. Xian touched Tsunade's arm. Sister Tsunade, come on. The three of them were sitting at the dining table, eating Hui's meals, drinking small wine from time to time. In the end, Xian fell drunk first. Hui raised his brow. What the hell is this Nizai doing? The amount of alcohol doesn't seem to be that bad. On the other hand, Tsunade seems to drink more and more vigorously, constantly clinking glasses with Hui. The two drank late into the night. Hui looked at the two people who were completely drunk in front of him. The corners of the mouth twitch. What kind of human suffering is this horse riding? First pick up Xian. Xian took advantage of Hui to turn around. Tsunade, who fell asleep to the fake, just opened his eyes and gestured with his thumbs. Tsunade quickly closed his eyes again, put Xian on the bed. Hui flicked Xian's head up. Xian gave a bitterness and sighed. Hui, what is Kun doing? Don't know if I drank too much. Hui smiled helplessly. Well, you think you can fool me? Xian stuck out her tongue. Hey, what will Hui-kun do? Hui looked at Xian seriously. Are you sure? Xian also seriously responded. Hui-kun, seriously. Hui Chang sighed, holding Xian tightly. Silly girl, I know. Xian lay in Hui's arms, but don't forget me. Hui smiled and patted Xian's head. Well, absolutely not. After all, Xian urged Hui to go downstairs. Hui looked at Tsunade, who was still pretending to sleep on the table, didn't wake her up. He picked up Tsunade and brought it back to the room. Speechless all night, Hui opened his eyes, looking at Tsunade sleeping aside, gently covered Tsunade with a quilt, turned around and came downstairs. Xian is struggling for breakfast in the kitchen. Seeing Xian's listless face, Hui smiled. What's wrong? Didn't you sleep well at night? Xian is bitter, Nyozeahao, looking at Hui Mo. Wei-kun knowingly asked why Hui shrugged and hugged Xian. Well, isn't it your bun idea? Xian raised her brows. Oh? Sister-in-law's idea. Hui coughed. How could it be my sister-in-law's idea? Cold sweat on the forehead. Thumbs up. Good idea. Xian laughed and cursed, handed the breakfast to Hui. The two enjoyed the morning sunshine after eating. Hui continued his swordsmanship training. At this moment, Tsunade also woke up, looking at the empty room, and the remaining smell swelling. Tsunade's face turned red again, muttered, "Mo, it's really cheap for you, Hui." After finishing the training of swordsmanship, back in the living room, I saw Tsunade eating breakfast. At a glance, Hui wiped the sweat from his forehead. Tsunade, live here from today. Tsunade's hand holding the bread paused. Hey, looking at Hui with a dazed expression. Hui, will it be too fast? Hui shrugged. Well, you have waited for me for years after all. Tsunade heard this and thought in her heart, turns out he always knew. A ray of tears flashed in my eyes. Hui immediately stepped forward, wiped Tsunade's tears gently with your fingers, speaking softly, that's it, move in today. Tsunade nodded. Hui smiled and touched Tsunade's head. After solving it early, Hui sent the two to their respective workplaces. Then I came to the Umbu building by myself. What Qing's figure appeared in the office. Hui brow raised. Sonny, what's the matter? Qing kneeling on one knee. Hi. Lord Minister, putting a letter into Huey's hand. Letter from Lord Jiraiya. Hui disassembled 973 letters. After reading carefully, tangled brows. This lascivious old man. Qing looked at Hui suspiciously. My lord, what happened? Hui Chang sighed. The lecherous old man ran to Rain Shinobi village to find out information. Qing said in surprise, Your Excellency, isn't that place that you specifically emphasized that you can't go? Hui nodded. That's why I feel irritable. Waved. Haru, tell Kakashi to come to me. Yes, Lord Minister. Hui took the envelope in his hand and didn't know what he was thinking about. After a while, Kakashi came to Umbu's office wearing an elder robe. What's wrong? Hui, give the envelope to Kakashi. Brother, you can see for yourself. Kakashi opened the envelope with regret. Then, his face was full of shock. Nanny? Lord Jiraiya him. Hui nodded. He went to Rain Shinobi village. For Huey's mood is very irritable. After all, the agreement from Nagato is actually almost here. At this time Jiraiya went to add chaos. If Nagato leaked, I'm afraid I will be aware of something by Black Zetsu. Hui thought for a while. Forget it, don't do it forever. Anyway, it was agreed that Nagato will go to war. Let's fight directly in Rain Shinobi village. Thinking of here, Hui said to Kakashi, brother, in the next period of time, we must let Konoha's various departments keep an eye on it. What happened? Hui shook his head. For specific things, Uncle Minato will tell you. I'll go to Uncle Minato first. Umbu, please take care of you for the time being. Kakashi was silent for a moment, then nodded heavily. What Hui no longer delays time. Shunpo came to Minato's office looking at Minato, who is still correcting the file. Hui wants to complain. Talking to Minato. Uncle Minato, the lecherous old man has gone to Rain Shinobi village. Minato hasn't turned his brain for a while. I was stunned, and then I realized Nanny. Hui nodded. I'm afraid something will happen. I decided to make an appointment at Rain Shinobi village. Minato trembled, calmed down, and said, Zayawai, is Nagato okay? Hui shook his head. Well, Nagato will definitely understand as long as the effect he wants is achieved. Minato was silent for a moment. Then leave it to you, Zayawai. Hui nodded. Shunpo left the office, standing in the void, discerning the direction of the country of Rain, speed up and rush towards the country of Rain. On the other side, in Rain Shinobi village, the Toad kept opening his mouth. Jiraiya's figure came out from Toad's mouth. My eye swept around, put on a raincoat and walk on the streets of Rain Shinobi village. Above the tower, Pain sat there quietly, staring at Jiraiya's position. Ms. Jiraiya, the doubts in my heart, it's almost the appointed time, now why is Jiraiya here? Frown, it seems that I can only kill you. Countless papers on the side gradually formed the appearance of Konan. Pain, what happened? Konan, teacher Jiraiya has come to Rain Shinobi village. Konan asked in surprise, why did Mrs. Jiraiya come over at this time? Pain said blankly, Konan, go and warn, if you don't understand, we can only kill him. Konan heard this, was silent for a moment, and did not answer. Body turned into paper floating in the air. Jiraiya came out of a custom shop. It seems that I have collected the information I want to collect. Walked towards the depths of Rain Shinobi village. At this moment, Jiraiya had a meal at his feet, seems to be aware of something, turned a corner and walked towards the empty alley. After walking a distance, Jiraiya said, don't plan to come out yet. What? The paper keeps gathering in the air. Angel Konan appeared in front of Jiraiya. Ms. Jiraiya, long time no see. Jiraiya looked at the familiar person in front of him, with a shocked face. Konan, it's really you? And then asked hurriedly, Yahiko, are they okay? Hearing the name Yahiko, a trace of sadness flashed in Konan's eyes. Jiraiya did not notice. Konan said, Ms. Jiraiya, you shouldn't be here. Looking at Konan, who was unwilling to answer his own question, Jiraiya sighed slightly. Sure enough, you are the leader of Akatsuki's organization, right? Konan heard this and did not answer, looking at Jiraiya, who seemed determined in front of him. Konan is no longer polite. Body into paper rain. The wings behind him quickly shot countless pieces of paper. Attack on Jiraiya. Jiraiya dodges, while holding a seal in his hand. Konan, you're really welcome. Fire style Yanbang. I saw Jiraiya put the oil refined from chakra in his mouth, use fire style to ignite the oil while spitting it out. The huge flame bomb and the paper rain collide. Woolen cloth. I saw the Yanbo cast off and flew towards Konan. Looking at the flame bombs in front of me, Conan's body gradually turned into a piece of paper, scattered around avoided the attack of flame bullets. At this moment, Jiraiya's figure appeared in front of Conan. It's a hit. Toad oil bomb. I saw a bunch of viscous chakra oil hit Conan's body. Snapped. Jiraiya wiped his nose proudly. Conan, your paper escape is scary. Conan raised his arm covered with toad oil, frowning together as expected of Mr. Jiraiya. Put down your arms and look at Jiraiya. But, Mrs. Jiraiya, I am not alone. Swish. Swish, swish. A few figures came to Jiraiya's side instantly. Jiraiya looked at Rinnegan in the eyes of a few people, shocked. Nanny? It's all Rinnegan. That's right, Jiraiya is a little confused. The 5 ways of pain don't care if Jiraiya is stunned. The rocket in Shuradeo's hand was ruthlessly shot at Jiraiya. At the same time, Loli, yeah, the seal in the hands of Beast Deo, right hand on the ground, summoning technique. Boom, the white smoke disperses, a huge 3-headed hound appeared in front of everyone. Roar, he barked at Jiraiya and ran towards him. Jiraiya dodges attacks that strike every moment, looking at a few people solemnly. All are Rinnegan. At the same time, my hands are not idle. Jian patted on the ground, summoning technique. Puff, a huge figure appeared under Jiraiya with a pipe in his mouth and a huge dagger. It is Wentai. Jiraiya. What happened this time? Jiraiya's hands are still printed. Wentai. No time to explain. I definitely want to buy time for me. Wentai heard the words and looked at the 3 hounds rushing with solemn eyes. Speaking of smoking a cigarette, oh? It's not the little devil named Hui this time, but it's still a big trouble. After that, the 2 hind feet stomped on the ground fiercely. The strong impact tears the ground apart. The body rushed forward quickly. Puff, hit the 3 hounds fiercely. Jiraiya stood firmly on Wentai's head, crazy Jian in the hand woolen cloth. Boom. 2 plumes of white smoke rose again. Immortal Shenzo and Ji-Ma appeared. 2 toads looked around with dumbfounded faces. Little Jiraiya. Where is it? Jiraiya sits on Wentai's head. No time to explain. Shenzo Xianren, help me enter sage mode. Shenzo Xianren no longer speaks much. 2 toads jumped on Jiraiya's shoulders. Beast Deo's hands are also constantly forming seals. 2 other huge Rinnegan summoning beasts appeared. The 3 besieged went together. Wentai gradually became a little bit overwhelmed and roared, Jiraiya, hurry up. At this moment, Jiraiya opened his eyes. Orange eyeshadow appears around the eyes. When is 2? I've been waiting for a long time. After all, Jiraiya's figure disappeared on Bunta's head. What? Appeared in front of the animal road instantly. Sage Art Raisnon. The blue ball in his hand slammed on Brute Deo's body mercilessly. Boom. The figure of Beast Deo was directly shattered by Raisnon. The 3 Rinnegan summoning beasts also disappeared. Jiraiya's figure came to the front of Shuradeo in an instant. Sage Art Maogen Senbon, seeking flowers. 0 long white hair becomes extremely hard. The momentum is as fast as a storm. Swipe. Thousands of rain that turned into white bombarded Shuradeo's body within a moment. Shuradeo is dead. Pattered Jiraiya sits on the ground, looking at the 3 remaining Rinnegan figures around. Frown. At this time, a sound of footsteps came into Jiraiya's ears. Jiraiya looked up, a robe with red clouds on a black background, orange shreds that are not too long, familiar face, staring at Jiraiya. Jiraiya's lips slightly opened. Yatako, why is Rinnegan with you? Nagato, what happened? Tiandeo's expression is as cold as ever. Ms. Jiraiya, long time no see. Looking at the way of heaven that answered the question, Jiraiya gritted his teeth. Yahiko, why, want to destroy the world? Tiandeo looked directly at Jiraiya's gaze. Open your mouth and say, Teacher Jiraiya, I want to put the symbol of armistice in this war-torn world. This is God's mission. Jiraiya sneered. God? Does God provoke a battle between great nations? Tiandeo glanced at the furious Jiraiya and continued, in the state-to-state war, how can the war be quickly stopped? Jiraiya is speechless for a while. Heaven speaks calmly. Combine the power of the tail beast to form a taboo weapon, then give the weapon to the big country participating in the war, and those who hold the weapon will definitely use the power of the weapon. At that time, thousands of people will die instantly, and anyone will feel fear. Tiandeo opened his hands. People, countries, and the whole world will understand pain. This kind of pain produces restraint. There will be no more wars. Tiandeo looked at the shocked Jiraiya and said slowly, this world is only a child. Want to make the world grow, just let him know what pain is. Jiraiya listened to God's words and waved his fists in anger. It's all crookedness. This kind of peace under high pressure is not real peace at all. Tiandeo calmly looked at Jiraiya, who was crazy. It seems that our philosophy is out of line, Mr. Jiraiya. After all, the human world ran towards Jiraiya. Jiraiya hand seal Shenzo Xianren. Ji-Ma Xianren. Use that trick. 2 toads put their hands together and their mouths grow up. Toad singing. A burst of sound waves fixed the figure of the human world in the air. Jiraiya took the opportunity to use Mount Mayaboku's unique stone sword to stab the human body. Poppy, knife 973, killed. Jiraiya looked up at Tiandeo not far away. Push your feet hard, lop. Jiraiya's figure appeared in front of Tiandeo instantly. There is a huge Raisnon in his hand. Sage Art Super Big Ball Raisnon. The huge Raisnon in the palm of his hand smashed into the heavens. Seeing this, Tiandao stretched out his right hand. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The invisible repulsive force is centered on Heavenly Dao, and it opens instantly. Jiraiya only felt a sense of rejection from his hands. Then Super Big Ball Raiznan exploded out of thin air. Jiraiya's body was subjected to a huge impact and flew backwards. Fall steadily on the ground, Jiraiya spit out a mouthful of blood. Looking at the unscathed heaven in front of him, Jiraiya's eyes are full of solemnity. That kind of power really is Rinnegan's power. The thoughts in my heart flashed by. At this time, Hell Road, I don't know when he has already summoned the king, throwing the 6 paths puppets killed by Jiraiya into the mouth of King Jian. Jiraiya looked at this scene in shock. After a while, a more shocking scene appeared. I saw that several 6 paths puppets who were killed were actually resurrected intact. What is this? Roaring in Jiraiya's heart. Mom, he hangs up. Look at the road of hell. It seems that I can only kill you first. After all, Jiraiya rushed towards the road of hell. Raiznan. The blue ball smashed into the hell road. I saw a fat figure standing in front of Hell Dao. It is Hungry Kido. Jiraiya frowned. I saw that Hungry Kido absorbed Jiraiya's magic in an instant. Jiraiya's mouth rises. Xianshu, you can't absorb it casually. After all, Hungry Kido's body has become a stone frog. Jiraiya kicked the Hungry Kido to pieces. Shenzhou Xianren. Shenzhou Xianren's eyes are in the way of Hell Tongue War Cut. Shenzhou Xianren injected chakra into his tongue, quickly stretched out from the mouth, and attacked the Hell Road. Heaven will not allow such a thing to happen. What? I came to the side of the Hell Road. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Woolen cloth. Jiraiya's body flew out again. Looked at Tiandao in amazement. What the hell is this ability? Is there no limit? Tiandao looked at Jiraiya indifferently and said slowly, Mr. Jiraiya, the game ends here. After all, face Jiraiya with your right hand. Universal pull. Jiraiya's body shook. Fly to heaven uncontrollably. Struggling with his own hands. What kind of ability is this? The body is fast approaching the heavenly path. At the same time, a black rod appeared in Tiandao's sleeve. Insert Jiraiya mercilessly. Puffy. Blood splattered. Jiraiya's body was thrown aside by heaven. Looking at the motionless Jiraiya, thought of Ms. Jiraiya, goodbye. The thoughts in his heart flashed by, and Heavenly Dao had already turned and left. With the departure of Tiandao, the remaining Pen 6 paths also left. Konan looked at the dying Jiraiya, as if he couldn't bear it, finally turned and left. Jiraiya looked at the people who left. The pupils gradually dilated. At this moment, a sound of wooden exhibition came into Jiraiya's ears. It's really miserable. Lascivious old man. Jiraiya turned his head hard, looking at the handsome young man holding a paper umbrella in front of him. Grin open. Ahem, kid, why are you here? Hui shrugged. Well, you can't let an old man come and die after all. After all, the right hand is enveloped on Jiraiya and the 2 toads. Kaido the green Ryotsu covers all 3 in a short while. The wounds of the 3 have healed. Jiraiya sat up, touched my chest and sighed, speaking to Hui. Little devil, this time I really owe you favors. Hui waved his hand carelessly, then he said to Jiraiya, laughter. Old man, you are really embarrassed this time. Jiraiya gave a wry smile. Ninja 5.0 is really the ninja for young people. Hui turned the paper umbrella, reaching out to feel the raindrops. Well, it's not suitable for chatting, let me go first. After all, put your left hand on Jiraiya's shoulder. Woolen cloth. A puff of white smoke rose. The bodies of the 2 disappeared in place. When he reappears, he has come to Ryokai Cave. Jiraiya and the 2 immortals looked around in a daze. Here is Ryokai Cave. Hui nodded. Well, it belongs to me now. Jiraiya asked tremblingly. White snake fairy in them. They were killed by me long ago. Jiraiya was shocked when he heard this, and looked at Hui in surprise. I didn't expect this matter. Hui shrugged, thinking there are more things you didn't expect. Turn around and walk towards the depths of Ryokai Cave. Jiraiya naturally followed. Boy, where are you going now? Hui smiled and said, go meet your old friend. Jiraiya was stunned. Own old friend? Could it be? Thinking of this, I hurried to catch up with Hui. The 2 came to the depths of Ryokai Cave. Jiraiya looked at the transformed laboratory in front of him. Feel a moment of confusion. It's you, Orochimaru. He. You are still the same, Jiraiya. A hoarse voice came from the side of the room. Jiraiya looked down slightly, pale skin, licking tongue. It's Orochimaru. Jiraiya clenched his fists. Orochimaru, you have been hiding so deeply these years. 12 Hui, who glanced aside unexpectedly. The little ghost was all confused by you. Huey's mouth twitched. Laughter. Old man, what the hell are you making up for? Jiraiya glared at the 2. Isn't it? Although you are strong, you are young after all. You must have been bewitched by Orochimaru. At this moment, Orochimaru walked slowly to Kei's side. Jiraiya, I humbly accept your praise. However, there is one thing you said wrong. After all, Orochimaru leans forward slightly lower to Hui. It's not that I've confused Master Hui, but Master Hui bewitched me. Hui coughed slightly awkwardly. It seems that Orochimaru still remembers how he fooled him. Well, bewitched or something. I said too much. Orochimaru chuckled and looked at Jiraiya. Do you understand now? Jiraiya. Master Hui is my object of allegiance. Jiraiya was dumbfounded, looking at the 2 people in front of them who don't seem to be cheating. Jiraiya looked at Hui solemnly, intentionally, without anyone noticing. The silence subduing Orochimaru. Boy, what are you going to do? Hui shook his finger. You can say this wrong. It's not that no one notices it, many people know, including Uncle Minato. Jiraiya trembled. You mean, Minato also knows about this? Hui nodded. Ah, Uncle Minato knows. And Hui looked at Jiraiya and said, it seems that I have already told you that you are not allowed to come to Rain Shinobi Village, right? Jiraiya was a little embarrassed when he heard that. After all, Hui did tell him about this. Sorry, I came without holding back, but I still don't understand why I didn't let me investigate. Hui found a chair to sit down, finger tapping on the armrest. This matter is a long story. Jiraiya looked at Hui seriously, a pair of eyes that swears to not give up. Fine, let me talk to you. Hui was silent for a moment and organized the language. A few years ago, I had fought with Pain. It's in Rain Shinobi Village. At the time, Pen was defeated very simply. Nagato for his own life and future plans promised to make an agreement with me. Jiraiya looked at Hui with full attention. Slowly speak. That agreement is, I don't stop him from doing things, and he wants to monitor someone for me. Jiraiya asked excitedly, who is watching? Hui waved his hand. Well, I can't tell you yet. Jiraiya is like a hard throat. With a wry smile, it seems that I really shouldn't come to Rain Shinobi Village. Hui gave a chuckle. Yes, because of your arrival causes a series of chain reactions. The person being watched has discovered our relationship, so now Nagato must die. Jiraiya waving his hands tremblingly speaking. Definitely, there must be other ways, right? Hui shook his head. Not at all. Besides, Pain's plan never worked. I think he knows this too. Maybe just waiting for me. After all, Hui got up from the chair, turning the paper umbrella, walking past the stunned Jiraiya. Orochimaru, Jiraiya will be with you for now. Yes, Master Hui. After telling Orochimaru, Huey's figure disappeared in Ryokai Cave. At the same time, in Rain Shinobi Village, above the tower, Pain and Konan overlooked the entire Rain Shinobi Village. Konan looked up at the continuous drizzle, speaking softly. Does it have to be like this? There was a trembling in the tone. Tiendeo on the side was expressionless. Lavender Rinnegan is full of indifference. Ah, there is only this way. Konan clenched his fists, finally let go. Since a long time ago, 973, I will be by your side. I have no reason to stop you, am I? There was a trace of tears in Konan's eyes, looking at the way of heaven in front of you in the cave under the tower. Nagato gritted his teeth. Sorry, Konan, after this matter is over, just follow him by his side. He will definitely protect your safety. Konan was silent, and the two looked at Rain Shinobi Village silently. Not far behind them, the figure of a pitcher plant slowly sinks into the ground in an unknown cave. Ju's figure appeared, looking at Obito sitting cross-legged in the cave. Obito, sure enough, Nagato is abnormal. Obito wearing a Uzumaki mask opens his eyes. Scarlet Mangekyo turns in his eyes. I knew he wouldn't be obedient, but it doesn't matter anymore. The collection of tail beasts is progressing very quickly. Then, looking at absolutely. Also, don't call me that name in the future. My name it's Uchiha Madara. The sky of Rain Shinobi Village gradually cleared. It happens to be Sunday. This day Rain Tiger Freedom will stop. There was a ringing sound behind Tiendeo and Konan. Nagato, long time no see. The two of them took a halt and glanced at each other. He didn't find Hui clothes. Looking back, an inky black kimono with the same 10,000 years holding a white paper umbrella in his hand, stepping on a pair of wooden exhibitions. You are here, Fangyu Wai. Hui gently turned the paper umbrella in his hand. Ah, the plan was ruined by some old man. I can only come here. Pain shook his head slowly. Actually, if Mrs. Jiraiya doesn't sneak in, I have also been discovered. Hui brow raised. Wei. It seems that you have planned a long time ago. Rinnegan staring at Hui. Fangyu Wai, come on, let me see how powerful you are. What? 5 figures appeared beside Pain. Konan waved his wings in time, far away from the battlefield. Huey's expression became plain. Such a trick, don't you need to take it out? After all, stretch out your right hand. The 12th of Heido Fuhuo. What? Ryotsu transformed into a straight line and rushed towards Pen's 6 paths. The indifferent tone of heaven came. Scatter. System. What? The remaining 5 ways hurriedly dispersed. But Huey's Heido is one step faster. Directly entangle the human realm and the animal realm. The two of them twisted their bodies frantically, trying to break free from the shackles of Fuhuo. Huey's right finger points to the 231 of Hadouken cannon. Boom! A huge fireball blasted on the two of them. Within a moment, the two figures disappeared in the air at the same time. Shuradeo appeared behind Hui. Right hand up. 5-finger missile. N carat. The right wrist of Shuradeo is separated from the arm. Pull out a string of missiles from the cut. Aim at Hui. Launch. Hui glanced at the incoming missile with his afterglow no longer followed. Just when the missile was about to hit Hui, a huge red arm appeared beside Hui. It is fire spirit. Boom. There was a huge roar. The smoke dissipated, and it was unscathed. I saw Huo Ling's arm hit Shuradeo's body fiercely. With just one blow, the Azuradeo was torn apart. Hui looked at the way of heaven in front of him. Wave his right hand. 33 of Hadouken Wo pendant. The blue and white explosion rushed to the heaven. What? Hungry Kido's figure appeared in front of Tiendeo in time. Hungry Kido exudes chakra with his hands. It seems that I want to absorb the explosion. Boom! Explosion directly engulfed the Hungry Kido. Can't absorb it. Hui turned the paper umbrella in his hand. Looked towards the heaven. How long will this play tricks last? Heaven is unmoved. With a big hand I can only see the hands of Hell Road Seal Yama. Purple Hades appeared on the upper body. Hui frowned. Do you want to resurrect a few of them again? I've seen enough of such tricks. The paper umbrella in Huey's hand disappeared. replaced by a quaint zanpakuto. Put your right hand on the handle of the knife, squat slightly cut. What? A vertical slash struck across the body of Hell Road in an instant. Kara. Hell Road died directly. Hui calmly stared at the king of Jian, who was gradually dissipating, looked towards the heaven. The tip of the Ryujinjaka's knife and the hand points to heaven. Don't use these moves anymore. The voice falls. Tiandao raised his right hand. Several years have passed. I don't know if you have any good solutions to this trick. Universal pull. The picture in Tiandao's imagination has not been realized. I saw Hui still standing in place. There is a hint of surprise in the lavender Rinnegan Nanny. How come? Hui shook his head. It seems that this is your limit, Nagato. See you later if you have a chance. What? After all, Huey's figure appeared beside Tiandao. Sword pressure. Ryotsu wrapped around the knife slammed out. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Swish. I saw that the sword pressure directly ignored the defense of the heavens. Cut directly on Tiandao. Puffy. There was a slash across Tiandao's chest. Tiandao's body receded without exception at the same time. The hand seal star. Fang Yuai. See my true power. Planetary devastation. Heaven's hands condensed the chakra ball into a black sphere, stretched out his hands and threw chakra in the air. The chakra ball floating in the air attracts all the surrounding objects. Kara. Countless stones and walls are attracted away. The villagers of Rain Shinobi Village watched everything around them. Everyone is in shock. What happened? Is the peace of Rain Shinobi Village coming to an end? Is it another ninja world war? No. I don't want to die. Sir God. Lord Angel, help. Countless villagers avoided the rocks and shouted towards the Inyo Zeahao tower. Heaven does not hear the cries of the villagers. A pair of lavender Rinnegan staring straight at Hui, who was gradually attracted by the chakra ball. Tiandao stretched out a hand. Shen Luo Tianzheng. The huge repulsion hit Huey's body in an instant. Huey's feet left the ground, wrapped by rocks at speed. Boom. Everything calmed down. The huge rock sphere is floating in the air. Under the tower, Nagato gasped. Although the blood of the Uzumaki clan controls Rinnegan, but after all, it's not his own Rinnegan. It consumes an enormous amount of bloat. Nagato's eyes are blocked through layers. Look at the sealed Hui. Feng Yuai. What would you do? La. Countless pieces of paper gathered together slowly formed. Conan's appearance walked in front of pain, open lips. Is it over? Tiandao stares at the huge sphere. There is a glimmer of light in the lavender Rinnegan. No, not. Conan looked at Tiandao in surprise. How can it be? No one can escape from this ninjutsu. Boom. At this time, there was a roar in the rock sphere. Taste. It seems that I finally can't withstand the explosion inside. Boom. Endless flames emerge from the inside of the sphere. The extremely high temperature instantly melts the rock body. For an instant, Conan only felt that the temperature around him was abnormally high. That trick again. The feeling of a few years ago flashed in Conan's heart. The two of them stared closely at the figure that caused the high temperature. It is Feng Yuai. Sure enough, it won't work for you? Rinnegan, the lavender of the heavens, slightly rises, speaking lowly. Hui in the void puts Ryujinjaka in his hand by his side. Calmly look at the 973 heavenly Dao. Well, you really haven't made any progress. After all, Ryujinjaka in Huey's hand starts to wave down from the upper left. La. A flame slash flew to the two quickly. Scatter. What? La. The two of heaven and Dao hurriedly dispersed. I saw Hui instantly appear beside Tiandao. This is the end of the game. Fire burning city. Yanbai suddenly turned into a huge palm and wrapped heavenly Dao. Shrink together quickly. Boom. The flames start to explode from within. He swallowed the figure of heaven in an instant. Relieve the inflammation wall. Looking at the heaven that has drifted away with the wind. Huey's expression is still plain. Next, it's you. Sweeping his eyes to the ground of the tower, the body gradually dissipated in the air. At the same time, under the tower, Nagato spit out a mouthful of blood. Conan's figure appeared beside Nagato, looking at Nagato, who was vomiting blood. Conan hurriedly stepped forward to support Nagato's shaky body. There is a worry in his eyes. Nagato waved his hand. Say that you were fine. Look towards the entrance. He came. What? With the sound of Nagato's words, Huey's figure appeared in front of the two. Looking at Nagato, who has become skinny, Hui gave a chuckle. Yeah, Nagato, it's miserable. Nagato squeezed his fist, touching his own Rinnegan. The burden is too big after all. Hui walked to the front of Nagato step by step. Feng Yuai, I have one last request. I hope you can agree. Hui brow raised. Tell me the story. Nagato patted Conan on the back. Push Conan in front of Hui. After I'm gone, I hope you can protect Conan. Hui pulled a sword flower, looking at Conan, who is now mature and moving. Why should I promise you? There is a glimmer of light in Nagato's Rinnegan. Feng Yuai, that person's information. I will use it in exchange for your protection. The corner of the mouth rises in an arc. Well, since you are so willing, Conan is under my protection. Nagato finally breathed a sigh of relief. Open your arms and close your eyes calmly. Come on, Feng Yuai. What? Hui did not hesitate. The knife pierced Nagato's chest. Puff. Suddenly, blood splattered. Nagato's body gradually became cold. Tears flicked across the corner of Conan's eyes. Nagato, just when I was going to pick up Nagato's body, a figure of a pitcher plant appeared in front of them. After watching the theater for so long, I can finally give up. Hui, she said that Black Zetsu's eyes are full of solemnity and fear. Fang Yu, why, this guy can't see through it all now. Thoughts flashed in Black Zetsu's mind. White Zetsu on the other side is laughing and talking. Fang Yu, why, you have worked hard to kill Nagato. After that, I'm going to take Nagato's body. What? Huey's figure instantly appeared beside Ryujin Jaka and his hand waved down mercilessly. Thorn it, knife in two halves. Hui raised his right hand. 33 of Hadokang Wo pendant. A figure engulfed by a huge flame. Hui looked aside. What's wrong? Don't you want to come out yet? Uchiha Obito, Papa. A burst of applause came from the darkness. The robe of the red cloud on the black bottom, spiral mask scarlet Mangekyo Sherinan is watching Hui. Feng Yu, why, this scene is indeed very beautiful. Hui hit Ryujin Jaka on his shoulder. Yeah, long time no see. Obito frowned when he heard the words, deep opening. I said, don't call me by this name anymore. Obito is dead. Hui shrugged. Well, although you said so. But you are standing in front of me after all. I can never call you Uchiha Madara with my conscience. Konan on the side also reacted from Nagato's death. Looking at Obito with bad eyesight. Sure enough, you are not Uchiha Madara at all. Obito curled his lips. Shout, Feng Yu, why, you who just ended the battle. I must be very weak now. After all, Obito's figure appeared beside Hui. The chain on the right hand hovered in the air. Go to hell. What? The chain blocked Huey's position. The Ryujin Jaka in Huey's hands keeps colliding with the chains. Obito's eyes are full of madness. Die. Watching Hui dodging the chains with ease. Obito hand seal with style. Hell's chaos. Woolen cloth. Boom. Several big trees full of thorns rose from the ground, circling and enveloping Hui. Looking at Hui, who has nowhere to escape, there was a crazy smile on Obito's face. His right hand slapped fiercely on the big tree with style cutting technique. Stab. Countless sharp branches appeared on the big tree to stab Hui. Boom. Ryutsu broke out on Hui. The boring game ends here. Obito. I saw Hui insert Ryujin Jaka into the ground. Hell from the heat. Puffy. Dozens of sky-like pillars of fire gathered together. Huey's hands clasped Ryujin Jaka. Point slightly, the pillar of fire was instantly detonated. Boom. The endless flames swallowed the trees in an instant. Wow. The flame dissipated. Hui stood in place, looking at Obito with a calm face. That's it? Obito heard this, his face turned hideous. Feng Yu, why, what? I saw the figure of Ju, who did not know when he brought Nagato's body to Obito's side. Obito relentlessly buckled a Rinnegan dash, switched to my own eyes. Hand seal. Although the power of the tail beast is imperfect, but it's more than enough for you. Summoning Gadu's statue. Boom. The huge body of Gadu's statue protrudes from the ground. Several eyes of Gadu's statue opened, turning his eyes a few times. It seems to be adapting to the body then, staring at Hui. In other words, staring at the fire spirit behind Hui. The expression on Huey's face finally changed. Oh? You can actually see the fire spirit. The corners of Huey's mouth lifted up. Interesting. Obito jumped on top of Gadu's statue, crazy laughing. Feng Yu, why? This is power. Kill him for me. Gadu's statue. Roar. Gadu's statue roared. A big foot stepped on mercilessly. Hui looked at the big feet of Gadu's statue come out and breathe. Fire spirit. Invisible ripples rippling behind Hui. A pair of fists shining with stars hit the Gadu statue's head with one punch. Obito was taken aback. Nanny. Gadu's statue was blown into the distance with a punch. Gadu's statue calmed down his body, then he continued to rush towards Huoling. A pair of fists attacked the fire spirit mercilessly. The fire spirit is true. Fists thrown out. The fists of the two giants collided fiercely. Hui and Obito looked at each other. Both figures appeared on the open space in the middle. Black Zetsu, who had escaped into the ground early, emerged. Throw a strangely shaped ball fan into Obito's hand. Obito, use this. Obito took the fan, holding the handle in one hand, holding the sickle connected to the Tuan fan in one hand, rushed to Hui. Hui puts Ryujin Jaka in his hands beside him. Good coming. The two fight together. Obito keeps attacking with a fan. Hui resisted and fought back at the same time. Obito gets more and more frightened. So strong. Hui perceives Obito's Shunjin Zanpakuto strokes Obito's chest mercilessly in his hand. Stab. Puff. A pillar of blood spurted out. Obito retreated hurriedly. Huey's right finger points to Obito. Hado no 63 fiery lightning howl. Boom. Thunder and lightning resounded across the sky. Obito hurriedly put the Uchiha group fan in front of him. Uchiha rebounds. Fiery lightning howl is installed on the group fan fiercely. There was a roar. Looking at the fading fiery lightning howl, Obito put down the fan. The hand holding the fan is trembling slightly, panting. Hoha, Feng Yu, why, you really are a monster. After speaking, Obito's body took a while. Something seems to be coming into Obito's ears. Obito's mouth curls. Call. I saw Obito remove the beating Gadu statue. Looking at the opposite Hui. Feng Yu, why, let's play here this time. Put the Tuan fan on his back. Hand seal. See you later. Reverse summoning technique. Boom. Obito's body disappeared instantly. Hui looked at this scene, and did not stop. Because Hui noticed Obito's pause, it seems that someone behind him is instructing him. The corner of Huey's mouth rises. Ehoo, things are getting more and more interesting. Hui disperses Shikai and transforms it into a paper umbrella again. Hold on top of your head. Conan came from a distance waving his wings. She, who was hiding by the side early, witnessed this battle. Hui glanced at Conan. What are you planning now? Seeking flowers. Zero, want to follow me? Conan was silent for a moment, nodded. I will follow Nagato's wishes. Follow your orders. Hui nodded back to Kanaha. I will arrange for you to enter Umbu. After speaking, Hui turned and left. Conan turned his head and glanced at Rain Shinobi Village, which no longer exists. Keep up with Huey's pace. At the same time, in a cave, Obito's figure appeared from the void. Puff. Obito fell directly to the ground, coughing up blood. Fang Yuai clenched fist. I will definitely kill you. At this moment, a voice came from the cave. I've been defeated by that kid over and over again. How dare you say that you can beat him? The anger in Obito's eyes flashed by looking at the old man in front of you. Humph. If you didn't interfere, I would have killed him. The old man smiled disdainfully. If I didn't intervene, you would have died long ago. Look at your embarrassed look now. It's actually a descendant of Atsutsuki Higoromo. Sure enough, it's a waste. The old man abused Obito without mercy. Obito's face was full of anger. Shut up. Looking at Obito, who was about to lose his mind, the old man still closed his mouth wisely. Obito took a breath. Don't be too proud. Before I found you, who could only be active on the moon, are not qualified to say such things. When the old man heard the words, the veins violently, and finally turned into a cold snort. What's next? What are you going to do? Obito is recovering from the wound, while watching the endless white Zetsu army in front of you. It's time to start a war. Glance over the old man. Are you going to join the war? A dangerous smile rises from the corner of the old man's mouth. Why not participate? After all, I am also a descendant of Atsutsuki. Atsutsuki no home. Leaving Rain Shinobi Village and taking Conan to Ryokai Cave, looking at Jiraiya and Orochimaru at the barbecue, Huey's mouth twitched. Damn it, labor and management work hard, you two are very moisturizing. The two. Jiraiya looked at Hui, who looked bad, hurriedly put down the barbecue in his hand. Orochimaru came to Kei's body. Master Hui, it's all made by Jiraiya. Jiraiya. Hey, just sold me? Didn't you just have a good meal? Hui looked at the two people whose painting style had gradually strayed side and waved. Well, forget it, give me some too. Jiraiya said with a smile. Good. 973. Then, his gaze swept to Conan behind Hui. Speaking in amazement. Boy, what are you? Hui said lightly. She will follow me from now on. What about Nagato? Killed by me. Jiraiya frowned, and finally turned into a long sigh. Hey, Nagato is also a poor child. Shook his head and said to Conan, it's your blessing to be able to follow brother Hui. Conan was silent for a moment and nodded. Jiraiya smiled. Come on, I'll give you barbecue. Four people sitting around the fire eating meat from Jiraiya. After satiated, farewell to Orochimaru, the three embarked on a journey back to the village. After a long journey, the three finally returned to Kanaha village. Entering the gate, Jiraiya didn't know where to go to collect materials as soon as he slipped. Conan looked at Hui with curious eyes, seems to be asking where Jiraiya. When Hui shrugged this question, he went to the hot spring shop. Conan was just about to realize. Hui continued, it's just going to the women's hot spring. Conan no longer pay attention to Conan, who was flushed. Hui walked towards the Hokage building. Conan recovered and hurriedly followed Huey's pace. Came to Minato office, push open the door of the office. Minato actually didn't correct the document, alone, frowning tightly. Don't know what I'm thinking. Hui said hello. Yeah, Uncle Minato. Minato came back from a dazed Zaiwai. Are you back so soon? Look at Conan. Who is this? This is Conan, the apprentice of the lascivious old man, right? Minato feels a little strange. Then what did I remember? You are the angel Conan of Rain Shinobi Village, right? The Xiao robe on Conan has long been replaced. At this time, she was wearing ordinary casual clothes. No wonder Minato didn't recognize it. Conan listened to Minato and nodded. Minato looked at Hui with a puzzled look. Hui coughed, explained the process of the matter carefully with Minato. Minato fell silent after listening. After a long time, finally speak. So, Conan will follow you from now on. Hui shrugged. Well, that's it. Minato's eyes reveal a look in your eyes. Hui. Then Conan will leave it to you from now on. Damn it, why do you hear this weird? I didn't take care of Minato, who was stunned. Speak, Uncle Minato, I saw you frowning just now when I walked in. What happened? Minato sighed after hearing the words slow things down about the arrest of the tail beast in each hidden village. I want to start the Five Shadows talk. Hui nodded. This is a good thing. Minato shook his head. I also know it's a good thing, but I'm afraid that other ninja villages will not want to step into Kanaha again. After all, both Reikage and Tsuchikage were planted in your hands back then, so it's this thing. Hui doesn't care about it. Uncle Minato, just go ahead and talk. I promise they will participate. Minato chuckled lightly. With your words, I feel at ease. Hui thought for a moment. But let's change the meeting place. Change to the country of iron. Minato thought for a while. The country of iron is a permanent neutral country. If I presumably leave it to Mifune to chair the meeting, everyone won't refuse, right? Nodding, Minato said, then set it in the Iron Country. However, does the Iron Congress agree? Hui gave a chuckle. Uncle Minato, don't forget, I have been in the Iron Country for several years. Minato chuckled slightly. If you don't mention it, I really forgot. After discussing with Minato for a long time, finally settled the matter, Hui took Konan and left the Hokage building, came to the Umbu building at Konan's information to Umbu, called Ching to come over, put an Umbu costume, a forehead protector, brought to Konan. From now on, you will work in Umbu. As for your code name, Hui smiled, just call it an angel. Konan was stunned when he heard the words, then nodded and agreed. Hui clapped his hands. Okay. The matter has been solved perfectly. You are free to move 5.0. I will go first. After speaking, Hui left the Umbu building holding a paper umbrella. Hui walked on the street, say hello to countless villagers along the way, finally came to the door of the house. Hui stopped. Follow me all the way. Come out. What? Konan's figure appeared behind Hui. Hui looked back at Konan. Didn't I let you move around freely? Why do you keep following Ruomi? Konan's cheeks are slightly red-eye. I don't have a place to live. Hui suddenly realized, this is indeed my negligence. Then I thought about it. Come and eat together. I don't care about Konan anymore. Hui opened the door and walked in. Konan jumped for a long time behind him. A pair of jade hands are entangled, lips grow, and close again. Muster the courage. Follow Hui back home. In the living room, Konan sat on the sofa awkwardly. Hui, busy with dinner alone in the kitchen, squeaked. The door was pushed open. Xian and Tsunade returned home. Three women face each other. Shi Yan's eyes seem to be full of doubts. Who is this? Tsunade shook his head. Just some impression. All three are speechless. Hui came out of the kitchen watching three people. Xian, Tsunade, you are back. Pointed to Konan. This is Konan. Tsunade should still have an impression, right? Tsunade nodded, patted his head lightly. 12 seems to have seen this little girl. Hui continued, I just arrived at Konoha today and I don't have a place to live. Let's live in our house for the time being. Xian and Tsunade looked at each other, and then looked at Konan with unison. Konan's face flushed when he was seen. Aki, I am leaving now. After all, bend over. Excuse me, sorry. Konan hurriedly walked outside. Yuyan and Tsunade took Konan's arm. Don't you have no place to live now? Just stay here. Maybe someone doesn't want you to go yet. The two women looked at Hui with bitter eyes. Hui looked confused. What a ghost. What does it have to do with me? Obviously, Hui, who is not too high in EQ, did not realize what he did. After all, how long did Tsunade get home? Watching the three women chat, Hui shrugged and went on to prepare dinner. As night falls, the sky is constantly shining bright stars. The four of them finished their dinner and sat under the eaves, looking at the beautiful starry sky. Hui listened to the chirping voices of the three. Sigh, the friendship between girls is formed so quickly. Silent night. Early the next morning, Hui brought Konan to Umbu. After telling Konan about the precautions, just let her stay in Umbu to get familiar with the situation. Hui Zi took other Umbus for training. Several days passed like this. During the period, Konan seemed to be integrated into the small team of Xian and Tsunade. The two of them did not talk about moving out again in a tacit understanding. Hui came to the Hokage building alone. Enter the Hokage office. Uncle Minato, are you ready? Minato in the office puts on the robe neatly. Take the Naruto hat, said with a smile. Zaiowai, ready to go. Hui nodded and turned the paper umbrella in his hand. Then let's go. Minato nodded. Come to Konoha village. Exit. Say goodbye to everyone who came to see you off. Hui, pay attention to safety. Kakashi looked at the young talent in front of him and said. Hui nodded. Brother, don't you watch the Intimacy series? Kakashi waved goodbye to everyone. The two embarked on the road to the country of Iron. Walked for several days. The two finally arrived in the country of Iron. All the way to the entrance of the meeting room, Mifyun got the news, standing at the entrance of the meeting room early, waiting for two. Finally, Mifyun met Hui. The already slightly old face lifted up a smile. Zaiowai, long time no see. Hui looked at Sanchuan with a smile. Uncle Mifyun, how are you doing? Michin nodded. Well, I can hold on for a few years. Be careful to rest. Three people enter the meeting room. The Reikage of Cloud Shinobi village has gathered inside. The wind and shadow of Tsunagakur and Uegakur's Tsuchikage. Seeing Hui's appearance, the expressions on the faces of the three are different. Reikage's face is full of fear because of Hui. The current Kirigakur is almost under the rule of the Kingdom of Thunder. This makes Reikage very uncomfortable. Gaara from Tsunagakur is grateful. After all, Hui saved his life. Onoji looked at Hui seriously. A trace of imperceptible respect flashed through my eyes. Minato and the three shadows nodded and sat in their seats. Hui Zi is next to Mifyun. Oniki glanced at Gaara. Speaking of yin and yang, weirdly, can the shadows now be filled by children? Tsunagakur is really lonely. Gaara heard the words and glanced at Onoji. That's better than a large group of people who are still occupying the position of the shadow. Oh, Yemyu heard the words, snorted coldly, and stopped talking. The grumpy Reikage patted the table fiercely. Why isn't Kirigakur's shadow coming yet? At this moment, a mature Yuji sound came to everyone's ears. Allah, Kirigakur is a long way. After all, the little girl is a little late. Please don't mind you, everyone sees it. 973. I saw the beautiful royal sister in a blue long dress walking slowly to the meeting room. It is Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei's gaze swept across all the shadows present, finally stayed on Hui's body. It's been a long time, Master Hui. The perfect Yuji teases Hui. Hui smiled. Long time no see. Terumi Mei, congratulations on becoming Mizukage. Terumi Mei nodded and sat in her seat. Oyemi snorted again. Now it's not just children, women can act as shadows. Hui heard that. I just wanted to vomit. Hey, a few years later, the shadows in your village are also female and it's still the shadow of the legs, because of the long legs of the black soil. Terumi Mei frowned upon hearing this. Oh. Senior Tsuchikage of Iwagakure, don't you plan to abdicate? A lot of age Oniki was furious, choked by 2 juniors in a row, you wanna die. At this moment, Mifune in the main seat patted the table enough. Glance over everyone, you are here for the ending question. It's not aggravating the problem. After speaking, the shadows fell silent for a while. Mifune coughed slightly. The 5 shadows talk will begin now. As Mifune's words fell, Reikage put one hand on the table, looking at Minato on the opposite side. Hokage, since you initiated the 5 shadows conference, then you say, what is the problem? Minato nodded, pondering for a moment. Speaking of dear hidden village shadows, this 5 shadows talks will be held. The reason must be clear to everyone. Minato glanced over everyone. The tail beasts in each village were arrested by the same organization Akatsuki. Originally, Fengyuai in my village had already wiped out the Xiao organization. Nehi met a man with a mask take away the golem of the seal-tailed beast. Xiang's eyes look at Xiang. Hui shrugged. Well, he ran too fast. Reikage snorted. Who knows if you let go on purpose? Hui glanced at Reikage. Reikage, it seems that the lesson for you has been forgotten. Reikage heard the words, fell silent. Mifune signaled that Minato can continue. Minato slowly tells a heavy news. Actually, the identity of the masked man, we are already the master nanny. What? Who is it? Minato took a photo from her arms, put it on the table. His identity is my disciple, Uchiha Obito. Reikage slaps the table angrily. Naruto, are you kidding me? Why are you Konoha ninjas so many things? The other shadow's brows are also frowned. Look at Minato. Yuji Terumi May supports her chin with her right hand. Now, Naruto, although I don't want to say that, however, this incident was actually caused by Konoha village, right? Minato was stunned and nodded. Ah, that's all right to say. Reikage angry again. If the tail beasts cause damage, do you take this responsibility, Hokage? Seeing Reikage, who was about to fall into anger again, Hui raised his hand on the side seal Reikage's mouth. Reikage, what is lost is your tail beast. Even if the tail beast strikes, I also have the ability to protect Konoha. But what about your other villages? Reikage was taken aback, gradually calmed down. Hui unblocked Reikage's mouth. I swept across the crowd again. To put it bluntly, this is to save yourself. The shadows are silent. Hui motioned to Minato to continue. So, this 5 shadows meeting is for the establishment of a coalition army. Come and resist the coming war together. Gaara frowned. Hokage, why is there a war so sure? At this moment, a sound came from everyone's heads. There is indeed a war. Spiral patterns emerge in the void. Obito's figure appeared in the meeting room. The crowd was taken aback, and hurriedly got up and looked at Obito. You are Uchiha Obito. The most grumpy Reikage has appeared in front of Obito in an instant. Hui looked at Reikage, indifferent. It's nice to get a taste of Kamui in advance. Lateral bolt of pain. The hand knife condensed with lightning style slashed towards Obito. What? The hand knife went straight through Obito's body. Reikage's face was shocked. Nanny, I saw one of Obito's Rinnegan looking towards Reikage. Shenluo Tianzheng. Endless repulsive force will drive Reikage away. Reikage steps heavily on the ground with both feet, looking solemnly at Obito. What is that ability? No one answered him. Obito looked at the people who were slightly settled in front of him. My eyes fixed on Huey's body. There was a killing intent in his eyes. Fengyuai no longer paying attention to Hui, Obito slowly said, I'm here to inform you of the 4th Ninja World War. From now on, Oniki sniffs. Boy, who do you think you are? The 4th Ninja War? Don't think of yourself as Uchiha Madara. A smile appeared on Obito's face. Tsuchikage, are you scared? Tsuchikage snorted. Don't be kidding. How can the old man be afraid of you, such a hairy boy? Obito no longer cares about Tsuchikage, speaking to everyone. This war is to create a better world, and to achieve this goal, you need the power of the tail beast. The power of all the tail beasts. Humph. After talking so much, is it still fighting for the tail beast? Gaara said angrily. After all, the one tail in my body was pulled out by them. Obito continued. Different from Pain's group, I need tail beast to realize a plan. Collect all the powers of the tail beasts and summon 10 tails, and I will become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Then project my pupil power onto the moon. Obito stretched out a finger. Infinite Tsukuyomi. In the world created by Infinite Tsukuyomi, there will be no more wars. No one will die. Everyone's expressions are stunned. Gaara waved. Do not make jokes. This is just your wishful thinking in Peace Agency. What beautiful world. All are hallucinations. Obito looked at Gaara blankly. Gaara, 5th Kazekage, do you want to see your mother again? Gaara trembled. I have to say that Obito's method of finding weaknesses is really accurate. But Gaara still stubbornly shook her head. Even if I want to see my mother, I don't want to use such hallucinations to deceive myself. After Gaara finished speaking, Obito's expression became unusually dark. Look up. Single Mangekyo, single Rinnegan reveals infinite indifference in this world. There really is no need for existence. Since you don't understand, then go to war. What? Minato has arrived in front of Obito for some time. The traits in his hand stroke Obito's chest without mercy. Obito's pupils shrank, and he didn't react at all. Thorn it. Suddenly, blood splattered. Obito hurried back holding his chest hurt. The duel of a few years ago flashed in my mind. Ms. Minato, did the Flying Thunder God mark have been planted at that time? As expected of you, Minato at this time is no longer the sunshine of the past. the face is full of chill and a touch of guilt. Obito, that's enough. This world has been messed up by you. If you do this, what would the underground Lin think? It's okay if you don't mention Lin. When you mention Lin, Obito said, crazy 973, a world without Lin is hell. I want to create a world with Lin. After all, let out a deep breath staring at everyone. The purpose of declaring war has been achieved. Everyone, see you on the battlefield. At this moment, Hui stood up, smile on face. Obito, come here, just go like this, isn't it a bad idea? After all, snap your right hand snapped, space enchantment, invisible ripples radiated from Huey's body. Obito's pupils shrink. Not good. That trick again. Open Kamui in a hurry, but it's too late. Kamui's space is closed immediately. What? Bleeding eyes looked at Hui with fear. The intensity of the space has also been greatly improved. I saw Reikage appear instantly. This time, you can't avoid it. I saw Reikage concentrate lightning-style chakra on his feet, top-down kick to Obito, guillotine drop. Boom, the dust is flying. A huge smoke envelops the two figures. The smoke cleared, and Obito was unharmed. Reikage's legs are covered with dense wounds. Obito kicked Reikage away with disdain. Is it worthy of being called Reikage? What? At the moment when Obito was distracted, countless gravel gushing out of him surrounded him. Sand monster wrist. A huge sand hand appeared behind Obito. Obito glanced at it from the side of the light. Speaking indifferently, Shen Luo Tianzheng, the repulsive force instantly destroys the hand of Sand. Onaki's Handyuan said to the three of them, help me delay some time. Terumi may be my part fast seal in the hand lava style solving monster technique. Terumi may spit out viscous and corrosive acid from her bulging mouth. Shoot straight to Obito. Obito's eyes are weird. The one-eyed Shenluo Tianzen's cooling time is still too long. Thoughts in my heart crossed. Pull out the Uchiha group fan behind. Uchiha rebounds. Wave. The moment the acid came into contact with the fan, it was bounced back by the fan. Obito puts down the fan. Onogi has come to Obito for some time. Cubes in both hands are aligned with Obito. Dust escape original realm stripping technique. The transparent barrier of the cube instantly imprisoned Obito. There was a trace of coldness on Onoki's face. Go to that world and confess. Little devil. Obito is in the barrier, but there is no panic on his face. Grin open. Only you. It's not enough. Boom. A huge roar came from the barrier. Oyemi was too lazy to talk nonsense, and directly detonated the enchantment. Smoke away. Gaara looked there nervously resolved. Oyemi smiled and said, it has been separated into atomic states. At this moment, a cold hum spread throughout the audience. Suchikage, you think too much. I saw Obito's figure floating in the void. Unscathed. Nani, how can this be? How can you survive that trick? Obito shook his right hand, imaginarily useless. At the same time, what's in my mind, damn it? The life-saving thing that the old man just gave, actually use it now. The Hui below listened to Obito's heart, and raised his brows. Think old man? What old man? It seems that the deviation of the plot is indeed a bit big. At the same time, Obito came back from thinking, 5 shadows, see you on the battlefield. Then he looked at Xiang Hui. Feng Why, your space barrier is indeed very strong, but I can't stop me now. After all, the void behind Obito cracked slowly surrounded Obito's figure. His eyes are always on Hui. See you next time, Feng Why. Wave. With a sound of space closing, Obito's figure disappeared in the meeting room. Everyone's faces are full of anger. Reikage bears the brunt of watching Hui boy. Obviously you can stop him. Even kill him right here. Why not do it? Hui glanced at Reikage. Are you teaching me to do things? Reikage held back his temper after hearing this. Indeed, Hui could leave Obito by hand at that time, but after hearing Obito's voice with my heart, Hui dismissed this idea. After all, such a ninja world is interesting. Looking at Obito who disappeared, Mifune ordered his samurai to clean up the meeting room. Everyone sat at the table again. This time, the expressions on the faces of the shadows have to be more serious. Although Obito did not attack, but relying on defensive power, everyone is helpless with him. Change the noise. Before, everyone was thinking in silence. Minato clapped his hands. Attract everyone's attention to yourself with a light cough, he said slowly. Presumably, now everyone should have some impressions of the enemies afterwards. Gaara folded her arms and looked at the water. The door said, Naruto, this war, Tsunaga Corps participate. Terumi May looked at Hui above, and nodded too. Kiriga Corps also participated. Onogi also made a timely statement. Uega Corps participates too. Then, the 4 looked at Reikage. Reikage snorted. Cloud Shinobi Village will also participate. Mifune above smiled. Ninja is so united, it's really rare to see. In that case, set up the Ninja Alliance army. After Mifune finished speaking, everyone nodded, and there was no objection. Minato said, since the coalition has been formed, then I will say a few points. Lift finger. Zaioi knows Obito's base camp, then why don't we take the initiative to attack? The remaining 4 nodded. Minato continued. Second, I hope that the command of the coalition forces this time will be given to the strongest person. After all, you have to sit in the rear, so as not to be attacked by the enemy. The eyes of the 4 people looked at Hui. There is no doubt that Hui has the strongest strength. Unexpectedly, Hui waved his hand. I'm wrong, whoever of you loves to be whoever is after all. My eye swept across Rakage, leave it to Rakage and Uncle Minato sit in the rear. If there is any change on the front line, Uncle Minato's flying thunder god can also be there in time. Everyone heard the words, their thoughts flashed, and they thought it was better afterwards. Everyone discussed the details of the Five Shadows talks. When night fell, the meeting finally ended. Hui and Minato came out of the meeting room, stretched a lot. Hui yawns, I really am not suitable for this kind of meeting. Minato smiled and looked at Hui. Zaiwai, you may have to participate more in future meetings after all. You must be the next generation of Naruto. Huey's mouth twitches. Hey, isn't this matter? We've said that we won't mention it for the time being. Minato scratched his head. Well, I want to mention it when I see you. Hui shook his head helplessly. Uncle Minato, you go back to the hotel first. I'll find Uncle Mifune. Minato nodded and left. Hui came to Mifune's door alone. Knock on the door gently. There was an old voice from Lucien. Come in. Zaiwai. Hui pushed open the door. I saw Mifune sitting quietly, wiping the knife in his hand. Uncle Mifune. Mifune nodded. Sit down. Hui put the paper umbrella beside him and sat in front of Mifune. Casually Mifune asked while wiping the knife. Zaiwai, do you think the ninja world can really unite this time? Hui shook his head. This time is a good opportunity. There is also a smile on Mifune's face. Yes, this ninja world has always been fighting separately for many years. A common enemy finally appeared. Maybe the future of ninja world will be even better. Having said that, Mifune sighed. I don't know. Can I see such a ninja world? Hui comforting Mifune. Well, uncle, this war will end soon. When the time comes, you will be able to see. Mifune chuckled. I hope so. After all, look at Hui. A trace of evil flashed in Huey's heart. Just listen to Sanchuan speak. Seeking flowers. Zero. Zaiwai, I'm getting older from now on. The country of iron. Hui hurriedly blocked Mifune's mouth. Stop. Uncle Mifune. Huey's face is full of helplessness. Why do I have to take care of one or two of them? Mifune's face changed. Who else? Wouldn't it be Minato? Hui shrugged. Otherwise? Who else? Hearing this, Mifune would walk out. When he lifted the knife in his hand, Hui hurriedly stopped Mifune. Uncle, what are you doing? Mifune's angry face. Labor and management went and cut him. So many people in Konoha can be Hokage. Why do you have to? Hui said that it was good or bad that he calmed down Mifune, then bid farewell in a hurry. He left Mifune's home. Hui didn't dare to stay all the way back to the hotel. I woke up the sleeping Minato. Sleep to sleep. Just step on the horse to know that you sleep. I burned my eyebrows. Minato opened his eyes in confusion. Zaiwai? What happened? Hui threw Minato's clothes to him. Quick. Put on your clothes and return to Konoha. Minato. What happened? Hui said seriously. Uncle Mifune wants to kill you. Minato. Hui lifted Minato. I can't say clearly for a while. The wind is screaming. Minato was so confused and driven by Hui on his way back to the village. On the way, Minato, who woke up, finally understood the whole story. It turned out that Mifune wanted Hui to stay in the Iron Country as a daimyo, but Hui said that Minato let him be Hokage, so I became a shield. Minato twitched his mouth and looked at Hui with a bitter expression on his face. Hui shrugged. Well, it's not a shield, after all. You really think so? The two of them were making trouble and they returned to Konoha at dawn. When we came to the entrance of the village, Hui and Minato said, I went home first, summoned the three women to the living room. After talking about the ninja allied forces with the three of them, let three people digest at home. Hui came to Minato's office at this time. Minato has dispatched Umbu to notify all the ninjas in the village to gather. What is Jonin keeps entering the office. Everyone started whispering. Master Naruto summoned us. What the hell is going on? Jonin on the side whispered. I heard that it seems to be going to war. Hey? Where did you hear it? Because labor and capital are Fengya Y973. Everyone was taken aback, and looked back at Hui, who was holding a paper umbrella. Everyone scratched their heads. Master Hui is really humorous. Yeah, war or something. It won't be true, right? Hui just shook his head. Come and sit down on the sofa. Minato looked at the people who had come together. Put your hands down and signal everyone to be quiet. Cough slightly. Zukan, the war is about to begin. Jonin surprised Nani. Really going to war? Fight with that Shinobu village. With Minato's words, Jonin starts to noisy. Minato clapped his hands. Draw everyone's attention. This time the enemy is not other Shinobu village, but the common enemy Uchiha Obito. The purpose of war is to protect the peace of ninja world. So, this time our 5 great ninja villages will assemble into the Ninja Alliance. The ninjas fell silent. After all, war or something brings painful memories among them. Kakashi has the greatest mood swing at this moment. Kakashi looks at the ground, his thoughts do not know where he is flying. Obito, do you really plan to fight the ninja world? Minato finished the plan with the ninjas, and ordered everyone to prepare, depart for the battlefield tomorrow. Everyone left the office with this shocking news. Hui looked at Kakashi, who was still motionless, stepped forward and patted the latter on the shoulder. Brother, let's go back to, go to my place for dinner tonight. Kakashi's thoughts were pulled back, gaze across Hui. It's Hui, then waved. Forget it, I'll eat at home tonight. Hui shook his head. No, that's it. Kakashi, after bidding farewell to Minato, pulling Kakashi back to Feng Yu's house. Enter the house. The 3 daughters have recovered from the shock, fighting each other and preparing dinner. Hui came to the kitchen. Zian, add more food tonight. Brother is here too. Shien heard the words and looked back at the white hair. Wipe your hands clean and come to Kakashi's body. Brother Kakashi, welcome you here. Kakashi scratched his head. Aki, Zian, don't you need to be so formal? Shien shook her head. No, after all, you are Hui-kun's eldest brother, so etiquette can't be left behind. Kakashi's mouth twitched and waved his hand. Hi, Zian has worked hard. Then I looked at Tsunade, who was walking out. Hello, Master Tsunade. Tsunade said with a smile, sir or something. Don't add it. Kakashi leans back as at Hui already look at Xiang Hui with a puzzled look. Hui, who was eating melon, looked at the gaze from Kakashi, nodded. It happened a long time ago. Kakashi, why do I have to come over for this meal? Just tricked in to kill the dog. Kakashi said he didn't want to talk, sitting quietly on the sofa alone thinking back to my failed life and this life. It seems, people who know, only guy left. Do you really want to? Kakashi thought of something vulgar. I feel the goosebumps all over my body, shaking his head fiercely. Get rid of this idea. Hui looked at Kakashi, who was playing happily alone, with a dumb look on his face. Big brother, did he take the wrong medicine? A few people happily finished dinner, watching Hui being fed by 3 people. There were tears in Kakashi's heart. Silently as soon as he finished eating, he decided not to stay for a while. Farewell to Kakashi. A few women sitting in the living room. Look at Hui. Shiyan asked, Hui-kun, is the war really settled? Hui nodded. It's already settled. Furthermore, I will leave for the battlefield tomorrow. The girls were silent for a moment when they heard the words. Look at each other. Look at Hui seriously. Hui-ju, we also have to participate in the war. Hui was surprised. Give me a reason. Tsunade patted his chest. Anyway, we are also ninjas of Konoha village. Hui swept across the faces of the girls. Are you sure? 5.0 people nodded solemnly. Hui Ching sighed. Actually, it's not that you can't go to the battlefield, but I need to give you some life-saving things. Hui thought for a moment in his mind. I saw Ryotsu all over the body, quickly condensed on the body of the 3 women. The 3 curiously looked at Ryotsu walking around. Hui smiled. I will put some Ryotsu on you. My Ryotsu can protect you. If I encounter an enemy that I can't beat, I will get news as soon as possible. The 3 nodded vigorously. I saw Ryotsu split into 3 parts and entered the body of the 3. The 3 women clenched their fists, feeling the power surging from their bodies. This is the power of Hui-kun. So powerful. Hui waved his hand. Well, the 3 of you will get familiar with this power. After all, Hui went back to the room. No words for a night. The next morning, Konoha village is surrounded by a solemn atmosphere. News of the war has spread among the villagers. After Hui finished daily training, wearing a jet black kimono, stepping on the wooden exhibition, holding a white paper umbrella, after saying hello to the 3rd daughter, go out to the Hokage building. Along the way, countless villagers came to Hui spontaneously. Master Hui, the war must be won. Master Hui, be careful when you go to the battlefield. Master Hui, Konoha will win. Hui smiled and responded to everyone. Surrounded by everyone, they came to the bottom of the Hokage building and entered the Hokage building. 12 by the office window, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Minato smiled and stared at Hui. Sarutobi Hiruzen puts down the cigarette belt. It seems that you were right to choose Hui. Minato chuckled and opened his mouth. 3rd generation, I am sure that Taro is Konoha's future. Turning his head to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen to his side. 3rd generation, do you believe it now? Sarutobi Hiruzen's old face is full of smiles. Minato's vision is better. Minato responded modestly to 3rd generation, and then went on to say, 3rd generation, this war, I want you to stay in the village. In this way, Konoha's rear is also guaranteed. Sarutobi Hiruzen heard the words and waved his hands. Minato, you seem to be underestimating me. Minato opened his mouth and said nothing. Indeed, Minato is the idea, because Sarutobi Hiruzen's body has already entered a period of decline. The strength of one body can be played at most 7 or 8. I saw Sarutobi Hiruzen take off the imperial robe, exposed black combat uniform. A gleam of light flashes in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. 4th generation, don't underestimate me. Minato looked at the prepared 3rd generation and couldn't help but smile. 3rd generation, you can surprise me. Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted triumphantly. After all, the old man used to be Hokage. Always prepare for battle. Minato nodded. 3rd generation, I have been taught. At this moment, Umbu's figure appeared behind them. Master 4th Hokage, Master 3rd Hokage, ninjas are all here. Minato nodded and motioned for Umbu to leave, speaking to the 3rd generation. 3rd generation, let's go. Downstairs, conference hall, countless ninjas stood below. Early, the tragic emotions brought about by the war, in particular, permeated the air. Everyone is silent. Minato and Sarutobi Hiruzen come to the stage. Look across the ninja below. Everyone, cheer up. The voice echoed in the empty meeting room. The ninjas looked at Minato. Directly above Minato's face is full of seriousness. Everyone, this war is about the future of shinobi. It's more about your loved ones. Friends, look at what you are like now. We are Konoha's ninjas. We have the strongest strength in the ninja world. Listen to your chests. Pick up your confidence. Minato's passionate speech made more and more ninjas raise their heads. His eyes are full of passion. Oh. Long live Hokage-sama. War is war. Minato looked at everyone, waved fist in hand. This battle can only be won. The ninjas also held their fists high. Oh. This battle will win. Trust yourself. Looking at the Konoha shinobi who has regained confidence in the audience, Minato was relieved, but there was still a sigh in my heart. I don't know how many lives will be taken in this war. How many people will be displaced? The 3rd generation on the side seems to see what Minato is thinking. Chuckled. Minato, look away. It's not the first time you have participated in a war. Minato shook his head. 3rd generation, although it is not the first time to participate in the war, but the ninja who glanced across the stage, every war will always cause irreparable harm. Third generation heard the words and smoked a pipe. Speak slowly. 973. This is the cruelty of war. Then his eyes fixed on Hui, who was in the audience, but this time, we have hope. Minato's gaze also looked at the dozing Hui. Smile again. Hope. After counting the number of ninjas, after Minato left the necessary ninja and Umbu, and set off with all the remaining ninjas, a group of people walking mightily on the street. The civilians on both sides swept past the ninjas, and the team from time to time seems to be looking for his relatives. More and more voices came from both sides of the road. Yusuke, I want to come back alive. Masterpiece. To win. Moonsuke. To share the worries for Minato-sama and Hui-sama. Countless voices entered the ears of the ninjas. The ninjas also kept responding to civilians. Don't worry. We will definitely win. Wait for our guy to spin. This battle will win. North of the country of fire, within the country of frost, Minato led the Konoha troop finally to the meeting place set by Gakage. Taro looked back at the ninja, who looked at Konoha, who was a little tired. You are on standby? Yes. Afterwards, Hui and Minato came to the house together after waiting for a while. The shadows of other shinobu villages have also arrived. Gakage and Tara stood on the high platform, looking at the ninja below. The five major powers have been fighting each other for many years. The ninjas in their respective ninja villages cannot understand the ninjas of other countries. After all, it may be the enemy who killed the other's relatives. In this situation, no one can keep calm anymore. Looking at the daggers and crossbows, five shadows on the high platform, frowning, Terumi glanced at Feng Yuai, who had a calm face next to him. There is a smile on the corner of the mouth. Ha. Master Hui, what should I do in this situation? Terumi knows what kind of person Hui is. Instead of letting him gather ninjas, it's better to let him pretend, kill the enemy. Hui casts a glance at Terumi, who is smiling with a dark belly. Is Mizukage teasing me now? Terumi was stunned when he heard the words, face blush. What molesting? I just ask you. Ao and Kojuro behind Terumi look at such a shy Terumi that was quite shocking. Kojuro touched Ching's arm. Hey, Mr. Terumi was blushing just now. Isn't it? Green mouth twitched. It seems so. Ching sighed in her heart. Since Kei rescued Kirigakure a few years ago, Terumi seemed to have never let go of Hui. Shaking his head, dispelling the boring thoughts, Ching looks at Hui, wants to see how Hui ends. I saw Hui sigh softly. Mizukage, the idea of having a black belly like this is still rare in the future. Good, after all, it's easy to get married. Green Kojuro. Terumi's head began to appear one after another. You have the ability to say it again? Terumi's chest is constantly ups and downs. She is indeed angry you can't get married. No one wants you. It's not right, you can't find the right girlfriend. Hey. He seems to have a girlfriend. Terumi is lost in thought. Terumi no longer cares about Terumi, who is angry alone. Come to Gaara's side. Gaara, who is meditating, feels someone in front of her. Looking up, Hui stood in front of him holding a paper umbrella. Gaara asked suspiciously, Hui-kun, what's the matter? Fang Yuai does not speak. Gaara. Hey, if you look further, you will get goosebumps on your back. Just when Gaara was about to be unbearable, Hui sighed. Gaara is fried. What does sigh mean? At this time, Hui was struggling with one thing, that is, do you want Gaara to inspire everyone like the original? The reason why Gaara in the original book can inspire everyone, Naruto's ingredients account for a large part, but Gaara in this timeline, although I am also good friends with Naruto, but I don't have the same heartfelt sympathy for Jinchuriki. Hui thought for a while, but decided to let Gaara give a speech. Hui gently turned the paper umbrella in his hand. Gaara, it's up to you to boost morale. Gaara just feels full of question marks. You stand here for a long time, just for me to give a speech? What do you mean by sighing? Don't you think I can't do it? Then I will give you a presentation. For some reason, Gaara's heart is full of anger. After all, I seem to be underestimated. The others watched Gaara walk towards the stage. All have a dumbfounded look. We are still discussing, what are you going to do? Reikage is about to yell. Gaara was stopped by Hui. Reikage looked at Hui suspiciously. Hui smiled. Don't worry, leave it to Gaara. When Reikage heard the words, he could only shut up and looked at Gaara. Everyone in the audience, watching Gaara appear, the noise slowly decreases, finally disappeared. Gaara coughed softly, expressed my thoughts. The eloquent speech successfully moved the ninjas in the audience. Hui behind Gaara, smiling. Sure enough, Gaara is still needed to give a speech. Reikage on the side seems to have seen a ghost. Really, just point to a shadow? Can you succeed? With the end of Gaara's speech, the ninjas in the audience are as close as a family. Gaara stepped off the stage. Oniki looks at Gaara. I said you were a kid before. It seems I really missed you. Reikage nodded in agreement. Feng Ying, good job. Terumi smiled and nodded at him. Gaara responded to everyone one by one. Last look at Feng Yuai. How do you know that I can do this? Hui shrugged. No, I don't know, just find someone to try it out. Unexpectedly, it succeeded. Everyone. I don't want to talk about it, just find someone or something, it's too ridiculous. Niu Zhao. Good, with the cohesion of the ninja, the forward protector made by the country of iron is also distributed to everyone one by one. The shadows returned to the room. Minato said to Luyu, if we have to go to the battlefield, you may need to bear more in the rear. The pineapple-headed Lujin nodded with a serious expression. Minato's words are of great significance. Implication, if it really comes to that moment, then your position is extremely important. Hui found a sofa casually, sit down, the fingers beat the table, bulge rhythmically. Terumi May didn't know where it came from. Master Hui doesn't plan to go to the battlefield. Well, I don't need it now. It's not bad to hone the ninjas at the same time. In a cave, Obito carries a Uchiha fan, one Mangekyo Sharingan, one Rinnegan, staring at the old man in front of you. At Satsuki, how are you preparing? At Satsuki's azure blue eyes staring at Obito. Of course I'm ready. Obito heard this, with a crazy smile on his face. Let the war begin. With the voice of Obito falling, countless white Zetsu emerged behind him. Break the ninja alliance. After all, Obito and Washi disappeared into the cave. Black Zetsu on the side poked his head out, watching the direction Obito disappeared. I seem to be thinking about something. The dark hand gently touched the scroll behind Obito. Fang Yuai is too powerful. If you can't do it, then I can only. As Black Zetsu thought, his body gradually merged into the ground, the rear of the coalition forces. In the combat room, Yamanaka shook his body while sensing the surroundings. Everyone, the enemy has appeared. Wu Ying hurriedly asked, where did it appear? How about the quantity? Is Uchiha Obito's figure inside? Hai sensed for a moment and said, direction is east. Huge amount of. The 973 did not spot Uchiha Obito. Reikage slapped the table hard. Advanced troops. Oniki thought for a moment and said, is it all miscellaneous fish? I really look down on us. Then, several people looked at Minato. After all, Minato is the president. Minato frowned. The last big wave. Shisui. What? A figure dressed in black appeared beside Minato. Master Naruto. Minato looked at Shisui in front of him and said seriously, lead the first unit to the east to resist the advanced troops. Shisui arched his hands. Yes, Master Naruto. After that, the body disappeared except for Reikage. All my pupils shrink, shattered Shisui. The words are divided into two ends. Shisui came to the gathering point of the first unit. Everyone, with a loud shout, attract everyone's attention. The enemy's troops are now in the east. Everyone in the first unit obeys the order. Ninja standing straight. Shisui nodded in satisfaction. The gaze swept across Suzuki among the troops. Speak loudly, let me kill them. Yes, Lord Zishui. Shisui took the lead and left instantly. Everyone behind followed soon. The two parties met in the forest. Shisui looked at the huge number of white Zetsu in front of him, frowned. What kind of monster are these? Why do they all look exactly the same? Listening to the words of the ninja, Shisui gestures with a jewelry kill. What? Ching. Countless ninjas rushed to white Zetsu one after another. Fight together soon. It's just that they seem to underestimate the strength of white Zetsu. Thorn it. A stick of wood crossed a ninja's chest. Suddenly blood flowed across. The ninja spit out a mouthful of blood, then shouted at everyone, everyone, be careful, it's weird. Shisui's eyes are micro. This is the wood style of Master First Hokage. Thoughts flashed by. Shisui pulled out the ribs behind him and joined the battle. What? Shisui is like a ghost on the battlefield. The instantaneous technique that is already full of proficiency, now he is even more proficient. As Shisui's figure continues to flicker, white Zetsu's body fell down. Greatly reduces the burden on other ninjas. Shisui instantly came to the back of white Zetsu. Hand seal fire style Phoenix fire technique. Countless small flames shot on white Zetsu's body, immediately killed the count to white Zetsu. At this moment, Shisui's hair stands erect behind him. Dangerous. Shisui hurriedly left. Boom! A huge roar resounded across the battlefield. A meal in the hands of countless ninjas. The eyes are drawn to the huge sinkhole. What? Shisui's figure appeared on the trees not far away. Look there with solemn eyes. The smoke goes away. A huge white pitcher plant appeared. What the hell is this? Is this also white Zetsu? Countless ninjas roar. White Zetsu, who is at least 5 meters tall, stood up straight. There was a roar among the pitcher plant's roar. The sound forms a sound wave and spreads around. I saw the huge white Zetsu thrust his hands into the ground, chakra surging over his arms, inject into the hands in the ground. Shisui's pupils shrink, shouted loudly, everyone be careful, something is coming out underground. The voice just fell, countless branches emerged from the ground. Insert into the body of the ninja at an extremely fast speed. Thorn it. Thorn, help. Help me. Countless ninjas are killed by one move. Shisui gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Stop it. What? Shisui's figure appeared beside the giant pitcher plant. The rib in the hand is full of flame-like chakra. Uchiha Stream Sword Yuian. Countless flame blades blasted towards the body of the Nepenthes. Puff, boom, the flames are like water in the sea, disappearing without a trace. Did not cause a trace of harm. Shisui frowned, but his movements kept on. Fire style Halong fire technique. Bluefire Zealot is now playing. Shisui spit out a huge fire dragon attacking the pitcher plant. Boom, it seems that Nepenthes' body can no longer withstand such damage. Hands pulled out from the ground. I don't know where I have to look at Shisui. Subsequently, the chakra on the Nepenthes flows throughout the body. Roar. The loud roar stopped all white Zetsu's movements. All the white Zetsu rushed towards the Nepenthes. One after another was swallowed by the latter. What the pitcher plant exhaled a foul breath. Shisui, as well as all the ninjas, looked at the behemoth in front of them in shock. Be at least tens of meters tall. The White Zetsu collection is born. Looking at the White Zetsu assembly in front of me, Shisui waved his hand. You guys, retreat as fast as you can. Contact class. A figure with a communicator behind appeared in front of Shisui. Master Shisui. Shisui's gaze is dead, staring at the White Zetsu assembly, at the same time contact wooing immediately, so that the support troops can be prepared at any time. After all, shout loudly, first unit. Retreat now. The ninjas clenched their fists, looking unwillingly at the White Zetsu assembly. Master Shisui. Master Shisui, be careful. Shisui turned his head, smiling with thumbs up. Trust me, I will definitely win. The ninjas couldn't bear to evacuate outside the battlefield, watching the battle that is about to take place. Patter of footsteps sounded. Suzuki's figure appears beside Shisui. Suzuki, you also retreat. Suzuki holds the sword in his hand, the three-hooked jade in the eye socket keeps spinning. Brother Shisui, don't worry, I'll be watching you right here. Shisui smiled. It seems that Suzuki has grown up too. After all, Shisui instantly came to the White Zetsu complex. Stepping on the huge body of White Zetsu, avoiding the latter's huge fist, Shisui came to the head of the White Zetsu assembly. The ribs and the hands are covered with flames. Uchiha Stream Gale Sword. The powerful diagonal slash created a huge flame blade to hit White Zetsu. Boom! The tremendous power caused White Zetsu's head to be exploded, fall to the side. A joy in Shisui's eyes. Effective. How could it be that simple? I saw countless white filaments appearing on the head of White Zetsu. Wrap your head quickly like a maggot. Soon, the intact head appeared in front of Shisui's eyes again. At the same time, White Zetsu's body gradually falling to the ground is also under control. A dazzling light flashed in White Zetsu's eyes. White Zetsu, who has no IQ, has only one purpose at the moment: kill Shisui. Bluefire Zealot is now playing. A huge fist appeared unexpectedly in front of Shisui. Shisui's pupils shrink so fast. Boom! Smash Shisui into the distance with one punch. Boom! It takes time, the rock collapses. The rubble flies. The ninja in the distance and Suzuki trembled. Master Shisui. Suzuki gritted his teeth. Brother Shisui, you can't just be defeated like this. The smoke is gone. A green light flashed before everyone's eyes. Suzuki's pupils shrank. This is this. The smoke is gone. A huge green skeleton appeared in front of everyone. Susanoo. Suzuki exclaimed. That's right. It's Shisui's Susanoo. I saw an orange go jade hidden behind Susanoo's breastplate, holding a spiral sword in his hand. Shisui's Mangekyo stared at the White Zetsu in front of him. The right hand gently wipes the blood from the corner of the mouth. White Zetsu, go to death. After all, Shisui's Mangekyo turns like crazy. I saw Susanoo's breastplate open. The orange Guyu is spinning quickly. Countless green chakra arrows are shot at White Zetsu. Shisui's eyes fixed on White Zetsu. Susanoo 99. Boom, boom, boom. Countless roars spread throughout the forest. Roar! Only heard an angry roar from the smoke. Shisui frowned. Isn't it dead yet? At the same time, in a certain position, Obito, who is moving forward, has a melee. White Zetsu appeared from the ground. Obito, the White Zetsu collective is going to lose. What should we do? Obito's eyes narrowed. For the time being, he needs to delay time. After all, a white eyeball appeared in the hand. Tenseigan not complete version. Use this to make him more mad. White Zetsu smiled and took Tenseigan in his hand. Ahaha, this time it will be very interesting. Seeking flowers. Zero. Bluefire Zealot is now playing. After all, White Zetsu escaped underground. I quickly came to the front of the White Zetsu assembly. White Zetsu poked his head out of the ground. In an instant, Shisui found him. The spiral sword in his hand carries wind style and cuts towards White Zetsu. White Zetsu yelled exaggeratedly while dodging Shisui's attack, while putting Tenseigan in your hand into the body of the White Zetsu complex. After doing business, White Zetsu turned to look at Shisui. Let's start the second round. Bye. After all, White Zetsu's body blends into the ground. Shisui wielded the spiral sword. Look at the White Zetsu assembly that is no longer moving for a while. Frown. What did that guy do just now? At this moment, the White Zetsu combination began to twitch wildly. Roar! A roar of pain and excitement came from the mouth of the White Zetsu assembly. The white silk thread on the body is like crazy. More and more wrapped the huge body of the White Zetsu combined body. A cocoon was formed soon. Shisui looked at the cocoon of the postponement. His eyes dazzled. Is coming. Taste. It's like the sound of an egg breaking into everyone's ears. I saw a huge hand breaking out of the shell. Immediately afterwards, the second hand was also stretched out. Two hands are forced to break apart on both sides. The ugly head came out. I saw that the original Nepenthes had disappeared, resembling a human head, except for the huge light blue Tenseigan in the center of the head, and a huge mouth. There are no more organs on the face. The huge body came out completely. A humanoid monster appeared in front of Technique. A bigger body than before stood up, looking condescendingly at Shisui's Susanoo. Suzuki's throat shuddered and swallowed. What kind of monster is this? Many ninjas in the distance are shaking all over. The liaison class took the lead to react. sending intelligence to the headquarters. A big man. A big man. A voice flashed in the head of Hai Yi, and the headquarters hurriedly said to all Yinghui adults, "News is coming from ahead." Everyone's thoughts are attracted by Hai Yi. Hai. The frontline troops have a big white Zetsu. Master Shisui is fighting with him. There were no casualties. Listening to the urgent information from the front, Hai Yi hurriedly ran the induction force, investigating the situation on the eastern battlefield. Perception has detected the white Zetsu assembly. Hai Yi trembled all over. Muttered, "This is 973. What kind of monster is this?" Everyone is still waiting for Hai's information. The impatient Rakage pats the table. What is going on right now? Hai Yi recovered from the shock, hurriedly said, "Adults. A large white Zetsu assembly appears to the east." Based on perceptual feedback, Hai Yi took a deep breath. The amount of chakra is comparable to a tail beast. Nanny, what? How can it be? Oniki clenched his fist just to test the troops. There is such a powerful strength. It seems that this war is not easy to fight. Hui on the side frowned slightly. What white Zetsu aggregate? Isn't there only Nepenthes in the original work? Sighed, yeah, it's completely messed up, but Shisui should be fine. After all, he has completely mastered that one. Minato looked at Hui. "Zaiwai, do you want to make a move?" Hui waved his hand. "No, Shisui can handle it." Minato nodded when he heard this. The slightly anxious mood eased. Looking at the shadows who were still impatient, Minato clapped his hands. "Everyone, since Zaiwai said that Shisui can handle it, then Shisui must be able to handle it. After all, Shisui is on the same team as Zaiwai." After hearing the words, the audience nodded and sat in their chairs again, discussing the next deployment. However, there is still Shisui in my mind at the same time. The eastern battlefield. Shisui is wrapped in green. Susanna's upper body looking solemnly at the Tenseigan monster on the opposite side right now. White Zetsu is on the move. Not rushed over, it's the knot in the hand. With a huge body, Jian's speed is extremely fast. Soon, a voice came from White Zetsu's mouth. "Chakra ball of light." The huge right hand is covered with green chakra. A green ball of light gathered in the palm of your hand. Wow! Shoot at Shisui at an extremely fast speed. Boom! The green ball of light hit Shisui's Susanna fiercely. There was a roar. "Brother Shisui, Master Zishui!" Countless ninjas roared heartbreakingly. The smoke goes away. Shisui's figure appeared. A huge green figure appeared with him. The wings on the back are folded. There are two long swords hidden under the wings. There are also double swords behind him. The larger spiral sword in his hand is spinning continuously. Full body Susanoo is here. Suzuki looked at the Gundam figure in front of him. There is a trace of beauty in the eyes. This is Uchiha's strongest power. Suzuki clenched his fists. "But, Shisui, mine will not be worse than yours." The height of Susanoo is the same as the white Zetsu assembly. Among the crystals in the forehead is Shisui. At this moment, Mangekyo in Shisui's eyes turned wildly. Shisui, who has always been gentle, has a crazy smile at the corner of his mouth. Looking at the white Zetsu complex on the opposite side, hands open. Second round. Let's start. Wow! The green Susanoo also inherited Shisui's speed. I came to the white Zetsu assembly in an instant. The spiral sword in the right hand is spinning. Make a strong roar. Heavy slashing towards the white Zetsu assembly. The Tenseigan on the head of the white Zetsu assembly emits a lavender light. Then, the reflex nerves beyond the limit drive the huge body step gently to one side. La! Shisui's slash was defeated. Shisui's face is extremely calm. It seems that the white Zetsu assembly can escape, as expected. At the same time, the white Zetsu assembly makes a fist with the right hand and stretches it back to accumulate energy. Boom! The huge force drove the surrounding air to make a rubbing sound. Shisui feels the fist wind, the corners of the mouth rise. Still a long way to go. Say wow! Susanoo leans forward slightly, easily dodged the attack of the white Zetsu assembly. The spiral sword in his hand is cut from the bottom up. Thorn! A huge slash struck the body of the white Zetsu complex. Roar! There is a roar of pain. White Zetsu retreated quickly. Retreat on one side. Raise your right hand. Chakra swarms to the right hand. Silver wheel reincarnation explodes. Several black truth-seeking balls are instantly released in the palm of your right hand. Countless truth-seeking balls are floating in the air. White Zetsu put his hands on the truth-seeking ball. Spin. A pale green chakra appears on the exterior of truth-seeking ball. The silver aperture gradually emerged. Boom! A huge tornado shoots out from the aperture. Shisui's pupils shrank. What a powerful force. My subordinates dare not neglect. In Susa 5.0's right hand, chakra is spinning in his hand. Left. What? The huge green go jade formed instantly. Keep turning in the palm of your hand. Susanoo threw Guyu out fiercely. The Guyu of Yasaka. The huge Guyu is spinning towards the tornado at high speed. Boom! Boom! All things dissipated. Only the blazing white light left in the air swallowed everything. Susanoo of Shisui. White Zetsu assembly. All were swallowed by white light. Suzuki clenched his fist. Brother Shisui, Want to win. The ninjas also shouted together, Master Shisui. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the hot white light. Everyone is quietly waiting for the result of the battle. The roar gradually disappeared into the air. The smoke is gone. The green body Susanoo holds a knife in both hands, standing there quietly. Everyone looked to the other side. The huge Tensagen on the face of the huge white Zetsu complex glows light blue. Then, the light dissipated. White Zetsu's figure slowly fell to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, the smoke was everywhere. Shisui looked at White Zetsu who fell on the ground, Mangekyo and his eyes closed. Susanoo dissipated in the wind. Shisui slowly fell on the ground. Coming to the front of White Zetsu, Tensagen turned into a gray stone in an instant. Dissipated in the wind, Shisui can finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Shisui gasped. Suzuki and the ninja in the distance ran to Shisui excitedly. Brother Shisui, Master Shisui. Countless ninjas burst into tears. We won at 12. There is also a smile on Shisui's face. Well, everyone, it's a good thing to win, but don't be proud. Everyone held their hands high. Oh, don't worry, Shisui-sama. Suzuki comes to Shisui's side. Brother Shisui, sure enough you can use this power too. Shisui was slightly surprised. Listen to what Suzuki means. It seems that Suzuki has also made a lot of progress in the past 2 years. Shisui smiled and looked at him. Suzuki, although I can control this power, however, the sequelae are indeed quite big. After all, Shisui covered his eyes. 2 lines of blood and tears left in the eyes. Suzuki hurried forward to support Shisui who was shaking. The ninjas have discovered Shisui's anomaly. I swarmed up and asked hurriedly, Master Shisui, are you okay? Master Shisui. Fortunately, Shisui waved his hand. Well, there is no big problem, it's just that chakra consumption is a bit serious, just a little rest. After all, Shisui looked at the liaison team on the side. Contact class. The ninja of the liaison class with a communicator came to Shisui's side. Master Shisui. Shisui said, call the headquarters immediately and tell them that the frontline troops to the east have been wiped out. Yes, Lord Shisui. After all, the liaison team took out the communicator and started to contact the headquarters. At this time, the shadows in the headquarters are quietly waiting for news from the battlefield on the east. A big man. Can you hear it? A slightly noisy sound is transmitted to Hai-I's brain. Hai-I hurriedly shouted to everyone, my sirs, news is coming. Everyone was shocked, and quickly stopped the movements in their hands and looked at Hai-I. What happened? Hai-I is in contact with the liaison team at this time. First Army. This is the headquarters. The liaison class listened to the voice of Hai from the communicator excitedly speaking. A big guy. We won. Hai-I trembled all over. Don't dare to neglect for a moment, and hurriedly talked to all the shadows, my lords. Victory on the eastern battlefield. Everyone was finally relieved, slowly sat back in his seat. I slightly adjusted my mentality. Minato said, Hai, let the first unit not be too far away from the battlefield. Find a safe place to camp nearby. Yes, Master Minato. After Minato ordered to go down, look at the remaining people. Although the vanguard has achieved victory, but we can't take it lightly. After all, where the real enemy is now, we still don't know. Everyone nodded. Gaara crossed her hands. Hokage, is that method feasible? Minato stared solemnly and slowly said, according to current intelligence, Obito was in that cave before. However, after the war began, it disappeared. I think it is necessary for us to explore it. Oniki rubbed his hands. Detection must be done, but what should we do about the candidates? Onomu paused and continued, if you send someone who is too strong, if it's a trick to move the tiger away from the mountain. Everyone's heart sank. Naturally understand the meaning of Oniki. In case a strong person is sent to explore the base camp, it turns out that it is just an empty shell. Obito will get news, attacking the headquarters in this space where the strong are scarce. But if you send someone who is too weak, in case it is discovered by the enemy, annihilated in one fell swoop, I still can't get any news. Everyone was lost in thought at this time. Gaara speaks. Everyone, the exploration mission, let me go. La. What? The 973 eyes look at Gaara unanimously. Gaara spoke slowly, I will lead a small group of people to explore, so if it is found, it's easy to escape. After hearing what Gaara said, Reikage said to Minato, Commander, give orders. Terumi Mei and Oniki's eyes also look at Minato. Minato pondered for a moment, then nodded. Then do it. After all, Gaara nodded and was about to get up. Minato came to Gaara's side. This is for you. With that, I took out a handful of traits. Kunao from behind. Gaara looked at the sword of forbearance with the supreme qualities, looking at Minato suspiciously. Minato smiling, well, just treat it as the last insurance. If you really encounter an accident that is difficult to deal with, I will rush over as soon as possible. Gaara stared at Minato for a long time, slowly put away the traits. Lips light up. Naruto, thank you. Minato smiled and waved. Thanks or something is not needed. If you really encounter a strong enemy, don't force it. Contact the headquarters immediately.